Hello everybody and welcome to SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS for the second round of the European run of races for the Michelin 24H series. The time is ticking closer to the start of the race, and we have an expectant crowd on hand in the Belgian sunshine this Saturday for 5 hours of racing. Hello everybody, I'm John Hindhaugh on the grid with Diana Binks, and what we are racing for today is the honour of the win and of course some very, very nice silverware and a very special Omologato commemorative watch as well, specially made by Shami Kalra and the rest of the team at Omologato. So we've been to Italy, we're now in Belgium. We'll spread right the way across Europe before heading for our finale in Barcelona in September, as tradition dictates. The watches, the trophy, the mementos, all ready to go, and so is a packed grid. Diana Binks is alongside me. She's wrapped up as if it's going to be freezing cold. I've come in full dry setup here. Diana, a little bit of a different qualifying yesterday because we had to truncate it and we didn't have the usual setup.
Yeah, normally we have the 3 15-minute sessions with a 5-minute break in between, but yesterday, because of the red flag in Q1 to resolve an incident on track, we sort of time ran out. So we only had the 2 qualifying sessions, which completely changed the whole order on track.
And left us with the Hofer Mercedes AMG on pole position overall. Let's whisk over there and see if we can grab some of the drivers. Well, that's Chantal. Hi, Chantal, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Are you ready for this? Starting on pole position, took advantage of the situation yesterday. You're in pole position. Does that change the attitude, the mentality?
Well, not for me. Alex is doing the start. I will go in second and I will see where I will stand then. But Alex will, I'm pretty sure he's a little bit nervous, but also very excited, and he will do a great job.
Did you have to have a chat about this last night between the team to say, look, this is different for us. We don't aim to qualify in pole. Everybody wants to do well, but you don't aim to qualify in pole position. So this is going to be a slightly different feeling.
Well, it is, especially for Alex. I can just watch what he does, but maybe it's also nice to be in front because he doesn't have to take care of other cars in front. He just has the mean people behind him.
Now this is a split race, 5 hours today. What is the objective for today? You want to be on the lead lap at the end of the 5 hours.
Well, that's the goal. That's what we're trying to do. We will see.
Lovely to see you back here. Look, you see the family back here as well. Race well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
So pole position on the left-hand side of the track. Thank you, Chantal. If we head across, hello, Shami. Right, let's have a quick word with Shami Kalra here. We've just been talking about the lovely Omologato watch, which is a special version of the Pikes Peak that you're going to be giving later tomorrow.
Made for this race, especially made for this race, John.
Now, so tell me about the partnership between Omologato watches and the Michelin 24H series.
So we started it at Mugello. This is the first time I've ever been to this race. The atmosphere is amazing. Our partnership is multi-year, full of passion. I don't even know what the contract says, but I love it. I don't really care. It's all about being here, and it's all about being involved and being involved with racing. So it's a massive pleasure. And you know it's a pleasure because John and I go back way back, and he's like my confidant as well. When I've had some real tough times, John's the guy I phone.
So have you managed to take in the, if you will, the form of what happened at Mugello and what's been happening in qualifying?
Yes, yeah, I'm picking it up. We're involved, as you know, with many racing series, and I sell watches for a living, but I love racing, so picking this up is wonderful, and getting to know so many people in the actual paddock is wonderful as well. So, yeah, I'm here. It's the first time I've been, and I cannot believe the crowds. It's wonderful, and the inclusivity, which is really important to me.
And happy birthday to Flavia for a few days ago.
Thank you very much.
That's the sensible part of the business partnership, Shami. Mrs. Enjoy, mate, and it's great to see you on this grid.
You too, man. Thank you so much.
Shami Kalra, Omologato watches, motorsport watches that support motorsport. How about that for something unusual? All right, let's go to the outside of the front row. And look, everybody immediately wants to who's gonna do? Yannick Renan, how are you?
Yeah, very good. It's a home race, so...
Yeah. So tell me about this. Starting on the front row of the grid, who's going to be taking the first stint?
Ayrton going to do.
Who is?
Ayrton, my brother.
Okay. Now, so what have you had a chat with last night and this morning? What's the tactics?
Of course, today staying in the same lap, it's the main goal, and try to attack tomorrow because tomorrow will be the rain race, so it's the main goal.
Are you sure about that? Because the weather forecast has changed 5 times since I got here on Thursday.
When it's in Spa 5% of rain, it will rain for sure.
How's the car been going? You guys have stepped up to GT3 this year, but you guys have seemed to have got on with it really, really well and transferred the skills that you had in the other class.
Yeah, of course, it's a big difference against the Cup car, but yeah, it's GT3, it's all harder and all faster, but it's quite okay, the progression.
But you've got ABS, which you didn't have in the Cup car. Does that make things easier, or have you still got to adjust?
Just need to brake later.
Really? Is it like, oh, okay, I'll brake now?
Well, the first laps it is like this, but after a couple of laps you get used to it.
Good to see you guys at the front. Good luck to you and the rest of the family.
Thank you.
Yannick Redont from Red Ant Racing. Let's whiz down to the second row of the grid and see who we can pick up here. Apologies for turning my back to you for a moment. Now, this is a very interesting car. Even if we can't speak to one of the drivers, no, we can. So, let's have a look at the car that sits behind Redont. This is a world first. This is the 992 Evo version of the GT3R. If you like, it's a 992.2. You notice slight differences around the front end of the car. We've brought back the louvres on the top of the wheel arches that we already saw in the 992s in the Nürburgring kit. Underneath, there's a new floor. There's some new aero around the front as well. This car isn't quite homologated yet. This is a development car from Porsche, and it is Herbert that's running it, and Ralph Bourne is one of the drivers. He's busy signing away at the moment. Ralph, what an honour for you and for Herbert to be doing the development on this new 992 GT3R.
Yes, you're right. It's an honor to be part of it, and let's say bring my input to what I can do as a Bronx driver to develop the car even a little bit better as the old one already is.
Can you feel the difference? I suppose that's the €150,000 question.
Yes, to answer it shortly, but you know, it's always a difference from race to race, from track to track, but the car itself feels in the right direction, yeah.
Now, I'm led to believe that there's quite a lot of difference underneath, as well as the bits that we can see. The floor's different. Anything inside the car that's different? Instrumentation, seating position, anything like that?
No.
Okay, so that at least you're used to. Does it require a different driving style?
Every adaptation needs to adapt the driving style in the end, and it's the same with the car now here, but in the end it's a good development from Porsche.
And Ralph, what is the objective here? Everybody goes out to do the best they can in a race, but this is development miles, so it's important for you guys to do as many laps as you can?
Yes, that's the most important. That's the reason why we are here. And so it's balanced with the BOP, so we don't expect to be, let's say, as fast as usual, maybe, but the main target is development and do kilometers on the car.
I can't think of anybody better to represent every bronze driver around the world as you to do this important work. Race well.
Thank you.
Good to see Ralph Bourne with us on the grid. And this car, as I say, this is a brand new car. Nobody has seen this race anywhere else in the world. And we'll talk much more about it during the 5 hours today and the 7 hours tomorrow. Grid's getting cleared, so the drivers are starting to get cleared off. Let's see if we can have a quick word with the guys from Scuderia Prara. Who wants to have a word? Come on then. It's always you. Yes, how you doing?
Well, I think it's pretty good. Everything's fine. Weather is much better than it used to be, better than the last 2 days. So I think we are ready for the start.
So Josef Kral at the 56 car, by the way, just in case you didn't catch that as we come through. What's the tactics for today? This is a 5 hour. This is almost a sprint in Creventic racing.
Yeah, for sure it will be. I mean, first of all, we have to survive the start, which will not be easy. But here, the distance from the starting lights to the first corner is not really long. But then our Rouge right on will be good fun for sure, and a long camo straight. Otherwise, we just need to go on with no problems, which is always the most important. But of course, we would like to keep the pace and stay in front.
It was a good race for Ferraris at Misano. The balance of performance has changed to reflect that just a little bit. Have you still got enough pace to be competitive?
Well, that's a big question. I mean, we are a little bit struggling, especially here, because the long straights, we can really feel it. And the car is very good through the corners. But we'll see, the distance of the race is pretty long, so it will be much more difficult to really keep the pace, because we have to work much harder than the others.
Happy Easter. We had the Easter bunny ears on Joseph there from the team. The race is tomorrow, really, though. This is almost like an appetizer today.
Yes, it is, but we'll see, because of the weather, you never know here. Still, we need to be focused, take it every stint like it's the last one, just to push all the time and wait what will happen, because also the Code 60s can change the game quickly. So yeah, we just need to focus every lap and keep the pace.
Are you starting?
Yes, I am.
I better let you go and get your helmet on. Don't talk to me. Sorry. Good luck, mate. I just realised there was nobody in the car whilst I was talking to Josef Kral there. Let's hammer down the grid. Manuel, let's have a quick word with Manuel Lauk. Haven't spoken to him for Manuel, how you doing, sir? Manuel Lauk. We're at the Proton Huber Porsche. This one of the current cars, resplendent in all. There should always be at least one just carbon fibre car on the grid. How's it gone so far?
Yeah, actually, yesterday the qualifying was quite good for us. Klaus showed the potential of the car. And yeah, now on the way in the grid, we had a little issue with the car, so we tried to change something. We hope that's going well, but I can tell you later.
Right, I love it when racing drivers say a little issue with the car. Was it a misfire? Were the brakes not working? What? You tell me what it was.
It's something with the brakes, yeah. Okay.
I was only joking when I said that.
No, honestly, the ABS was not working. So it is like always. The car was running perfectly. You go out and suddenly there is something wrong. In this case, it was ABS sensor which is not working, or which hopefully was not working. So we changed it, and I hope we are well prepared now for the race.
So you'll find out when you're on the formation lap?
Hopefully then, if it is after the start, we have a problem.
And who's starting?
It's me.
Right, I'll let you go and get your helmet on as well. Race well. Good to see you. Manuel Lauk from Proton Huber. It's the same in broadcasting, you know, that we test everything, and then the moment we go live, something goes wrong. It happens in every broadcast to every person. I think we're probably going to struggle to get any more drivers. You can see there's quite a lot of people on the grid as we whiz down. All right, here's somebody who's... yes, let's have a word. This is class pole for 992. So this is the Breukers family outing. Let's have a word with one of the Breukers. Let's dive in. Right, is it going to be Luke or going to be Rick who's going to talk to me? Come on, Rick, are you starting?
Yes, I am.
Right, so not too long before you get in pole position. Congratulations. The team, the car... I'll touch wood, my own head when I say this. It seems like the problems of the back end of last season are behind you now.
Yeah, they are. We found what it was, and now it will not happen again. So we are fine.
So you, your brother and your dad in this car, along with Fabio Dance as well. You're starting in the right place. Class win is what you're looking for, but you want to get amongst the GT3s, don't you?
No, to be honest, I'm just focused on the class win. I mean, GT3s is just a whole another class, and our focus is mainly with our own class.
And as far as today's concerned, it looks like good weather. Tomorrow it might be a little different. So are you already planning for tomorrow?
No, we will have to see what tomorrow brings. When I checked, I think it was actually still looking quite dry for tomorrow. Just on the end of the race, there's chances of rain. But yeah, in Spa, everything can change. So we will just have to see.
Will you try and get your dad's time in today, just in case it's bad tomorrow?
No, we just have a driver order we will follow, regardless of what the weather situation is like.
Okay. Have a good one, mate.
Thank you.
Pole position in the 992 class. Trussers, let's have a quick word with Paul Trusswell. It would not be the start of a race here without the tactical genius that is Paul Trusswell. 5 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. Do you weight those two particular parts of the race in that sort of comparative order?
Yes and no. I mean, somebody was saying to me earlier on today, it's a bit like a sprint race, this 5 hours. You can't afford to get left behind. obviously it's all about staying on the lead lap. We're starting from pole, so the idea is we're going to be the ones trying to get a lap on everybody else, but it's a long way around. So we're just going to go as fast as we can. We're going to do what we always do, be quick in the pits, take advantage of code 60s where we can, try and make sure the tyres last, do what we do.
It is a peculiarity of this track with Creventic that the fuel station's even further away than normal because it's all the way down at the bottom of the old endurance pits. You have to factor that in because that's a long way around.
It means that you need to be a little bit careful to make your decisions, but it gives the fuelers a lot of time to get ready. So we don't have the faff that we had at Mugello, for example, where they come into the pits and the refueler suddenly has to get out of his deck chair and get on with it. So here they've got time to get ready. But yes, it is a long pit lane, so going all the way down there at 40 kilometres. It's a kilometre. It's a kilometre from pit in to pit out. Did you know that?
Wow.
So it's a long way to go. We factor it in, but we've done it before, so we should be okay.
I would say good luck to you, Paul, but I know that it's all about preparation as far as Mr. Trustwell's concerned.
Absolutely. This is a bit actually that I hate. There's nothing to do.
What, talking to me?
Well, no, I mean, nothing useful to do. We're getting the tyres on the car now, so it's going to get going soon. Can't wait. Love it.
Have a good one, mate.
Thank you.
Paul Trustwell for the JordanRedCamel.nl team. All right, as you can see, the grid is being cleared both behind me and in front of me. We've been talking about this circuit. We've been talking about the historic nature and the challenge that this circuit brings to all of these teams and drivers. Let's have a look in detail now at the just over 7 kilometres, just over 4 miles of Spa-Francorchamps.
Thank you, John. Yes, it is truly a privilege to attend Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, but to go and race here is another thing entirely. And endurance racing is very much at its heart. The first Spa 24 Hours was all the way back in 1924, and it is just 7 kilometres of pure joy in a car, quite different from the old circuit, which still is made up of public roads around the circuit, which you can take a little tour of, but it all starts at La Source in a GT3 car hitting the brakes at over 130 miles an hour down to 40 miles an hour, and then it's the run to one of the most iconic corners in the world, where you enter at 150 miles an hour and exit around the same speed onto the Kemmel Straight, all the way up that long drag, braking at 165 miles an hour through Les Combes, the right, left, and then down towards Bruxelles. It gets really technical through there. The speed starts to build through the Fagnes chicane and the double left as well. It's a really special place. For me, it's all about Blanchimont. 155 miles an hour, absolutely flat out in a GT3 car in the dry. We're nearly getting to the start of the 7th Michelin 12 Hours of Spa, and all the drivers have been here for most of the week. They, I'm sure, are delighted to get going on this iconic venue. Amazing. The old Spa lap record, 162 miles an hour average speed. Is a little bit more pedestrian than that, but not much. Scuderia Praha hold the lap record at 2 minutes 20, 111.9 miles an hour. Spa-Francorchamps, always a real special part of this 24-hour series.
So we're staying on the grid for a few minutes longer, or even though people are actually leaving the grid, but a chance to go and grab a couple of other drivers if we can. I've come right down here to Era Motorsport. The number 81, Jake Hill, is one of the driver lineups this weekend again. Jake, great to see you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, Di. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Now, Ryan is going to start the race for you guys, but what's the sort of strategy plan going into it?
So I think as it stands, Ryan's going to do a double to begin with and just try and, you know, settle into a nice rhythm, get us a little bit further up to where we should be, and then Dwight's going to get in and see what he can do in his stint. Hopefully he can make a bit of progress again, and then Kyle will probably finish off today's race. So that'll be it for today, and then we'll work out tomorrow. I'm not due to drive today, so because tomorrow the weather looks a little bit suspect, so I'm probably a little bit better in the wet conditions.
So today, are you going to will you be with the team sort of chatting to the engineers and the drivers just as the day unfolds?
Yeah, I'm going to be, you know, absolutely around and helping the engineers in any way I can from a driver's point of view. So, you know, we're still a team. Although I'm not in the car, I'm very much still, you know, trying to help our car as much as possible. So, yeah, let's try and move forward and get ourselves back into that podium.
This event is so popular. We've just seen the grid. It was absolutely packed, full of people. Has that surprised you a little bit?
It has, you know. It reminds me of a British touring car grid, how busy it is, you know. So great to see. I mean, obviously, Creventic as a championship's really growing. I mean, we've got a fantastic turnout again of a grid of cars. So, you know, yeah, we're in a good place, and I'm loving being part of this grid.
Have a good race. Thank you. Thanks, Jake. That was Jake Hill there. We were going to carry on walking down, but I think we might be running out of time fairly soon, although I'll have a little look and just see what's going on. I wonder if I could just stick my microphone in the window here for the RPM racing. And Nick Jonsson is about to start this race here in Spa. Nick, of course, a lot of experience. What's your approach for the start going to be?
Well, you know, since it's divided up in two kind of, you know, sections of the race, I think today is more about, you know, getting in the groove, making sure we get everything, you know, lined up for tomorrow and, you know, being in good shape with both the car and driver time for tomorrow. So try to stay out of trouble and, you know, bring it home here today to start with and then go racing real hard tomorrow.
Yeah, it's in two parts this weekend, 5 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. Is that a format you like?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. You know, you get a break in between and you get a chance to kind of go in and maybe have a little bit of strategy tomorrow, depending on how things goes today. So, yeah, it's a great format. And I think the whole race series here, Creventic, the 24-hour series, have done a phenomenal job to create this platform for, you know, people that can come and race in all sorts of different, you know, race cars and very competitively. So it's a wonderful platform they created here.
Nick, thank you so much. Go well. Have a great race. That was, the 907 RPM 992 car. Now, I will have to leave the grid, I'm afraid, guys. I know you like me to run down to the very back and come back again, but I'm quite glad my hat might fall off, so I don't want to do that. So, fantastic grid lineup. The atmosphere down here has been incredible. The sun is shining for the moment, so it's back to you to tell the story.
Thank you very much, Diana Binks, and also John Hindhaugh taking us through the grid, a packed grid down there here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Great turnout today on a beautiful day. My name is Peter Mackay. I'm going to be taking you through the action throughout the afternoon, and joining me up here in the Global Broadcast Centre is Ben Constanduros. Ben, we had an amazing tour. I really enjoyed us going around the old circuit at Spa last night, but this is a special circuit. It's my first race here. Definitely not your first race here. It's there's just an aura about this place. It's hard to put your finger on.
Yeah, absolutely. When you come to Spa-Francorchamps, you feel that history, that 100 years of endurance racing, and it really is a very, very special place. And all the drivers loving their practice in the wet the last few days, and now they've got dry conditions. Here is that grid.
So, the first time ever in the 24-hour series, Hoffer Racing, the family team, on pole position. An amazing job from them to get that pole position. What a story. Red Ant Racing, last year's 992 champions, moving up to a Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. They start on the front row of the grid. They're the leading pro car. So it's an all Mercedes AMG front row of the grid. On row 2, it's a great qualifying performance from the Spanish squad, E2P Racing, who had a disastrous time at Mugello with their new Aston Martin, but they've bounced back in great style. They'll be joined by the new for 2026 prototype 911 GT3R with Ralph Bowen, Alfred Renner and Lauren Heinrich. Row 2 is Ziggosport Tempesta Racing. That car's actually being run by Herbert Porsche. Watch out for them starting from the third row of the grid, alongside series stalwarts, or returning series stalwarts if you like, Scuderia Praha and their number 56 Ferrari, with Joseph Kral starting that car. It could go forward early on. Kessel Racing, who were so strong in Mugello, unfortunately didn't get the win, but they were the front-running car. They will start on row 4 alongside Proton Huber Competition in their number 73 Porsche, with a late addition of Konstantin Dressler. On pole position after a penalty for Milner Motorsport, Red Camel Jordans are on class pole in 992 on the 5th row overall, alongside Juta Racing in their AM class Audi R8. On the 6th row of the grid, it's Milner Motorsport being moved back 2 places, but they're right there in the mix alongside Haas RT. Gregory Servet in there as well on that number 21 car. He's going to start the race there from the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 is Milner Motorsport with their sister car with Nick Chilewski and Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, winner at the Nürburgring 24-hour a couple of years ago. They start alongside the 888 of Seb Lejeune Racing. Row 8 is Era Motorsport, the Ferrari squad with Ryan DL starting off that car. They are always going to be a car to watch out for. And Haas RT, just 2 drivers in there starting from the outside of row 8. Row 9, it's RPM Racing, who won the AM class in 992 back at Mugello. They look strong as always. Nick Jonsson, Tracy Krohn and Philip Hamprecht. And Ajit Kumar Racing, changing from Bas Kuten to Red Ant during the week after an incident, managed to get an extra car. They will start on row 9. Row 10, it's Homeguard Motorsport, the all-Danish crew, alongside Pellin Racing with the birthday girl, Lisa Clark, on her birthday, racing in the sunshine at Spa. Does it get any better than that? Row 11 is the 111 Racing Squad, all the way from Australia in their IR3 GT. They start alongside Pellin Racing and one of the older spec 488 GT3 Evos, but that is still a fast car. Van Verlen Motorsport by Bas Kuten Racing. They start on the inside of row 12 beside the Malaysian squad, Viper Niza Racing. Fantastic to see so many squads from every corner of the globe coming to compete here in the Michelin 24-hour series. Neunun Elf, a team we've seen before competing in GTX. They've gone for the 992 Cup class. Great to have them here. They will start on the inside of row 13 alongside the Spanish squad, Escuderia Farron. Row 14, it's the first of the Vortexes, the new 2.0 Vortex, which has really launched them to a new level of performance. They start on row 14 alongside the pole sitter in GT4. That's Hamofa Motorsport, the home event for that Belgian squad in their Evo spec BMW M4. On the 15th row, it's SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, who've come here with 2 cars. They start second in GT4 alongside the TCE pole sitters, JMEC Engineering, after their valiant debut at Barcelona. They're back with James Collins and Kevin Clark. Row 16, it's ARC Bratislava, a little bit out of position. Watch for that bright yellow Lamborghini coming through. They start alongside the sister Vortex, which is not orange, it's red, which is still taking us a little bit to get used to. Venture Engineering, winners at Barcelona and Mugello, they will start on the inside of row 17 alongside the sister car for SRS Team Sorg Rennsport with their latest spec GT4 RS Club Sport Porsche. Row 18, it's Asbest Racing with their Valiant Cupra TCR DSG. They start alongside Continental Racing, who had a big accident in qualifying yesterday. The crew were up to 2 o'clock this morning fixing it, but the car is ready to go. They will start on the 18th row of the grid.
Actually, they'll start from the pit lane. They've decided to use that 15 minutes where they could go in and out of the pits as many times as possible as a shakedown. They've rebuilt the whole of the rear left corner of that car, and they just felt it more safe to start from pit lane rather than start at the back of the field, just to make sure they're fully shaken down and the car is in good working order. They don't really know where they're at with that car because they haven't done a huge amount of practice. They had an engine issue in Thursday practice and therefore spent most of that day changing the engine, and then they had 1 lap in practice and unfortunately then were off into the barriers. So they don't know where really setup-wise where they're at, and it was just safer, really, to start from pit lane. So great to see that car out. We had a few cars lost during Wednesday and Thursday test sessions, but a nice grid of 36 vehicles heading towards the F1 start line for the start of this 12-hour race.
Here we go, the 7th edition of the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa is underway as Alexander Prince leads the way in the pink and grey Mercedes with E2P Racing right in behind. That's Antonio Cinero aboard there as Ayrton Redon in the Pro Class Mercedes in there too. So it's front engine V8s all at the front, but Alexander Prince has made a great getaway. The 2 Mercedes looking very strong as they run down towards Eau Rouge for the very first time. The prototype Porsche is there in 4th as well. Through comes the Proton Hooper car of Manuel Laut, making a fantastic start, who squeezes through on the entry to Eau Rouge as they rush through Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight.
And this is where slipstream is all so important. The Aston Martin having a quick look for second position. Those front three breaking away from a little gap. I think because Manuel Lack was so aggressive through Eau Rouge, he kind of ended up bulking Ralph Bond through Eau Rouge. And now there's a lot of cars behind Ralph, who was slow out of Eau Rouge and Radion, and therefore slow all the way down the Kemmel Straight. I think we might have had an issue behind him, though, because quite a few cars delayed through Les Combes. No yellow flag, though, flying. But that seemed a little strange because they went in as one and came out apart.
That's a great spot.
There we go, yellow flag in turn 6.
I wonder if it's the red Camel Jordan's car, because I don't see it come through, and the leading 992 is now the 907 RPM racing car, which is an AM car.
There's quite a few cars actually stationary,
yeah,
I think. Yeah.
Oh dear. So it's one of the Milner cars, the 918. Then it's the 909 red Camel Jordan's car that won, of course, at Mugello and indeed at Dubai, and it's the Circle K Juta Racing Audi, so at least 3 cars off at Les Combes. What a tangle that is. That's Nick Saluski in the Milner car, the 918. That was the second place of those two. Now the Rick Breukers gets the red Camel Jordan's car going. Now, has he got away without any damage? Well, he's driven away from the scene of the accident, that's for sure. So we may well get a very early Code 60 here. If you're new to the Michelin 24-hour series, first of all, welcome. But second of all, we don't have safety cars here. We have what's called a Code 60, where the entire field is limited to 60 kilometers an hour. What you can do in that time is you can come into the pits if you wish to, but you can only fill up 25% of your allocated fuel amount. There are a couple of differences if you're an AM-based car, but in general, that is the rule, as Alex Prince makes a perfect start to the race, leading the way by 4 or 5 car lengths from Ayrton Redon. Then it's Antonio Cenero for E2P Racing in their Aston Martin, but we're going Code 60. The drivers get a countdown of when that is got to be at 60 kilometers an hour. So I think this might be the earliest Code 60 we've had for quite a while.
And curiously, they've thrown it after some of the lead cars have gone past the entrance to pits. Those in the second half of the field will be able to come and perhaps take advantage of this by fueling up a bit more. So Greg Service from Haas RT, the 21 Audi, coming into the pits and taking advantage of the ability to add more fuel to a car that is already full of the allocated fuel, but actually there is space to add extra fuel to that. So they've done that. I think the 23 car started later. That is the Pellin Racing 488 of Paolo Roberti. I don't see it on our timing screens, which probably means it's off our timing screens, but it's only just making its way round Sector 2. Whether that was because it had an issue at turn 1 or started late, not entirely sure, but wasn't caught up in the accident, that's for sure, but was a late starter. So at the tail of the field, the 23. Unfortunately, the 71 and the 918 still haven't got moving from Les Combes.
It's an interesting call there from Gregory Servais, because as Paul Truswell told us, the pit lane is 1 kilometre long. A GT3 car has a mandated, the absolute biggest fuel tank it can have is 120 litres. That's what the tank size is. But we'll come back to that in a moment. We had Hoffer Racing holding that inside line. Alexander Prince doing a super job. Also, Antonio Cenero holding off a charging Ralph Bowen in that new for 2026 Porsche 911 GT3R, but in a straight line can't really hold on to that that Porsche. Now the newer Porsche, the car that Herbert are running, is running quite a lot heavier than the previous version. So they're going to be certainly struggling for a straight line pace at least. But yeah, coming back to the fuel, Gregory Servais, who brought in that Haas RT machine, their maximum fuel fill amount is 115 litres. So that's what they would have gone to the grid with.
And he didn't go into the fuel, actually. He's just gone straight through.
Okay.
So it's been a technical issue. Now, we're up at Les Combes. Unfortunately, our camera hasn't panned with the accident, so it's going to happen off screen, and we're not going to see exactly what happened. But the cars all go in to the corner together, and as we spotted in live, they come out of Les Combes complex apart with some missing. And I'm afraid we are blind to what happened. But what we do know is the 71 Jutta Racing Audi looked like it was light contact with the barrier, although there is now a recovery truck to lift it onto a flatbed. What was the other car that was stationary there? The 918 Michelin Motorsport car. Now, is that now moving? Looking at Red Camel's Jordan 908. Rick Breukers is moving and isn't in the pit, so potentially that car undamaged, let's say.
Let's hope so. Yeah, so he's not taking the chance to go into the pits, which is a very good sign, which means he must be happy enough, or maybe needs to go a little bit quicker than 60 kph to know if there's anything untoward. So, well, early code 60 here. The Duta Racing Audi will be loaded onto the flatbed truck. Now, they can continue in the race. This is not their race over. If they can get the car back to the pits, they will be returned to the pits, and the Duta Racing crew will get to work and try and fix the car, hopefully. And you just never know in this series sometimes how we see some amazing fight back drives. There is no, like I said, there is no safety car intervention, so it's not like in a, say, an IMSA WeatherTech Championship race where you can get laps back. The driver of the car working hard as well, trying to keep the keep it from tipping on its nose as it's lifted onto the flatbed truck. A little bit of damage on the front left, at least, of that Duta car. The thing is, coming up there into Le Combe, Ben, it all sort of converges into one line, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're going right, then you're going left, then you're going right again. But this accident has happened in the second part of it, and as we saw, Ralph Bond was delayed through Eau Rouge, therefore he was slow onto the Kemmel Straight. Therefore, all the cars behind him had backed up, and we did see, but going into the first part, so the right hand, there was a lot of just dispute for track position in the area in which the 71 car was, and so easy for a little bit of contact. And you know, they also have cold tyres, so when there is a bit of contact, it spins the car so much easier than when you've got nice sticky hot rubber. And it's difficult to really see too much damage to that 71 car, actually. The Mullen and Motorsport Porsche is still up there. We didn't see it on our pictures, but that hasn't yet to be recovered. Curious, perhaps a question for whoever is down the pits to investigate. It would be really good to understand why this 23 car was delayed, because we didn't see it starting in the pit lane, but it's about half a lap back already. And it wasn't in this little accident at the top of the hill, because it was in a different part of the circuit. So some answers.
So that first flying lap was 2 minute 20.297 for Alexander Prince from a rolling start. That's a seriously quick lap off a rolling start there. So great start to the day for Alexander Prince. The gap is 1.9 seconds at the last timing point from Ayrton Redan. Now, what's interesting is the two cars at the front of the field, the two Mercedes AMGs, they're the same out of the factory, if you like, but the Hofer car, which is an AM-class car, runs at a slightly different configuration. The AM-class cars have a different balance of performance, so they actually have a slightly larger air restrictor on the engine. So it's two 40mm engine air restrictors, so they're about 4mm bigger per restrictor, which what that means is it just allows more air into the engine and therefore creates more power. As into the pits comes Manuel Laut for Proton Huber competition. So an early pit stop there. While we're still under code 60 though, let's get down to Diana Binks down in the pit lane.
I've just come to Red Camel Jordan, the 909, and they are debating what's going on at the moment. They can see that there's a little bit of a dent in the rear bumper, but they're not too concerned at the moment. I guess they'll be trying to have a look when the car goes past so they can double check, but nothing being reported of anything major here as yet. And I'm just on my way up to the other end of the pit lane to find out what's happening with Duta Racing, the number 71 Audi that you were talking about as well. We've not seen that here anywhere as yet, but I'll keep you posted on that one.
Thank you, Diana. Yeah, it might be a little while. It's just getting loaded onto the flatbed now. I wonder if the number 23 Perlin Ferrari was involved in that too. The
different part of the circuit. So when I looked up on lap 1, Perlin was coming through the Eau Rouge when the others were still static. So it started late, basically, and not sure why. Hagen is aboard that car. It was his decision, actually, not to participate in Mugello. The car was there. They had done practice and qualifying, but he chose to withdraw the car because of the conditions. Mugello was very, very nasty weather conditions, and so great to have them on the grid and starting. They are half a lap back. They're in nice clear air, so they won't worry too much about that. And in fact, now the 71 and the 918 both making their way back on the back of flatbed trucks to the pit lane. So Diana will be able to have a look at the damage to both of those cars. A real shame for the Müller Motorsport team, because both cars look really strong in lineups. They also had a car out in the prototype Germany Cup that was running a bit earlier, and there is damage to the exhaust actually on the Red Camels, Jordan. It's not flattened, so that's key, because as soon as it's flattened, that plays havoc with the engine. But I would say when back up to speed, there could be a bit of loose diffuser there flapping about as well.
Yeah, the exhaust bent at a slightly like a 45-degree angle there, so that could well cause a problem. Manuel Lauk in that Proton Huber competition number 73 car came into the pits, and he did go to fueling. They started the race with left the pits to the grid with 95 litres. That's their maximum fuel fill. However, an FIA GT3 fuel tank is 120 litres. So under a code 60, they can fill 25% of their refueling capacity, and that then will give mean that they're nearly up to that capacity now, so they will be able to run quite deep into this first stint. As one of the Müllner cars really struggling, as we went back to green flag racing, looks like it's got some damage to one of the wheels. Now I don't know if that was the 921 car, the sister car, or whether it was the car, the 918, that was involved in that incident. So I think it might well be the 921, so Müllner might have had a double disaster here on the opening couple of laps, Ben.
Yeah, 918 on the slip road and the recovery road back to the pits in the middle of the circuit. There seems to be, because of our qualifying sessions being rather confusing, we had a red flag, two red flags actually in qualifying one, was it? And therefore representative lap times were hard to come by. I think our grid's pretty mixed up, and that's what we're now seeing. Everyone trying to sort themselves out. One person very happy at the head of the field, Alexander Prince, in the number 11 machine with no cars around him. 7.2 seconds the advantage over the Red Ant Racing Mercedes, and absolutely clear track ahead. No one around us, and looks very good. Actually, the gap seems to have grown quite a lot during that code 60. Ralph Bond, for instance, in 6th position, 25 seconds back. That, of course, would have been the last sector when they were still going slowly, so that will reduce slightly. But the gaps are large, considering we went code 60 after basically only one lap.
That was a really strong lap there from straight off the code 60 into green flag racing. Alexander Prince has got his head down. He's had a really strong season, showed some superb pace at Mugello, and just really gelling with this Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. They used to have the old car, they've now got the Evo version, and yeah, just really gelling with it. And you know, you look at Ayrton Redon, who was one of the fastest drivers in 992. They won the championship last year, and he's pulling away using that extra performance of those slightly bigger air restrictors that the AM class cars got. But one car to watch out for, and one which piqued my interest on the entry list, is a new car to the 24-hour series. It's the Ziggosport Tempesta Porsche, number 193, driven at the moment by Christopher Froggatt. This is a real contender for the overall win, I suspect. Jonathan Hui, Chris Froggatt, and Luke Hartog. Luke Hartog needs no introduction in terms of his speed in a Porsche, but Christopher Froggatt putting a great start to the race here, the 31-year-old. He's had a lot of success in GT World Challenge in the past, and he's flying at the moment. He's got past Antonio Senero and got up into third, but we might go code 60 again at Eau Rouge. The ARC Bratislava 44 Lamborghini has gone off hard into the barriers. It's backed in. That's Andrzej Lewandowski, and indeed we have gone code 60 yet again. This is like Mugello all over again.
15 minutes of racing. He's actually going to get going again. I'm not sure we're going to see a massive impact with the barriers here. Very, very fast through Eau Rouge, and actually almost caught the back of a Porsche just ahead. Oh gosh, he went hugely hard into the barrier and into the rear of the car. Rear wing and engine cover off that. I'm sure there must be suspension damage to the rear left of the car, but he has got going again and is now running under his own code 60 and will be desperate to get back to the pits to get that car looked at, but at the moment that's not going to be possible because he is on the Kemmel Straight and he's under code 60 conditions.
That is remarkable. I don't think I've ever seen someone have such a big crash and then drive away from it. Quite remarkable. They built that Lamborghini strong.
He's being chased by his own recovery vehicles down the Kemmel Straight.
Quite. Yeah, who are doing more than 60 kph at the moment. Let's get down to Diana Binks down in the pit lane, who has more for us with Milner.
Yes, the 921 has just been wheeled into the garage. They've got water leaking from the car, so obviously they've had to bring that in from the radiators to check it out. I mean, looking around the car, there's a couple of scrapes on the bodywork, but nothing major. But now they're just going to take the bonnet up and check. But I suspect they've got a radiator leak in there. But they've got that car in. They're expecting the 918 at some point as well very soon, because I think that one was also, if I'm correct, just hearing the end of that caught up as well.
Thank you, Diana. Yes, Milner Motorsport, such a professional team. Diana and I were actually admiring their trucks earlier. They've got really fancy trucks. They race at the Nürburgring very successfully. They're a top team and just been so unlucky there in that first part of the race. Two cars being involved in possibly the same incident. We'll find out when we get a chance to speak to the drivers.
As you know, with the Porsches, though, it's very easy to damage a radiator because they sit in that front bumper, and the lightest of touches to another car and you dislodge a pipe, and it's not a huge amount of damage on the exterior, but if that engine overheats, then it can be absolutely disastrous, so you have to be very careful. So both cars, we don't know the extent of the damage on the 918. We didn't really get a chance to see that car off the circuit, but 921 being shown in the pits and Diana reporting the damage there. I can't believe that this Lamborghini that we've just seen off rearwards at the top of Eau Rouge is able to drive around the circuit. There's smoke coming off the rear right. That, I think, is just bodywork rubbing against tyre. The rear left is, I think, straight, but the bodywork around it is absolutely mangled.
I'm flabbergasted, absolutely flabbergasted, as the drivers have spent more time under code 60 than they have under green so far, weaving back and forth under this code 60 to try and generate a little bit of tire temperature and pressure, because it's a lovely day but it's not too warm, so they just want to be keeping a close watch on that. The hard-working SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS circuit team, they've had to replace this exact spot in that barrier before. We had the Continental Audi go in there yesterday during qualifying, so the Manitou lifter is back into action yet again, and a huge team of marshals here. It's a big circuit, 7-kilometer circuit. You need a lot of marshals post to post to run an event like that, so we're hugely grateful to SPA-FRANCORCHAMPS marshal team for helping us get this meeting underway.
If you were with us in qualifying, you remember that we talked about track limits, which is always a big issue around here at Spa. When they resurfaced the circuit and redid a lot of the curbs, they did it in the idea that they were bringing motorbikes back here to Spa for the 12-hour race that happens, I think, in the first week of June. And therefore, obviously, as we found in Mugello, curbs get flattened, and therefore GT cars can run over those curbs. And so that has created quite a few places where it is very easy to run track limits. So we saw penalties for the chicane at the end of the lap, running wide there. We also saw penalties if you ran wide at Blanchimont, but during qualifying there was nobody monitoring Eau Rouge. Today there is. There's a third judge of fact that's been brought in to monitor the Eau Rouge Radiant, both on the exit but also on the left hand over the rise, and it's very easy. It's funny when you talk to drivers who do the 24 hours of Spa here, they know that monitor, that judge of fact, can't see that part of the circuit in the night. There's not enough light. So during the day, they will avoid running four wheels off on the top of the hill. But as soon as it goes to night and it can't be monitored, then they start going straight over, and you gain so much time by just keeping the steering wheel a bit straighter and carrying more momentum over the brow, up the Kemmel Straight, because it's a drag race all the way till you get to the Les Combes braking zone.
Well, it's pretty busy down in the pit garages, particularly down at Milner Motorsport as well, and Diana Binks has more of an update for us. Di.
come in on the back of the truck, and that's up at the other end of the pit lane, so we'll go up there in a second. But we're just here with the Michelin Motorsport, the 918, which has just been lifted off the back of the truck onto the pit lane. That will be going into the pit apron, sorry, that will be going straight back into the garage. The guys are having a look round it now, and it looks like there's a fair amount of damage, certainly at the front there where the radiator is. That's completely bashed in, so I don't think this car will be going anywhere too soon. And also it's on the pit apron at the moment, so they've got the 921 in the garage sort of near the front area where they're trying to repair the radiator to that 921 car, but I'm not sure where they're going to move the 918, because they're putting the jacks in it now to move it, but there's not a lot of space in the garage, so a lot of work to be done to that car for sure. So we'll come back to you when I've got more of an update of what's going on to that one. Now the number 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini just up ahead of me in the pit lane, also going into the garage. So we're having a lot going on in this first, half an hour of the race. So a fair amount of work here going on in the pit lane for the team. So they're all rushing into action with that ARC Bratislava Lamborghini car. That's back into the pit garage at the moment as well.
Thank you, Diana. Yeah, lots to do for all those teams. Interestingly, the 918 Milner Motorsport car looked to have quite... Yeah. Oh, that's not good. Oh dear. Well, that car looked to have a lot of damage at the front, and the number 909 Red Camel Jordan's car, Rick Breukers, was quite pushed in at the back. So, I mean, I'm not a traffic policeman, but that seems like too much of a coincidence to me. But we'll get more once we get a chance to speak to the drivers. It was Nick Saluski who was in that number 918 at the time.
And I did notice exactly what Diana was describing, that each pit box has 2 cars in it. And if you are a 2-car team like Mulner, there isn't a lot of space to work on 2 cars at the same time. Actually, curiously, Mulner has an LMP3 car in the Prototype Germany series that was taking up the other their second box. So there is a bit more space if they push that LMP3 car back, which actually still has a race, doesn't it, tomorrow? They've still got one more to go. So they do have a bit more spare space, but a lot of these teams are sharing either with their second car or with another team. And so if you have both cars in a singular garage, it's very Nürburgring 24-esque, and there'll be elbows and everything trying to get past each other, trying to recover the cars. I've noticed that Rick Breukers has brought the 909 Red Camels Jordan Porsche into the pits. He's been in the lane for 1 minute and 43 seconds and gone down to fuel. Now, I don't think he stopped at his box there. I think that's how long it takes to go pit in down to fuel station. Yeah. And he's now doing a Trussers special and getting himself off sequence and getting himself a nice tank of fuel.
And that's a good idea. While you've got the opportunity under code 60, and a great sign that they didn't go for repair, means the car should be okay there for that car. Amazing start to the race from Ryan DL, who started in 15th. He's up to 7th earlier on. He's got his dad John here, who hasn't been to the track with him much with his racing as international as is. But I was given very firm instructions to say hello to his mum,
okay,
Mary Doll, who's watching at home. So hello, Mary Doll. There you go. There, your boy's done a good job so far, up from 15th to 7th. Wow, a lot of damage for the ARC Bratislava crew. How they drove that car back, I'll never know.
When I was speaking to Simpson Motorsport this morning about their accident, which is exactly the same, unfortunately, as what's happened to ARC Bratislava, they said any accident up there is usually chassis written off because of the speeds involved and the impact. There's 4 layers of tyre there, and I think that has really played a big impact into both the Audi that has started the race and has been going around the circuit up to 23rd position now, and that Lamborghini. I'm sure we're going to see that car back out on circuit, especially as there is a completely spare Lamborghini in the back of the garage. A few teams with a completely spare car. Cheaper to buy a car than it is to buy the spare parts of a car, and so you have a whole car that you can use as a donut. And I'm sure that second Lamborghini in the back of the garage is going to be starting to be stripped for parts, as was the E2P Aston Martin that I went and visited earlier on today. They had an accident on Thursday. and they also had a brand new car arrive on Thursday. So the brand new car instantly got stripped apart, and the whole rear end of that new car was put on the damaged car, which again was an accident up at Eau Rouge Radion. We've had 4 accidents up there in practice and 2 in official sessions already.
On what you were saying there about the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, that car, there's a lot of damage, as you've rightly said, to the back of the car. The team are not really sure at this stage how much there is. They're working behind the car and looking underneath the car, certainly the rear of that car, just to check the flooring and the back end of that car. But there's not any frantic work going on, so I suspect they said the parts situation, they'll have to work out what they've got and what they can take from that spare car to put it on there. But it's not a fast exercise going on here at the moment, which leads me to believe there's a lot more damage than we can see.
That's such a shame for ARC Bratislava so early on in the race. So back to green flag racing then, with 4 hours and 33 minutes left on the clock. That's for the first part of the race. Then we have 7 hours tomorrow, which makes up the overall Michelin 12 hours of Spa. So all the cars at the end of today's portion are parked up. They're put in park firming conditions. They can't be touched. Whatever tyres and fuel are in or on those cars at the time, that is what they start tomorrow's second part with. So you'll see some teams, they like to just before the end of the first part, they'll fill the car up with fuel and put new tyres on it. Some maybe don't do that to try and get a lap back, because as long as you're on the lead lap, then you will start on the grid right behind the leader. So that's something that the teams look at in terms of strategy and where they are. Is it better to, a little bit like, is it better to get your homework out the way on the Friday, or do you rush it on the Sunday night? The equivalent of doing your homework on the Friday is sacrificing time to come in and fill the car up and put new tyres on. But of course, it means that you start tomorrow with a bigger advantage.
And the other consideration is, if you have AM drivers that are not so comfortable in wet conditions, and we think that it's going to rain tomorrow, get their drive time done today. And an AM driver will lose time, yes, in dry conditions, but probably comparatively lose more time in wet conditions. So get them doing all their time today in dry, safe conditions, ideally, of course, under code 60 if you can, and that then gives the pro drivers the opportunity to get a nice result in the wet conditions tomorrow. We don't know exactly if it's going to rain. There are forecasts differing around the paddock, but certainly one of my forecasts said no rain, and then the other one says almost certainly a rain shower coming in from 11 o'clock.
So now getting up to speed, and Alexander Prince 3.7 seconds ahead of Ayrton Redon at the moment. Just on the best sector of the race in sector 1, quicker. In fact, he's taken 0.6 of a second out of Ayrton Redon in sector 1. Sector 1 goes up to basically the end of the Kemmel Straight, so it's horsepower is sector 1, and again, that's running that AM-spec car. It's got a lot more, well, not a lot, it's got a bit more horsepower than the pro-spec car.
Don't discount the effect of Eau Rouge Radion as well, because if you are able to straighten that as much as possible, you can carry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra kilometers an hour all the way up the Kemmel Straight, which is about 1 kilometer long. And that has a great effect by the time you get to the end of that sector. So yes, you're right, horsepower makes a big difference, but how you execute Eau Rouge is also of paramount importance in that first sector. La Source is La Source. You shouldn't really lose too much time. Yeah, exactly,
I mean, you're 40.
You're going downhill though.
That's true. Yeah, you're just over 40 miles an hour at the minimum speed point at the apex, and then getting on the power after that. And Antonio Cinero in the Aston Martin also very quick on that opening sector. He's gone 0.3 quicker than our leader through sector 1, so that Aston Martin looking very, very strong indeed. Ralph Bowen, who's in 6th position now for Harbeth Motorsport, they're number 91 in that prototype 2026 machine. Great start from Kyle Marcelli in the 29 Pellin Racing Ferrari. They had a difficult qualifying yesterday. Unfortunately, Felice Gelmini came off. Started in 20th.
Yeah.
He's got up to 5th. Marcelli's a seriously special driver, isn't he? And even for someone of his talent to climb that many places when we've had so few actual racing laps is remarkable. So some of the Ferrari teams are a little bit concerned after the balance of performance adjustment after Mugello, where the turbo boost was turned down quite a bit. That's made it difficult for them in the straight line, they believe, but well, Kyle Marcelli is dragging plenty of performance out of it right now, and he's just behind Antonio Cinero, who's in 4th place.
Let's have a look as we come down the hill towards Eau Rouge, back up Radiant, and then along the Kemmel Straight. Oh, we've just switched to a different battle because we could have seen in real time just how good or bad versus an Aston Martin versus a Porsche that car would be. You can notice that it's got a black nose on that car. That was the bit that needed to be changed after Jalmini's accident at the end of qualifying 2. We didn't have qualifying 3 in the end because of the lack of track time available to us. There is a hard curfew this weekend for 6 o'clock here at Spa. No running after that time. There is only a certain amount of days where they're allowed to run beyond 6 o'clock. We will have one of those days later on in the year when the 992 Endurance Cup has its 2nd appearance here at Spa. That's the first weekend in September where it is a pure 992 only race, a 12-hour race all the way through until the night, and therefore that is one of the longer days of the year.
And the difference with that is we'll run on the Michelin tyre, as we always do here, but it will be the Carrera Cup tyre, sprint tyre effectively, whereas we run on an endurance tyre here in the 24-hour series. So many teams from the hopefully from the UK, from the Netherlands, from all over Europe, hopefully will come to take part in that event. It's a good entry so far. There's a little mistake there in the number 8 Kessel Ferrari going wide at Bruxelles. That's Dustin Blattner who's taken on the starting duties in that Ferrari. He set his personal best last time by, but a little bit of a mistake there, having to work his way through some 992 traffic, and now with both Milner cars effectively out now, and the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car heavily delayed there, 992 is wide open all of a sudden, because they were really the front-running cars.
And Dustin being very aggressive, actually, as an AM driver here, trying to get through the traffic. We've seen him on the outside of various corners, a little bit too ambitious, trying to go around the outside of Bruxelles, but has managed to get past the 9 on Elf. Best livery in the field, always wins that for me, the 9 on Elf. Green, racing green with a red stripe over the top of the car. Whenever that car is entered, that wins my best livery competition. He's got past them. That means he is now up to 16th position, but it has a few more cars ahead of it. Now, why is Sebastien Lejeune on the timing screen? He should be ahead, but is missing from being ahead. We just saw him. So Lejeune has either had an issue on that last lap or has managed to get well ahead of him compared to the timing screens. Maybe getting a little bit confused. Don't forget that Sebastien Lejeune car, that's the same car that made headlines and went viral after a massive accident at Paul Ricard about 3 weeks ago, where he was tapped by Thiago Monteiro. Paul Ricard, you would never expect to have a big accident, but if you've seen the video, that car was completely written off, and the target was to rebuild it, to get it back to racing here this weekend, and they have done so. So well done, Sebastien Lejeune Racing. Diana in the pits.
I'm still with the Muller Motorsports 921, and Bernard Muller is with me now. Bernard, you've been watching everything going on. The guys are just pushing the car, the Porsche, out of the garage into the pit, and fired it up and off it goes. Bernard, a lot of work gone on in the car. Very quick work by your team here. Tell us what you had to, what you were faced with when the car came in.
So yeah, there was an accident where both of our cars were involved. The car number 918 is completely out of the race, and the 921 the boys were able to repair. First it seems like it was just a little impact, but then we saw that we lose water, so we had to get the car in to change the front left radiator. And on the Cup car, this is a lot of screws we had to do. So the boys did a really great job, and we hope that we now can continue and finish the race.
Watching them at work, you must have been impressed by their work, because they were on that pretty quickly.
Yeah, we have a very good crew, and I'm very proud of them. And they are really fighting to get the car back into the race.
Bernard, thank you for that update.
Thank you.
That is remarkable pit work from Milner Motorsport. They've been in the pits for just elapsing 20 minutes now, because they've just gone into fuel. Have the 921 crew, the mechanics, they've earned their crust there for sure. They've lost, a lot of it was under code 60, so it looks like they've lost between 5 and 6 laps, depending. So could this be a story? If they can run flawless from there, they've got great drivers in that 921 car. They were a real joint favourite, I would say, with Red Camel for the win in 992. Let's watch their progress with interest, as the 193 of Christopher Froggatt in third, but putting Ayrton Redan in the Mercedes under a lot of pressure, who in turn is 7.2 seconds behind Alexander Prince, who is checking out at the front of the field. Amazing job from Hoffer Racing. They are having a dream weekend so far here in Spa.
Don't forget that 992 only has a couple of full pro entries. So actually Milner Motorsport, having sat in the pits for that many laps, are still third in class, so they'll pick up good points. And if anyone else, the home guard Motorsport Porsche that had so many issues in Mugello, or indeed the 909 Red Camel's car, which has already been delayed, if either of them have any issues, then they're already, it could be a battle of attrition in that category. So worth doing, worth pushing to get that car back out onto circuit.
Antonio Cinero doing a super job here in fourth place for the number 90 E2P Racing, holding off Kyle Marcelli, who's been charging while just ahead of them. Ayrton Redan trying to hold off the Porsche. And tell you what, there is nothing wrong with the straight line speed of that Mercedes AMG GT3. That 6.2 V8 singing and just pulling away as they go through the gears from the Porsche 992. But the one thing where the Porsche brings it back particularly is braking. It's a very, very strong car under braking, and gets it back, particularly with a really strong driver in it, and Christopher Froggatt driving the wheels off it right now, trying to move past Ayrton Redan as they come up towards the timing line. Then Alexander Prince extends his advantage then up to 8.1 seconds at the front of the field. Perfect start to the day for Hoffer Racing, and of course in the AM class too.
I'm loving to see that we've got a Mercedes, Porsche, Aston Martin, Ferrari, all on the same bit of the circuit. Some advantage in some parts of the circuit for some cars, and then others have got advantages on other parts of the car. Definitely Marcelli slow out of La Source. We've seen that the last couple of times we've checked that little battle, that he is losing time in Sector 1, but then in Sector 2, the more wiggly stuff, the stuff where you need the downforce on a compliant car, he is much, much better again. So draws back onto the tail of the Aston Martin, and the Porsche is strong down the straight, because Froggatt catching the tail of Ayrton Redan in the Mercedes. And now we're starting to catch some GT4 traffic. This could be where the opportunity lies to pounce for Froggatt and to grab that second position from Ayrton Redan.
Yeah, the reasonable speed differential between the GT3s and the GT4s. GT4 much closer to a road car base in terms of its performance, but all the GT3s get through there clearly. But there's big difference when you go through Blanchimont. The GT3s are flat through there, 155. A GT4, they will actually brake for the corner at 145 to about maybe 130 at the apex. So there's a big difference in apex speed. So getting through for the GT3s is important, but these front-running cars have done so, as Kyle Marcelli all over the back of Antonio Cinero in that grey, red and yellow Spanish liveried E2P Racing Aston Martin.
And a black rear bumper that's come off the new car that's sitting in their garage.
Yeah, they've switched the Aston Martin. They'd run the old version of the Porsche, the 991.2 Porsche in recent years in Creventic series, but switching to a brand new Aston Martin this year, brand new car. First race, the engine went, so they had to get a different engine, and now they're running and showing their full potential. Antonio, young driver from Madrid, really strong young driver.
And worth saying that fault or that issue with the engine was not an Aston Martin issue. That was a driver issue, because the Aston Martin has a clutch. Not all GT3 cars have a foot clutch, but the Aston Martin does, the 991 doesn't. And so when I don't remember, it was Paolo, wasn't it, who spun? Yeah, he spun the car, and he didn't want to hit the barrier, so he came off the brake to allow the car to roll away from the barrier. And by doing so, because he was in reverse but still in gear, the engine then ended up cranking backwards, and that's what killed the engine.
I see.
So had he pressed the clutch, no problem. The Porsche that he's used to driving has an automatic clutch, and it would have done it for him, but the Aston Martin does not. It's a manual system.
Wow, okay.
And so that's what killed the engine. Nothing to do with a fault with the engine or anything like that, which when we were in Mugello, that's what we thought was the issue.
Okay, well, it's they're off and running now, and Marcelli cannot get past Cenero. Cenero is making that Aston Martin Vantage V8 really wide and not allowing Marcelli through in the Gulf-coloured Pelin Racing 296. Down in the pits, Diana Binks has been busy, maybe not quite as busy as the Boulder mechanics, but busy nonetheless. Diana, what else do you have for us?
Racing, the number 71 car, as I think you just mentioned, is back out on the track. I did ask them if there was anything major once they'd had a chance to have a look at it on that GT3 Audi R8, but they said no. A lot of bodywork damage, thankfully, so they've got a lot of tape now on the car, so they're buying extra tape, I think. They're just going to see how it gets on during the next sort of hour or so once it's back out on track, but they couldn't see anything major, certainly anything electrical that's been damaged, so fingers crossed for them.
Thank you, Diana. As the 992 battle is, well, it's AM cars that are up the front. It's the number 907 of Nick Jonsson, such an experienced driver who's driven with the Krone Racing team for so many years, and they have such a great partnership. And Philip Hambrecht, the young German Carrera Cup racer, very, very strong, also Asian Carrera Cup champion, is in that lineup too. But they lead overall in 992 and in the AM class, just ahead of Bart van Helden for Bart van Berlo Motorsport. The gap at the moment, 3 seconds or so, back to the 925, and also Tim Scheerbarth for 911 right behind there too.
A little bit of a gap between the three of them at the moment, but both Nijnen Elf and Van Berlo knowing this circuit very well, part of the Benelux Championship, and so have experience, plenty of experience around Spa. And when you go to a circuit like Spa, you do end up with the sort of the local specialists, as we saw in Mugello last time out, the Italian local specialists making themselves known in Mugello, and a bit of traffic to contend with here, as we've got the GT3 number 23, the old Ferrari 488s, passing the only TCR car that we have in the field. There is a TCX category, which has one TCR car and one, well, time attack car that we've established, I think. And they're both in the same garage as well, I noticed.
That's nice. Yeah, that's good.
Cozy.
That Bart van Helden for Van Berlo Motorsport must have made an error or something, because he lost a lot of time in the position of switch, 911 going up into second in class. So there must have been, it looked like it happened in sector 2, a couple of seconds drop there. So Bart van Helden not able to hold off Tim Scheerbarth there, who's charging away. And 911, great team. They used to run a Porsche Cup car. Oh, no incident. There's two Audis together, the Haas Audi and the Continental Audi. Oh, and it looks like it's damaged the front left wheel. Oh, no, and that's held up the Van Berlo car. This is at La Source. Hazard warning lights on the Audi. It just looked like there was damage to that front left wheel of the Continental Audi, but the Haas Audi, which Haas Audi is it?
It's Amir.
Oh, dear.
Amir Naran basically getting caught out by the Porsche ahead of him, and therefore late on the brakes, and has absolutely plumb hit the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport rear right corner. They replaced the rear left corner after qualifying, and that could be damage to the suspension rear right for that car that was up in 16th place. David Pogissan doing a really good first stint, but I'm afraid I think they will now need to make a pit visit, and there's a carbon fibre shards all over La Source now.
You've got to be careful for tyre damage, because if you pick up a tyre damage there, it's a long, long way back to the pits. There's a little bit of a scuff on the inside wall there at La Source. Just a mistake on the brakes. Of course, these GT3 cars do have ABS. It wasn't a lockup as such, just missed the braking point completely there, did car number 2, Amir Naran.
You say that, but it did like fully lock. They do have ABS, but it didn't stutter. We heard a full before it hit. So either Amir's got it turned off or potentially an error in the system there.
Possible. Well, that would potentially be a
He's somehow managed the damage to Amir Naran's Audi is very central to the front bumper, and actually there's not a huge amount of stuff in there. Being being rear engined, there is some cooling, but actually I don't think that that's going to cause too much damage to that car and too many issues. It's just a big sort of puncture hole. There is a radiator, but it's set so far back you can actually see it thanks to that shot, whereas Continental Racing have a puncture for sure and potential suspension damage. So there'll be a penalty coming Emir's way, no doubt, but it's the person who was the innocent party with the more damage.
Yeah, and poor old Continental Racing. The car's run by a British team called Simpson Motorsport. They've been up till 2 o'clock in the morning.
For 2 nights?
For 2 nights, yeah. They had an engine change Thursday night, and then last night repairing the damage from qualifying. And definitely this one not of their own making. We saw that in one of our Caterham support races too, that La Source, a very similar incident actually. That's such a shame, as the Continental car limping its way back to the pits. And Simpson Motorsport, we're going to be getting very used to the ins and outs of this Audi R8 LMS GT3. So it comes in. We stay green for now. There is quite a lot of debris at La Source there, so the driver's going to have to be super careful to thread their way through there, because carbon fibre can easily cut the tyre and cause it to deflate, as Alexander Prinz doesn't seem to have such a problem, because he's extended his gap even further, despite Ayrton Redon putting in his personal best lap. It's 9.7 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. 10.4 seconds behind the leader is Chris Froggatt, so he's still right in there behind in the Red Ant car. But into the pits then comes the Continental Racing Audi, and Diana Binks is there.
Look around now, obviously the back end of the car, so the left-hand side there, just check the flooring is actually quite loose. They've now taken the wheel off. The driver has just jumped out of the car. Other driver is waiting to get in, but I'm not sure if he's going to get straight back in there. But there's certainly quite a bit looks like a bit of damage to that rear end there. So they are going to probably take that in to the garage area. They've tried to get the wheel off. It's not coming off. So the rear end left-hand side is not coming off, so they're going to jack that up and put it into the garage. I think there's a little bit more. Although saying that, they've just come out with the tape, so they're now taping up the rear of that car, so it's potentially not as bad as they thought it was.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. The Haas RT car, the number 2 of Amir Naran, is still going around, so they've decided to keep going. Lots of gaffer tape as well being applied to the back, although it is white and blue and red, which of course matches the colours of the car, which is quite handy.
And when I was down there earlier, only about half an hour before the start of the race, they said, oh, it's going to be a bit tricky to get the livery, because the livery is so multicoloured and so intricate. But they were able, they were able to completely replace the livery on the rear left corner. So great job by Simpson to get the flowery livery replaced, rather than just a big blue sticker, which I thought they might have to do. But they've managed it now, and some colour-coded tape always required. You may have to make sure that not only have you got tape, you've got the right coloured tape.
That's a proper team. That's preparation there, isn't it? As the 992s still at the front is led by an AM car, the 907 of Nick Jonsson, but the 902 of Jonas Holmgaard is your leading pro car in 5th in 992 at the moment. It's been a strange start to the race for the 992s because of that incident that took out both Milner cars and indeed the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car, which is still circulating. Lap time wise, last time by, Rick Breukers did a 2:23. So yes, he is by far the most, he is setting the hottest pace of any 992 car right now. So despite the damage to the rear of the car, it is still performing right now. So that's good to see. We'll see them fight back as, Chris Froggatt has a little look at Lecombe, trying to make a move there on Ayrton Redon, but couldn't quite get it done. It's difficult to pass up there unless you've got a really good, strong run.
racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi R8's gone back out onto the track. Now, as we were talking a few minutes earlier, they were taping up the rear of the car. They were actually trying to get the plastic tyres out to secure it a little bit better. I'm not sure if they did get the plastic tyres on there, but they put more tape on, which was flapping a little bit as it left the garage area. So we'll need to keep an eye on that one. But they were working quite frantically, seemed quite happy they got the tyre on, and off it went. But a lot of tape on the rear end of that car.
Okay, so Ayrton Redon still under a lot of pressure. Chris Froggatt is clearly in a rush here. He obviously feels he's got way more pace. On ultimate pace, Chris Froggatt's best lap is a 2:19.1 set on the previous lap, actually, and it's a 2:19.5 for Ayrton Redon. So not a huge world of difference, but Chris Froggatt in that Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche obviously feels like he can, if he can get past Ayrton Redon, he can move forward. But in a straight line, it must be so frustrating because the Mercedes is just pulling away.
And last weekend, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car was a Ferrari. So having to very, very quickly change and adjust to a different car. It's been the previous iteration of that team, Sky Tempesta Racing. They, for years, were known as Mercedes customers. Moved to Ferrari a couple of years ago. I don't know whether this is their first foray into a Porsche, but what we do know is it's a very different car to Mercedes and Ferrari.
Well, it's being run by Herberth this weekend, so I think it's more of a branding exercise this, in terms of the Tempesta. But yeah, Herberth, it's in their garage, they're running that car, and I don't think you could go to anyone much better with a Porsche in Creventic. The results, I mean, the year that Creventic had, that Herberth had last year with Ralph Bowen and the team, winning so many of the big races, winning the championship overall with an AM car, it was quite remarkable stuff. So they know how to get the best out of that package, and I don't think it's an accident that Porsche have approached Herberth to basically publicly debut the new evolution of the new 992 GT3R.
It's a curious story for Diana to go and dig at with a quieter moment with Chris Froggatt, because Froggatt is the leader of the Tempesta Racing squad that for many, many years have raced, as I say, under the Sky banner, as in Sky Television, that exists in the UK, it exists in Germany, in New Zealand, in various other parts of the world. Italy, I think, have one as well. Ziggo Sport is a television channel, a sports television channel, purely in Holland, and Holland only. Chris Froggatt is not Dutch. Jonathan Hui is definitely not Dutch either. Yes, Leo Hartog is Dutch, but it seems to be, there is a TV company following sort of behind the scenes their year, but I'm surprised they're not doing it with a Tom Coronel or a Dutch well-known racing driver. So it's an interesting one to understand how they've moved away from Sky and towards Ziggo Sport.
Hartog definitely is in getting it. He's a young and upcoming star.
Yeah, absolutely.
Porsche Cup North America champion, a guy who's going to race at Le Mans for Manthey this year.
Not the sim racing as well?
No. Do you know how he got one thing he did to try and get more budget to keep climbing up the racing ladder? When he was 13 years old, when the big green egg barbecues were coming out.
Oh, yeah.
He had a friend of his mother's was the retailer or distributor for them, and was actually struggling to sell them at the time, and he said, I'll sell them, and he sold them to all his mum's friends, and that generated some money, and that kept him racing. So he's a really, really cool young guy, is Luke Hartog. Very tall. You see him in the car, you can tell it's him even without seeing his helmet design, because he sits right up in the car, but very good driver, and I think that car is going to be a strong contender for the overall win today. But right now, it's Hoffer Racing. They are in the pole position right now, 9.3 seconds, and Froggatt has finally got past Ayrton Redon as well to move up into seconds. And now we'll see how they compare. GT4 at the moment is being led by Venture Engineering. Good start from Matthew George. Started deeper in the pack, has moved up into the lead. He's just got past Harley Houghton for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, and leads by 5 seconds. In third place is Hannover Motorsport. Rob Verhoeven driving at the moment in this new M4 GT4 Evo. So it's a new Evo package for this year. So this GT4 pack is amazing actually as well. When you look at the weight of a GT4 car, some of them, the race car is really, really close to how much the road car weighs, but the BMW, I think it's the road car equivalent, is a little bit more luxury focused. There's a bit more of a difference. You know, if you look at like the Porsche, for example, the GT4 RS, it's only actually, the race car is only 90 kilograms lighter than the road car. And you think of all the stuff that gets taken out. But when you look at the BMW, it runs in this series 1,480 kilos. The road car is 1,850 kilos.
Wow.
But probably does have heated seats.
It is amazing when you look at the difference of shape and size of GT4 cars, how somehow they are all relatively similar in performance, especially the little Alpine versus a BMW like that. They look like poles apart, and then they go racing side by side in 50-car grids, and everyone is pretty much on parity with each other. So GT4, a fully owned class by SRO. I didn't realize that GT3 actually is part owned, only the regulation set. GT4 fully owned. So anytime there is a GT4 category, SRO takes some money to allow that license to be used, including Creventic here.
Okay. So in GT4, our leader has just picked up a penalty, actually, 10-second time penalty. Matthew George has received a penalty for overtaking another car outside of the track. So he will serve that penalty in the penalty box, which is within the pit lane. So when they next come into the pits, they'll serve that penalty. 10 seconds is the penalty. Already starting to get track limits warnings for several cars as well. That's not a surprise. That if we chronicled all of those, we wouldn't have time to speak about anything else.
We'll let you know when they get penalties rather than warnings, because they have 3 offences, then a warning, then they get some more offences before they then get a time penalty. But I think that's going to be a subject for us later on this afternoon. And then, of course, the 7 hours race tomorrow. It also finishes at 5:50 local time, so both days finish at the same time. We will start, obviously, slightly earlier tomorrow to get our 7 hours in, and we are expecting that rain shower. Well, I'm expecting that rain shower to come in the afternoon of tomorrow. So, unfortunately, we are going to see some rain, but it wouldn't be Spa without it. And we are profiting today with beautiful blue skies. I haven't seen, actually, we didn't get a weather graphic, did we? Temperature-wise, must be about 15, 16 degrees out there.
It's very pleasant. It was starting to peak around 3 o'clock, around 14 degrees in the forecast I looked at earlier, but very, very pleasant out there. A nice spring day here in the Ardennes. As Red Camel Jordans, they're on the back foot after being involved in that incident on lap 1 at Les Combes. They're arguably their fastest driver, Rick Breukers, at the wheel right now. Where has he got to? He is still... now, where are you, Rick? Look on the timing screen. There he is. He's in 8th out of the 992s at the moment. So a little bit of work to do still, but was delayed quite significantly by that incident. The engine had switched off and took a while to get it back going again and get driving again. But all they've got to worry about, Ben, really, Red Camel Jordans, is if they can get into tonight's intervention break on the lead lap, they're okay.
And it's worth noting that we don't have safety car periods, we have code 60s. That means we don't close up the field during our racing portion, our 5 hours and then our 7 hours, but we do close up the field when we have our break between one part of the race and the other part. So the impact on the end of our first 5 hours versus the end of the race is a massive impact in comparison to code 60s, because we can't close up the field. You can't take a massive advantage out of a code 60. You can replace yourself and move yourself around using pit stops and things like that, but actually the end of this 5 hours, we get rid of any gaps between cars on the same lap. If there is a lap difference, then you obviously stay 1 lap down, but if you're 2 minutes and 10 seconds back from the lead of your class, not of the lead of the race, you gain all that 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and you end up back right behind the car that's in front of you. So there is such consideration into where you place at the end of the bar 5 hours, and even to the degree of either pitting or not pitting will make a big difference. What does it take? We don't really know actually how long it takes to do a proper full pit stop, do we? Because we've not really had them yet.
No, not really. And the thing as well is that the Red Camel Jordan's crew, they are on the lead lap. They're running about a minute behind the leader right now, but of course they have been in to take some fuel, and they did take fuel. So so they will be able to run deeper into the stint, and that will come back to them over the course of the day. So yeah, they've just got to get to the end of today on the lead lap with a good amount of fuel in the car, even better if possible, and they'll be good. But also having their two main rivals in the 921 and 918 cars from Milner out the picture, basically, that's also going to play into the way they approach things, because they don't have to be quite as aggressive now, you would think. Although, that being said, there's some very, very strong AM efforts. On 9 and 11, Tim Scheurbath has just gone into the lead, actually. He's got past Nick Jonsson, so Scheurbath is absolutely flying today, right now, in that 9 and 11 car. Driver who's won his class on a couple of occasions at the Nürburgring 24-hour. Doing an awesome job right now. He's just done a 2:24.867. That was 1.2 seconds quicker than Nick Jonsson last time by.
E2P Racing dropping down to 5th position now, dropping nigh on 10 seconds back from Karl Marcelli in the Michelin Racing Ferrari. 3rd position, Ayrton Redon. They were passed by Chris Froggatt a few laps ago. Froggatt's just got 2.5 second advantage over Redon, but the gaps have now extended, and Alexander Prince leading by over 11 seconds now in that Mercedes. We are expecting pit stops pretty soon, because we've just gone past the 1 hour mark. Our strategy system doesn't tell us exactly how much yellow flag we had, or code 60, because I think it was having a few issues at the start of the race, but we obviously had 2 decent code 60s at the start of the race, so we can go longer because we'd have saved fuel in those early parts. But expecting a flurry of pit stops for Diana to deal with in a few moments' time.
And the car to watch out for as well is Manuel Lauk for Proton Huber Competition, who's got, of course, pitted under one of those code 60s and took more fuel on. So they went right up to the full capacity that the tank will actually take. And is only 41 seconds off the lead. So Proton Huber Competition could move forward as this race goes on throughout the day. And indeed, they've got Klaus Bachler waiting in the wings, which is also very handy indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. That car with a slightly strange livery. It's got white A-pillars, but everything else is carbon fibre black. So whether that was one of the cars that was involved in accidents across the test days, we unfortunately lost Come To You Racing Aston Martin. The effective works team for Aston Martin this year was so locally based here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. They should have run Sergio Sette-Camera in this event, but unfortunately wrote off their Aston Martin in an accident at Eau Rouge. RPM wrote off a car at Eau Rouge, but they had a replacement, so they are here and racing today. There was a couple of other accidents up there. It has claimed a few. ARC Bratislava Lamborghini still in the pits, repairing their damage from their accident a few moments ago. And at the moment, just the one retiree, which is the 918 Mulner Motorsport Porsche after damage at turn 1, but that was Lecom. And the only other car in the pits is the ARC Bratislava. So at the moment, quiet pits for Diana, but we are expecting pit stops any moment. And Peter is now headed off for a well-earned lunch break, which means we've got our first driver change, and John's in the box with us.
And it's been a very, very good opening stanza, hasn't it not, for Hofer Racing and Alex? He's not been headed, has he?
Nope.
I don't think so. And 9 seconds of a lead. They were, I think it's fair to say, not expecting to be right at the very sharp end of the field. Talked to Chantal on the grid. They benefited, a long-time supporter of the Michelin 24H series, and they have taken this opportunity and they have run with it. As simple as that. And Alex has done exactly what I think they would have planned to do, Ben, which that was all a bit unnecessary down at the bottom of the hill, and that's a change of position.
It's third position battle. So Kyle Marcelli chasing down Ayrton Redon, and Redon looking down the inside at karting of Amir Naran, and Naran really isn't completely aware of this Mercedes behind him. He's absolutely entitled to stay on the racing line, but he does need to be aware if somebody's up the inside of him. And I have to say, the Mercedes was pretty much front wheel to front wheel into karting, but Naran turned in, and the Zimbabwean entrepreneur in his early forays as a racing driver. Redon has now got past him, presumably into the chicane, but Kyle Marcelli would have seen what just happened there and will need to be careful, especially as they run towards Eau Rouge. Ah!
Yeah, a little bit of moving around. It's starting to get a bit feisty as the cars are burning through their race fuel. Over an hour completed, helped us, we were saying, by that longish code 60 from the first lap. A bit of a front flap on the Porsche there, and that, we've seen this happen with 992s before, both the GT3Rs and the GT3 Cup cars. The worry with that Porsche is that it can actually fold up, bizarrely, if it's not fastened on properly. It's carbon fibre reinforced plastic at the front of that car. Let's have another look at this.
We're talking about Sébastien Lejeune racing.
Lejeune racing, yeah, sorry, my apologies, the purple car coming down
John,
the hill now.
That car is the exact same chassis that was crashed at Paul Ricard 2-3 weeks ago. An enormous accident, as I said a little bit earlier, where he got tagged by Tiago Montero and hit a barrier which basically formed a launch pad, and the car was barrel rolling all over.
It looked like something out of a movie, and if it had been in the movie, you would have said that would never happen in real life.
Yeah, right.
It was one of those where all racing enthusiasts would go, oh, all right, who's the racing consultant here? That step forward, yes, you're not getting another job.
But quite remarkable that they've managed to strip everything off that car and rebuild it, and it's back here racing again. It isn't a new chassis.
Wow.
So well done, as I said a little bit earlier, to Sébastien Lejeune Racing, who would have been some long, long nights, that's for sure.
Lionel Amourouche over the top at Radion in the very, very handsome Vortex. They've really done a lot of work on this car. It hasn't had the take-up of customers that I think they were hoping. We go back to Kuwait Motor Town when the V2.0 came out, and they'd really concentrated on the aerodynamics of that car. Still runs the big V8 and rumbles around. You see it's got a pretty low slung rear wing now, sticking out the back. That, to me, very mid-19, late 1980s, early 1990s Group C type rear wing hanging out over the back. You know what I'm talking about. XGR14 type rear wing hanging out over the back wheels. And they were really hoping to get a few customers for that. Meantime, in the 9.9, always hard fought 992 class, Fabien Dufour in the Ajith Kumar racing by Porsche 901, the GT Silver car getting a bit of a wiggle on.
Well, it's a big group of cars, because
it's all Lejeune,
that. Yeah, Lejeune, Esquire Faron, Holmgaard and Ajith Kumar, all basically on the same bit of track there. And it was I was squinting because it was Jonas Holmgaard who got a big twitch as they came through Eau Rouge, and the rear end didn't comply to his demands, and thankfully he was able to gather it up and carry on.
I wonder how much better or worse that felt in the car, because sometimes you don't realise how much the car's moving around and the little adjustments that you're making on the steering wheel.
Yeah, very normal.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah.
You know, you're feeling the car moving around, and in some ways, actually, as a car gets sideways, actually putting opposite lock on happens naturally because it's pivoting around the front wheels, and it's just a question of making sure that you don't panic and lift off and jump on the brake pedal. So 3 hours and 50 minutes still to go today, and the weather has been pretty much perfect. That's the 701 going down the hill now, and that is the car we were talking about, the Vortex V8, second in GTX at the moment to the 111 Racing, Daniel Studdard in 22nd position, just a little bit further up the road in the IRC machine.
Yeah, we've not checked in with that car so far.
Silhouette Formula car that's it's been a bit of a competitor to things like the Mark car, but very similar concept, using a different Create motor from the other Silhouette cars. So it's become a bit of a staple actually in the last few races, and good to see it out in GTX. Not the biggest of field in GTX, although we've got more GT4s this weekend than we've had in the past couple, and that's very nice to see. 12 seconds now. Alex Prince has pulled out on Chris Froggatt in the Zego Sport Tempesta Porsche, and that's very, very impressive indeed. And a second of that came on the last lap as the leading car going through the traffic. Let's not forget, of course, that is an AM class car, so that's a class leader as well as an overall leader. The 193 in second for Zego Sport Tempesta, the Porsche, that's leading its class ahead of the Pellin Racing Kyle Marcelli driven Ferrari number 29.
And John, I think more importantly, not just an AM class car, it's an AM driver.
Yeah. And they're all AM drivers in that car. They can have one professional, but that's a full AM class car.
Froggatt is a semi-pro.
Yeah.
Kyle Marcelli definitely a semi-pro. I'm not quite sure what Ayrton Redon is. He's semi-pro as well.
Yeah.
So you've got semi-pros chasing down an AM driver. It just shows how good Alexander Prince is as an AM driver. To be average lap time 2 minutes 20 across this stint so far, which is 0.4 of a second faster than Froggatt, which is 0.8 of a second faster. We're talking average, not best, than Marcelli. And Ayrton Redon is over a second slower on average per lap than Prince.
And in all forms now of endurance racing, right to World Championship standard, what you hear now, will the drivers look at their fastest single lap in a stint? Possibly, but they will be talking about stint average. And
what I just talk about.
Stint average, which is, you know, what you've just mentioned there, but also they talk about how little difference they have from best to worst lap. And if you can be down, if the pros are looking at something between maybe 1% and 2%, the AM's probably 3 or 4% tops on that, and that tells you the standard of the AM drivers. Now, the thing that I was interested at was Chantel telling us on the grid that Alex was actually quite nervous starting the race from pole position. And it might have helped him, Ben, that there was that bit of full course purple, the code 60, to say, actually, I've got past that now, that's good, and I can settle in, and now I'm in the car for another hour and a bit. They must be getting close now to a stop, though, surely.
They clearly saved decent amount of fuel in that on those code 60s. Back a shot here. You've got Aston Martin from E2P Racing in 5th position. Puncture!
Left front, 4th place car. Ayrton Redon in the Redon Racing car.
Whoa, still a lot of damage.
Didn't look like they gave him very much warning there. He's gone straight on at Le Combe. That's where the old circuit would have gone to many, many years ago, down towards the Burnville downhill right-hander. And Ayrton has done an absolutely stunning job to keep that car off the wall there. That would have given him a shock.
Pretty much the end of the Kemmel Straight where that tyre let go. We do know that there's carbon fibre down at La Source, so it could be a cut tyre rather than being asked too much of the tyre. This is such a strong and durable tyre in the middle of shot.
In behind the Porsche, there's some bits and... Yeah, it was going... He must have got a tiny bit of warning there, because the car started pulling to the left and he was actually on the grass as the explosive decompression came. I don't think that was caused... I'm pretty certain, in fact, Ben, that wasn't caused by him going on the grass, that the car was pulling that way as it went down. Now, the Michelin engineers, even though there's not much left of that, they will want to see that tyre when it comes in. It's actually amazing. They work with forensic accuracy on what they can see. They'll also be looking at the data from the tyre pressure monitoring system that all of these GT3 cars have.
He should have had a warning from that at least, but it didn't seem like there was anything, did it?
No, that little swerve. He's doing well. He's gone through the motorcycle cutout there at the downhill left-hander, Speaker's corner.
Unfortunately, it hasn't completely detached itself. You've got a rather large portion flapping around and catching all the carbon fibre, all the lights. So there's a new bumper, there's a new arch, potentially splitter, loads of stuff going on.
And the worrying thing there is that there are some radiators at the front of that. He's going too quickly. I remember talking to Stuart Hall many years ago about what happens when you get a puncture.
Horrible.
And how slowly do you have to drive. He said, when you're behind the wheel, however slowly you think you're going, it's actually never slowly enough. And now, has that self-flagellation stopped because he slowed down, or has the bit of tyre actually fallen off? Now it's still going. He's well off track. I mean, I applaud him for trying to get the car back, Ben, but I mean, there's a lot of carcass still left on that, and that's what the tyres, the outside bead, it's meant to stay on there. Heavens above. Just watch the car swerve to the left here, Ben, as he comes up behind that GT Silver Porsche. There's various bits there. He's on the grass and it's gone. But it's not the grass that's caused that, is it?
No, and there's been a fair bit of contact and carbon fibre lying around. It's not worn out, is it?
No,
that is definitely a cut tyre from catching something. And Diana, you are down in the pits. Carl Marcelli, perhaps the first of our standard pit visitors, perhaps?
He was, yes. He jumped out of the car in the numbered 29 Pelin Racing Ferrari GT3, but the team are having a problem with the right rear tyre. They can't get it off the car at the moment, so they're struggling. They've got the wheel guns out. They've tried another wheel gun. Now the hammers play as well to try and get that off, but they've been stuck here, I'd say, trying to get that off for about the last 10, 20 seconds, and it doesn't look like it's coming off anytime soon either. They're still struggling. I'm sure if you can hear that sound in the background, that is the wheel gun and a hammer, but not coming off anytime soon, I'm afraid.
Thanks, Di. And I wonder if one or two of the drivers think that there might, and the teams might think there might have to be a code 60 to do some clear up here. There's a yellow flag at the second part of the double gauche, and in fact we have, no, it's still just a yellow flag at the exit of Pouhon.
Just going through shot there was a battle for what has become third position, would you believe? Grégoire Servais is the man of this stint. Haas RT, number 21. We had not seen him, we'd not spoken about him, but it's him that's got the best average lap speed across this stint. And he's now getting himself onto the tail of the Aston Martin E2P Racing. Here he is at the front of shot, and looking to take third position, would you believe, as further back there is a 3-horse race going into Le Corps.
And that's the 7th place car of Dominic Ang for Vipa Nisa Racing, going by the battle for 13th and 14th. RPM Racing, Nick Johnson and Marlon Menton as well. They're scrapping for position, and that is for 2nd and 3rd in the 992 class. So we are now seeing the absolute classic battles that go on in multi-class racing. Down the hill then to the first part of the double left, the double gauche at Pouhon. And that is major commitment in any car down there, even in a road car on road tyres. And there's nowhere near as much runoff as there used to be. And the double yellow at turn 11 was for
Red Ant.
The Red Ant car that is now behind the wall.
Oh, so that must have been too much damage from the tyre flapping, and that has meant that they've pulled the car behind the wall. Now, it can still be taken to the pits from there. The driver is out of the car, though.
I wonder if Ayrton, and I absolutely understand him keeping an eye on this battle for 3rd overall, by the way, coming to Blanchimont. I understand why Ayrton was trying to get that car back. It might have been better to pull the car up and the runoff at the end of the Kemmel where there's a flatbed.
Yeah.
And then just get this on the flatbed and get me back to the pits.
Yeah.
Look, that's a lot to think about when at 175 miles an hour your left front tyre has just exploded your left front wing into a million pieces.
So joining the battle for third position has come Ralph Bon and Josef Kral, who were a couple of seconds back, but unfortunately for Antonio Cenero, he got caught behind a GT4 car just at the fastest part of the circuit, Blanchimont, and that then means come out the throttle, lose 1, 2, 3 seconds, and suddenly we've now got a 4-car GT3 battle for third position. Again, we're at the end of the the stint. Surely, Carl Marcelli is still in the pits. By the way, this is the first proper pit stop. Fuel stop that we are able to see how long it takes to do, and he is still in there, and it's over 5 minutes that he has taken. So pit only was 3 minutes and 43 seconds, and he's now getting his fuel. So that's going to be nearly 3 laps lost in a standard pit stop.
We've got a track limit, 6th traffic limit infringement for Andrei Solukovslev for Continental Racing, and that is a 10-second time penalty. Earlier on there was an overtake outside of the track for the 421 competitor as well. That's Matthew George in the Venture Mercedes. That has been issued but not yet been served. Penalties, and I don't know if you've spoken about this already, Ben, but it's worth mentioning for anybody who comes back in, is coming back into the coverage here. Penalties do not have to be served within 3 laps in terms of time penalties. It'll be added to the next pit stop. You can come in and sit in the penalty box. You can't now serve a time penalty during a Code 60. It used to be the case that you could, but you were doubling it. That you can't do that now. So you'll come in at the next pit stop, so you don't have to make a specific trip down the pit lane. The only exception to that is if you have a black and orange flag for mechanical. You have to come in at the next possible opportunity. I think this is a pit stop for Ralph Bourne, who gives up the position. How about that?
Having to make Gregoire Surveys work so hard to try and get past, and opens the door to him, and Gregoire's going, yeah, I've got past him, and then he goes, now I'm going to pits, mate. It's actually not a pass for you. So Surveys moves up to 3rd, Joseph Kral moves up to 4th, because Ralph Bourne for Herbert also coming into the pits.
So Saniero and Ralph Bourne in the pits for, respectively, the number 90 E2P Aston Martin, and Ralph Bourne in that. Effectively, in a class of its own, because it is not an homologated car, the new 992 Evo, 992.2 maybe. Maybe Porsche don't want us to call it that, but it has got some of the visual clues of the second phase, the second iteration of the Type 992 Porsche 911, and they've taken on board some of the aero that they've learned from the Nürburgring kit. We've seen those louvres on the top of the wings on a number of cars, including the current 992, but only on the Nürburgring version of that car. Manthey and others have run those louvres, but it's back now as a standard feature on the 992 Evo. The floor is different. There's some fairly specific changes to the suspension setup, and a little bit on the aero as well. It is available as a kit, so this is not a brand new chassis in terms of the chassis design, much as the road car has been tweaked and tucked to the 992.2. This Evo 992 GT3R is the same, and anyone who's got a current car, once that specification is finalised, and this is a competitive run for the car to help with that decision-making process, that is those parts will be made available to owners of the current GT3R. In comes the, oh no, I was going to say in comes the Vortex from second in GTX, but it hasn't.
The leaders have, though. So Alexander Prince in the 11, Christopher Frogger in the
laps.
193, and I think Gregoire Surveys has just come into the pit. So in theory, all this shaking out should leave Lisa Clark, who is now aboard this Michelin Racing Ferrari, as not necessarily leader, but she'll be well up the field. And Diana will be monitoring all the pit stops that are happening down there. You need to go and give Gregoire Surveys a massive pat on the back, because that stint was quite incredible, Diana.
I will do, but I'm with the number 90 E2P Racing and Antonio Segura, who's just jumped out of the car. Antonio, you've just had an opportunity to start the race and get everything underway. How was it from your seat?
Wow, this is taking the start here in Spa with these such great cars is just amazing. Yeah, the feeling is great. I was trying to keep the fast lions behind me, and yeah, I think I managed to do it.
It's looking quite tricky out there on the track. We've seen a lot of stuff go on, certainly in this first sort of hour or so. How do you position yourself to best avoid as much as possible?
Yes, so many things are happening, as you said. One puncture, I think, in the back straight. I don't know. The most important now is to keep the car safe, to keep pushing and try to not to do mistakes.
Were you satisfied with the sort of balance and handling of your car in particular?
Well, the new car is really great. It's a little bit better than the old Porsche. So we are very happy. The team is working very hard, and we're happy with the car. Yeah.
I'll let you get a break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm still down here, guys, just waiting. The Red Ants are just waiting. The crew are outside, because that's right next door to where I was with E2P Racing. So I will update you when that car is making its way in on the truck.
It's going to be quite some time, Di, because there was no sign of the flatbed anywhere near turn 11. Now, the only good thing I would say about that is that they are on the inside of the circuit, so they will get back on the internal roads around the back of the karting and the college down there. Fuel is at the end of the endurance pit. Ralph Bones' Herbert car is the car on pump number 1. What I can't tell you is whether Ralph got out of that car. I would have thought after an hour and a half he might have given away to one of the Renaults, actually.
Just trying to remind myself, Diana said there was a tyre issue with Lisa Clark's pit stop, I seem to remember. So when we were looking at the last pit stop time for Michelin Motorsport, which is a 6 minutes and 51 seconds, and now Lisa Clark in that car, I'm not sure that's representative of a proper pit stop, because if you look at Alexander Prince's pit stop, it was only 1 minute and 40 seconds stationary in his pit box. Yes, it's taking a lot longer to get the fuel in, and we're waiting for that to be completed, but it's definitely not going to be 6 minutes and 51 seconds, and it certainly wasn't 3.5 minutes stationary at the pit. So the 29 Michelin Racing car is actually a little bit delayed.
Fabian Defer around the outside of Jonas Holmgaard. That's a position in the 992 class. In fact, that's third position in the 992 class. So the GT silver car up into the top 10. The colour of that Porsche going up the hill to Radion now. The silver car. That is how all Porsche 992 Cup cars are delivered. That is the colour. It's called GT Silver. You can get it on your 992. Actually, you can get it on most of your Porsches if you want. Pit stoppers coming out and rejoining just behind this battle from the endurance pit lane. You stay all the way to the right, follow around, and then rejoin over the brow. Actually, what, 50, 60, maybe more, 70 metres bend down the road on the first part of the Kemmel Straight before the kink.
And the reason why that 901 car is in its delivered silver colours is because it is a brand new car.
Oh, is it really?
That literally was here as a spare car to Red Ant Racing, and the Ajay Kumar team, so himself and Detroit and Defoe, have moved from Bazkooten to Red Ant Racing over the course of this weekend after a rather large shunt which prevented them from being able to continue to race with Bazkooten for the remainder of the weekend. Bazkooten didn't have a car, Red Ant did have a car. It was a brand new car, and so we have now seen that change.
And are Red Ant running the car? They haven't rented it to Bazkooten?
No, so there's now Ajay Kumar by Red Ant Racing rather than by Bazkooten Racing, as it was on the...
So have they had to bring extra staff in then?
Presumably, but they're only local, aren't they?
Yes, fair point.
They're about a 2 hours. Actually, they're not as local as some teams, but they're up near Ghent, so 2 hours away from here.
Yeah. All right, so I hadn't realised that was a brand new car.
Of course, about 5,000 fans here at Spa, all here to see Ajay Kumar and hanging around his garage. He was last weekend racing in Paul Ricard in the GT4 series in a Porsche. His race ended in the barriers and gravel there. So, I mean, it's incredible. He really is committing properly to his racing program this year.
I had a chat with him in Dubai at the start of the season, and he said, look, I'd always been interested in racing, and I did a bit of racing, you know, 20 odd years ago, before all of the success in the movie industry that's come his way. And he just didn't have time. Once his career took off, both as an actor and a producer, he just didn't have the time to do it. So he's got a little more time now, and he's certainly got the wherewithal, and therefore he's throwing himself at it, trying to get as much experience as he can and doing it in the gaps. He also said, tell my fans, I'm not intending of stepping away from the movies, but I am going to be throwing myself into the motor racing for a little while whilst I'm between projects. So expect to see a little more of him throughout the European season here in the Michelin 24-hour series.
Pit stops have now been basically shaken out for the GT3 category. 992s, we still are owed a few pit stops from those that are on a conventional strategy. Don't forget that Manuel Lauck had an early pit stop. He's been out on circuit now. Well, yes, I'm not quite sure we can tell when he made that pit stop. 30 laps on his tyres. But it was a short pit stop. It was only 1 minute in his pit box, only 2 minutes in total. And so Manuel Lauck now leads from Ryan Diel in second position. In fact, timing screen's saying that Diel now in the pits, of course, yes, so they're pitting 1 lap later. So your graphics on the screen with Lauck leading from Marlon Menden in the Seb Lejeune Racing 992 and Porsche that hasn't pitted. Those next 3 cars haven't pitted, which leaves us second position, presumably to the 193 of Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing. And it means that Chantal Prince, with a 30-second slower pit stop, has dropped for Hover Racing behind the Ziggo Racing Tempesta Porsche. So a slower stop, a slow stop for Hover Racing has cost them the lead.
Interesting one there. Potentially could come down to the amount of fuel that can go in to the tank as well. The Porsche, of course, this is all balanced out via balance of performance. The Porsche can have a 95. In fact, the Ziggo Tempesta car, it can only have 90 litres put in at a fuel stop, whereas the number 11 Hofer car can have quite a significant amount more than that. It can actually have 120 litres. So there's the time it takes to put 30 litres into a car, you know, there's time involved in that. So.
Absolutely. Let's head back down to the pit lane. Diana Binks has an update for us.
I have. I'm with Tom Jackson from Haas RT. The number 2 Audi R8 car has come in to the pit lane, and the guys have had to take that into the garage as well. Tom, I'm just watching what's going on here. It looked like a little bit of confusion to start with. I thought it was just a normal pit stop, but the guys have taken it in. What's happening?
Obviously, from the contact Amir had earlier, there was a bit of a gap in the front grille. So just be sure, whilst we're doing a penalty and obviously a fueling, we thought we'd come in, spend 2 minutes to make sure that the grille's fully covered. So, you know, as the 12-hour race goes on, gravel gets pulled onto the track, big marbles. We didn't want anything larger later down the line to potentially puncture the hole that was available to hit the radiator. So it's we're just reacting, make sure that nothing great happens later on.
I mean, we've seen a few incidents out there on track, so there must be a fair bit of debris around.
I don't know yet. I haven't been on track. I'll go now in 20 minutes, so then I'll let you know.
Well, I've been watching it on the TV.
Oh, I haven't.
Thank you.
What do you mean you haven't? Dear me, give him a slap round the back of the head. Tell him he should be watching the broadcast. Welcome along if you are just joining us. If you are, you've missed about an hour and a half of racing. Started off with a nasty coming together at the end of the Kemmel Straight on the first lap, and that caused quite a long code 60 for barrier repairs. I think gave Alex Prince a great opportunity to settle into his work, and he pulled out a more than 10-second gap to the rest of the field. Did a really good job. Also extended the stint lengths for all of the cars. And at the moment, it will be, actually next time around, it will be the 992's Peter Mackay who will be in the lead of the race. We often see this in Dubai with the extended stint lengths. The 992s normally around about the end of the second hour or partway through the third hour, as people are making their second pit stops, they cycle to the front. It's going to happen a wee bit quicker here because they're so frugal and they're saving so much fuel under that code 60.
Yeah, they've got a big fuel tank. They don't have quite as much power as the GT3 will, depending on the car, but and they're also not very draggy at all. They've got less downforce with less drag than a GT3, so that all comes together in how that they can run very deep into a stint. I mean, Rick Breukers, who was pointing the wrong way at Le Combe on
lost
lap
half
one,
a lap, didn't
he lost a minute, at least half a lap. And Rick Breukers is going to move up into the lead when he comes round to the next timing point, I would imagine, because Manuel Lauk is sitting in fuel at the moment.
I think Manuel got out of that car, actually.
So, yeah, it will be. So Manuel Lauk was the opening driver in that stint. Let's get down to Diana Binks, who's got more for us down in the pits.
Red Ant Racing that you were talking about earlier, the GT3 Mercedes, the number 93, has just arrived back into the pit lane, taken off the truck. They've lowered it onto the pit apron now, and the team are having a look around the car. There is some bodywork to the front where the wheel came off, as we saw in that earlier incident when they had to come off the track and make it and go to park up before it could be brought back to the garage here. They've just got it up on the jacks and they're wheeling it in, but there is quite a lot of bodywork damage as well to the front where the left-hand tyre came off. The tyre, well, some of the rim is still on there, so they're going to have to re-look at that, take that off. The other driver's waiting here with his helmet on, ready to go, but I think they'll need to take some time just checking that bodywork out first.
Oh dear.
Yeah, just the tyre that went. The wheel was intact right at the point at the moment that we're seeing a battle for position between the number 91, Lauren Heinrich, now driven Porsche Works driver, new 911 Evo, 911 GT3R Evo, and has just made up a position on the number 56, Scuderia Praha, and that's Matash Vibo.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was speaking to Robert Renauer yesterday from Herbert Motorsport, who couldn't speak more highly enough of Lauren Heinrich and what he's achieved in his career. But the very first time they tested this new Evo package was the day after they won the Sebring 12 Hours in the GTD Pro category with AO Racing. And then the parts were actually sent over to Herbert. And Robert said that after a day's testing at Sebring, it was not factory fresh, shall we say. But
well, I imagine that new floor took a bit of a hammer.
It will have, yes. Yeah. So the idea that Porsche have is that this is very much Lauren Heinrich's baby in a way, because he's going to be the consistent aspect, along with the parts themselves. He's going to be the consistent aspect through the testing program. So AO Racing did the test in America. We have here in Creventic. He's on the crew with Herbert Motorsport, and then Combe Ledegar Racing Team are going to do a test. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was Paul Ricard, and Lauren's going to be in the car then as well. So the idea being that you've got a consistent driver feedback based on different scenarios, different tyres, of course, different tyre used in SRO competition, for example.
And the key part of this for Porsche Motorsport, is that this is a customer-based program. This is their customer GT3 car. Now, I know there's a lot of GT3s flying around in Porsche, both in the road cars and in the racing cars, but this is their GT3 class car. This is the evolution of it, and it's going to be driven by a huge variety of different classes of drivers, of different abilities of drivers, of different ages of drivers, and of different philosophies of drivers even. So there's some real career-minded drivers who are working their way up through the GT3 class, perhaps to be a factory driver, maybe go to the World Endurance Championship or drive in the pro classes in IMSA, and by people like Ralph Bourne. Actually, I said to him on the grid, I can't think of anyone more perfect.
But
He is one of the best GT3 non-pro drivers in the world. He's probably actually a bit too good in some respects.
Oh, he won the championship overall last year. He won it at a canter in the AM class, but he won overall with Herberth. Yes, you're right. Having effectively a customer, someone who will buy a car, give feedback is so important. But so it is basically just an evolution of that car that they won the championship with last year. And the one thing they wanted to get out of it, though, was pitch sensitivity. It was seen as quite a pitch-sensitive car, so they changed the kinematics and the suspension a little bit to try and reduce that.
And open up the setup window. 4 different drivers. The pro drivers will love a car edgy, even endurance drivers, but somebody who doesn't drive very often will jump into it and want to feel comfortable in the car straight away. And in fact, all of the evolutions, talk to the guys from Aston Martin and the Vantage, the evolution on that was for exactly the same thing. And I'll be honest, I didn't think the previous version of the Aston was particularly user unfriendly, but everyone's trying to make it a wider operating range. Now, what Porsche normally wouldn't be able to do, Peter, is test this car in competition, because it's not homologated. It doesn't fit within any rule set right now, because they haven't, as of this moment, the final specification of that car is not set. So when they go and test with SRO rubber on the car, or with IMSA, as they did, as you were mentioning, or any of the other championships, they're doing testing. They're doing effectively private testing. They're actually racing the car here. Now, they're in a class of their own, and they have a BOP that means that it probably won't be a factor at the front of the race, although it's sitting in a very strong second place at the moment. But, I mean, its finishing position isn't the point. Being raced around other cars is the point. And that is something unique to Creventic and the Michelin 24H series, and other manufacturers have taken advantage of that in the past. Think of going way back the years, we've had Mercedes with their new GT4 and their new GT3. BMW have done a GT4 and a GT3. We had an Audi TCR car come to play at Dubai at the start of a season. We've seen this in the past, and this is something, as I say, that Creventic and the Michelin 24-hour series can offer. Seen it done at the Nürburgring as well, actually. Going back a long way, the new Scirocco, well, that is a long way. VW's new Scirocco race car was debuted there. A number of BMW Cup cars have been debuted there. Even new shape of, there was a new Mini shape that was debuted there. This is quite unusual to be able to do this within a championship, and Porsche, who have close ties now with Creventic because of the 992 endurance race coming up later on in the year in September here.
Well, it will always be the most numerate manufacturer in the field because of the 992 class, and then in GT3 there's usually a good standard as well. Finally, the 909 Red Camel Jordan's cars come in. Of course, they were a little bit off strategy, because on one of, I think it was the second Code 60, they came in and took a splash of fuel.
Oh, did they? Right.
Yes, they did, or as much as they could take within that. You get 20, depending on the class, but the general rule of thumb is 25% of your fuel allowance can be taken under Code 60. There's a few cars that get a dispensation for more, depending on their class, but for that Red Camel Jordan's car, 25% of their refueling amount. So what that means then is that will cycle the 193 Ziggo Sport Porsche to the front of the field, who just has to squeeze past the Zorg Red Sport GT4 RS. But behind the Ziggo Sport car is the Pelin Ferrari, which
also is slightly off kilter.
Is a bit off kilter as well. Yes, at the moment that's got the birthday girl on board at the moment, Lisa Clark, in car number 29. So taking over from, I mean, amazing stint from Kyle Marcelli at the beginning of that race, climbing so many positions. So that may mean that Pelin car has just dropped off the lead lap.
Yeah, I think so.
With the Ziggo Spark car coming through.
Yeah.
So it would then mean that at the last timing point, the gap is 16.
20th position for that car.
Yeah, 16
Ferrari,
seconds between the Ziggo Sports Porsche and the Herbert Porsche. Both cars being run out of the same garage, both being run by Porsche, by Herbert Porsche. So they've been busy this week.
Yeah. Yeah. So what have we got between? So about a minute, yeah, between those. Sorry, about 15 seconds between those two cars. So Paul Trustwell decided to bring in the red Camel Jordan.nl car and take the fuel that was on offer, presumably because Rick was in a rich vein of form, and obviously they were trying to make up that minute when we had that long code 60. Again, it's not a safety car. It is some series call it a virtual safety car. So basically, everyone holds position, and it's a 60 km/h speed limit around the circuit. Pits remain open, so you can come in, but there are those regulations about how much fuel you can take, and nobody's allowed to take a full fuel load, excuse me. So there are swings and roundabouts, compromises to be considered. How very endurance racing is that? Making the pit wall, or the pit bunker at least, think about what they are doing.
We might well see the brand new Porsche 992 GT3R lead the race pretty soon, because at the moment Lauren Heinrich is flying. Jonathan Hui, who is the AM-graded driver in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car, which leads, was a 2:24 last time by. Lauren Heinrich a 2:18.8, so about 6 second swing. The gap is now down to 9.6 seconds, so we should see Heinrich moving up into the lead quite shortly, I would imagine. But actually, when you compare that pace to 2:18 or so to what Alexander Prince was dragging out of that car, I mean, his best lap of the race, 2:18.9, so he's right on a Porsche works driver. It just shows you how strong Hoffer Racing have been, how well they set the car up.
His stint
how good
average
the
was a 2:20.
That's really impressive.
Stint average at
for someone who's not
2:20.
I mean, Alex is a very impressive driver, but he doesn't make his living through driving racing cars. There's a lot of other people in the field that do, and it just shows you how well that package is all clicked together. But for them, they've got to just make sure they get to the end of this, don't trip up. They've clearly got great performance. They've just got to get to the end of this day on that lead lap. That's all that it's about today.
Lisa Clark scored in 19th position overall, as the pit stops are happening ahead of her. Fabian Dance, by the way, has taken over Red Camel Jordan.nl after that opening stint, and I think the 909's back on the track. If I can just find out where it is, I think it's held on to the lead in 992. I just need to wait for Seb Lejeune Racing and the Van Berlo Motorsport by Porsche coming through, just to make sure that they have stayed ahead. But I think they have stayed ahead of the 992 Hordes, and I think they'll still be hovering around the bottom end of the top 10 by the time they come across the line. Seb Lejeune and Van Berlo Motorsport was sitting just outside the top 10 when Rick Breukers brought that bright orange car in. Right, there's Doug Koo gone through in Weidman Nisa Racing. Seb Lejeune is the next car back, I think. So wait for those guys to come through and see where Fabian Dance pops back in to that battle of the 992 category. But the extra laps for Rick Breukers shouldn't have done them any harm in terms of their pace, Peter, and that will have helped them make up that minute-odd deficit that they had.
heart's content. So whereas some other crews have a really quite tight driver time conundrum to crack, particularly in the GT3 class, is where there's a lot of mixed driver lineups there, where you've got some teams, like for example Era Motorsport, they've got a lot of figuring out to do in terms of who they put in and when. As Jake Hill told us on the grid, he's going to be in civvies for the day.
Yeah,
he can enjoy it and have an ice cream for himself.
I think he'll still have his race suit on, but he'll have his ears on and he'll be ready to go just in case.
The car that's just come through La Source right now, one of the front-running 992s, 907, driven by Tracy Krohn right now. It was started by Nick Johnson. I saw Philip Lamprecht at lunch, and he was very much in civvies, so they might well be keeping him in reserve for tomorrow, where there's a threat of rain.
Okay, I was slightly wrong. Seb Lejeune has gone through round about
13 seconds.
13 seconds. That is an AM car, but they'll just be racing for the glory of 992. So, in the 992 class, it's Seb Lejeune racing ahead of Red Camel John.nl, ahead of Van Berlo Motorsport. In GTX, it's 111 Motorsport in the IRC silhouette car. Jeff Emery behind the wheel of the 111 from the Vortex in second, or the first of the Vortex in second, which is the 701 car. In GT4, it's the Venture AMG that's just gone to the front. That's Neville Jones. That leads from SRS Team Zorg Rennsport, so that's 4:21 from 4:52. In third in the fuel at the moment is the second of the Rennsport cars, that's the Porsches, and then it's Christopher Herven for Hermola Motorsport in the BMW in fourth position. And in the TCE category, just come into the pits, Kevin Clark for the BMW of JMEC Engineering, ahead of the Asbest Racing car. Yeah, Olsen in second position. That's how it stands with 3 hours and 8 minutes remaining today in the sunshine.
Dana Binks is down in the pits, working hard, getting the scoops for us. Dana, what have you picked up for us?
I've come back to Red Ant Racing, the number 93 Mercedes GT3. The car is still in the garage. After that incident earlier when it had to come back on the flat pack, they've had to replace the front bodywork of the car. They're still replacing a lot of other items around the wheel arch area, but they're saying there's no major damage. It was just that obviously the problems that the tyre and the rubber coming off has caused. They think in about the next 15 minutes or so, they're hopeful that they'll get the car back out there on the track, but the guys are just frantically working around the front here to do what they can. I've been huge disappointment for these guys, certainly with the good starting position that they had at the beginning of the race.
Very scary moment at the top of Radion there for the, I think that was Paolo Roberti at the Pelin Motorsport number 23. Yes, it was, going round one of the Cup class cars. If I can pick it out, I think it was the 949, the silver car of Pedro Miguel Loreno for Scuderia Faron, and just drifted to the right-hand side. And as the Porsche was doing that, Paolo Roberti literally running out of road and have to take to the runoff at Radion just as the leader was coming up the hill behind, and Lauren Heinrich had a grandstand seat of that as he crested the rise, and he must have thought, I might have to dive one way or another here, because if that had been a coming together, that would have been a very big one. Very high speed, high commitment, because you are trying to get over the top of that brow at Radion with as little front steering lock on, so you're not scrubbing any speed off, and as quick as you can, because half a mile an hour or a mile an hour there will be 2 or 3 miles an hour, possibly more, by the time you get to the braking area at Le Combe. And that's an opportunity to gain and lose time there. And that's why you see so many people cheating the left hand, effectively the last left-hander of the La Source Radion complex up the hill, which is right, left, left, right, left. And that left-hander at the top, the curb is very, very flat indeed. So Herbeth Motorsport in the development car. SP4, we're calling it this weekend. The 992 Porsche with the new bits, new and improved. And available. I was saying, Peter, and you've had a long chat with the Herbert guys and the Porsche guys. My intel tells me that this will be available effectively as an update kit of parts for current spec cars.
Yes, so if you currently owned, if you were in the lucky position to own a 992 GT3R, you can buy the upgrade package. And then I presume once it becomes homologated, if you ordered a brand new car, it would come fitted with it.
Correct.
As a matter of course. In terms of how, if you're thinking, how does it compare to, say, the 193 car, you know, if it's got all these fancy new bits in it, surely that's not fair. Well, it's running, as part of the balance of performance, it's running 50 kilos heavier than the current spec car. It's got 5 litres less fuel that it can put in at a pit stop, and the fuel flow in terms of the how fast the fuel comes out the fuel pump, 70% fuel flow compared to 90%.
Max Giraud pulling right in front of Bruxelles there of Lauren Heinrich, who had to lock that car down pretty quickly to the right-hand side. Max Giraud for the SRS team, Rennsport, 4th place GT4 Porsche. And so Peter's just explained that in terms of how much fuel and the fuel flow going out of the nozzle, and it is a nozzle as you would get at your local supermarket or petrol station, fuel filling station. Well, it's not one of the team just watching it go around and having to do that, have 18 litres, 100 litres, 101.9. Oh, I've got over to 102.1. No, it doesn't work like that. These, the Creventic fuel pumps are the cleverest fuel pumps in any fuel station, either street fuel station or racing fuel station in the world. They're effectively, you scan a QR code, or you have the team member has a fob, and therefore it knows how much you are allowed to put in. It knows that at the rate that you're allowed to pump it, and as soon as we go full course purple, code 60, it knows the cars that can only get 25%, and as it knew what you could have got normally, it automatically does that calculation. If you're there and full course purple comes out and you're into code 60 and you've had already more than 25%, you get, I think it's 5 litres more, and then it automatically cuts off.
Yeah, so yeah, the code 60, 25% refuel of your capacity is your...
But if you're already there filling and you've already had 35%, it will give you a wee bit more than it cuts off.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you take what would be an anomaly to that would be, for example, the Hoffer car, funny enough, it's a very good example, the pole-sitting car. They have an all-AM driver lineup, so if your cars have all AM-graded drivers, you can fill up 50% of your amount under code 60, which if you get
pump knows that as well.
The pump knows that as well, yeah. In fact, we should get the pump in the commentary box.
They probably do a better job of explaining it than we just did.
Yes.
I'm honest, Peter. It sounds really complicated, and actually it is really complicated, but Creventic have invested in the technology, and this pump technology is packed up. The fuel station pumps are packed up into a container and will turn up again at the next race. And even on the long distance races in the Middle East, same thing. And therefore it is a known quantity in terms, but slightly meant there, that it is a known quantity for the series that they are working with their own equipment, and of course that all feeds, Peter, into the balance of performance. Seb Lejeune Racing leading the 992 class. I think there was a little bit of contact there at La Source.
Yeah, just trying to get through on the GT4. Oh no, problem, Proton off the road. Number 73, Jörg Dreisaw. No.
It's the old carbon car, which was looking at a picture on the grid, and not just all carbon, but all the carbon laid in the same direction. It's a thing of beauty. Code 60 with 3 hours to go. Don't think there was very much choice there, because he was blocking the exit of the fuel station, and now he will follow it back out. I think that York's got away with that, Peter.
I think he's going to get a penalty, though, because he just accelerated away and went above 60 kph and then quickly went back down again. But the fact
Well,
that
should
he's
be
able
fine
to,
on his average.
the fact that he's able to drive away from an if you go off the road at Radion, as Ben Constanduros was rightly saying yesterday, you know, often if you go off at that corner, it's not just end of race, it's end of car. You know, the cars usually need replaced.
Now,
but
we're taking the opportunity with this Code 60 to do a little bit of tidying up. You might be wondering why we're seeing course vehicles out there. The drivers are slowing down to 60 kilometers an hour in the beautiful sunshine. This is literally short sleeve weather, shorts and short sleeve weather. I went full dry weather setup here. Haas RT just going down the hill through La Source, that car on the 60k speed limiter. But there's quite a lot of gravel on the last part of Les Combes on their run down to Bruxelles. And I think race control is going to take this opportunity to have a bit of a blow and a sweep, and perhaps also have some sweeping going on at just on the braking area for Les Combes as well, where we saw the AMG lose its left front tyre.
Just getting word from an update on the 918 Milner car that was involved in that incident at Les Combes
at the first lap.
Yeah, just had a message there from Felipe Fernandez-Lazo, who was meant to be driving in it, and he said the chassis is done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that's a retirement.
Yeah, it was a retirement straight away, but that's why.
Getting a note from race control as well, and here is one that has to be done straight away, and it's already in the pit lane. This is the Vortex 702. Alexandre de Bernard has come in. There's reports of that car losing fluid. Another race hour gone, 3 still to go today, and here's how they stand.
So it's the Herbert Porsche, the SP4 class car. Lauren Heinrich leading by 19 seconds over Jonathan Hui for Ziggosport Tempesta Racing. Haas RT, great start for them. Great opening stint from Gregory Servet in car number 21, is third. Then Scuderia Praha, former winners of this event, of course. They won it all the way back in 2018. They sit in fourth. Era Motorsport fighting up the order too, with Kyle Tilley in 5th place. Then it's Kessel Racing with their Ferrari in 6th. Hoffer Racing with Chantal Prince aboard, taking over from her husband Alex Prince, and sitting in 7th right now. E2P Racing are in 8th with Pablo Berguera aboard. Then Jörg Dreisau, who'd just been off the road and brought out this Code 60, going off the road at Radion and drove away seemingly with minimal damage. Quite a lucky escape, to be honest. Glenn Van Berlo for Van Berlo Motorsport sits in 11th overall and right up the sharp end of 992 overall, I should say. Red Camel Jordans, they've had an amazing recovery after that early incident. They are up there in 3rd in class, 12th overall. Viper Niza Racing, the Malaysian squad, sit in 13th. And Continental Racing, who have had everything thrown at them this week, they sit in 14th. Ralph Oehme for Neunund Elf Racing sits in 15th. Then it's Scuderia Farron, Holmgard Motorsport, RPM Racing, Pellin Racing and Ajith Kumar Racing by Red Ent, with Ajith Kumar himself on board in 20th place. The Australian squad, IRC GT 111 Racing, they are your leader in GTX right now, and that's a big deal because they've been fighting with the Vortexes all year, and the Vortexes have just kind of had the edge, but IRC GT and 111 Racing, they are fighting on. 701 Vortex sits second in GTX right now. Venture Engineering, what a force of nature they've been since they arrived in the Creventic paddock, winning the marquee event, the Barcelona 24-hour, and then winning again at Mugello in the first round of the European season this year. They lead with Neville Jones on board at the moment. SRS Team Stock Rennsport, you can never write them off with their Porsche GT4 RS. They're second, and third in GT4 is Hamofa Motorsport, the local Belgian crew, with their latest spec BMW M4. Haas RT, number 2 car, has been in the wars a little, but still marching on in 26th. 4th in GT4 and 27th overall is the 427 SRS Team Stock Rennsport car. Leading in TCE and TCX is James Collins with the JMEC Engineering BMW E46. So back to green flag racing then. 2 hours 55 minutes to go in this first part of the 7th Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. We have 7 hours of racing tomorrow. Now, how do we sort all that out? At the end of today's portion of the race, the cars go into Parc Fermé and are brought out and put on the grid in exactly the same condition as they went in to Parc Fermé. So that includes what fuel is in the tank and what tyres are on the car. The pits do close 10 minutes before the end of the racing today. So if you want to get that service done, if you want to fill up before going ahead tomorrow, if you're going, it's like going away on a long drive the next day, do you go to the fuel station the night before and fill up, or do you fill up the morning you leave? That's it depends how you want to look at it. But that is how Creventic works in these 12-hour races. Gives the chances for the crews, the drivers and the teams just to have a rest and go back racing tomorrow. 7 hours of action tomorrow, and it's all about staying on that lead lap in your class. That is the main thing. You can be leading by, you can be leading by 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, if you're 2 minutes 35, you might get an extra lap, but it's all about being on that lead lap. So say if you did have a 2-minute gap, for example, that would be completely eradicated. As long as you're on the same lap, that's where you will start tomorrow. So a little bit, we do things differently here in the Creventic 24-hour series.
I quite like that, because otherwise you get into the realm of aggregated time. And I've done races on aggregated time before, and it's an absolute nightmare. The car in front really isn't the car in front, because there's 20 seconds between him and oh no, don't even go there. So everyone is reset who is on the same lap, and then at least you know that if they're on the same lap, they're battling for position, and effectively that's that's endurance racing for you. It's almost as if you've just put a safety car out.
So 2 hours and 53 minutes to go in this opening portion of the 7th Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. There's been some thrills and spills so far. Yeah, let's
the sunshine.
Thrills and spills in the sunshines. Let's have a look through. Here at Spa, beautiful day, kicking off in sunshine, and Hoffer Racing leading the way from Red Ant Racing with a huge pile-up, John, at Le Combe. It was, well, not what we want to see on the opening lap.
No, and it took a very long time to get everything cleared up. That extended the first stint quite a long time, to be honest. Had over an hour and a half before they started coming in. Then we lost the Lamborghini, and again that required some remedial work. It's all getting a bit fractious early on, bits of bodywork all over the place and various bits of carbon fibre shed, and that actually may have proved significant for the Red Ant AMG going down the Kemmel Straight, just veering to the left slightly as the tyre pressure went down, and then destroying the front wing and fender. That car now back in the pit lane being looked at. As it stands, Lauren Heinrich for the new development Herberth Motorsport Porsche is in the lead of the race.
By 15 seconds at the moment. Lauren Heinrich has been putting in the work at the front of the field, with Jonathan Hui in second for Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche. Xavier Nauf now in the Haas RT car, further 11 seconds further back. Kyle Tilley is in the Era Motorsport machine. New team to Creventic this year. And in IMSA competition, Era well known, multiple winner of the Daytona 24 Hours in the LMP2 class and the Sebring 12 Hours. So they know how to win the big marquee endurance races. And they've come here with a full effort. They've got 2 Ferrari 296s in the garage. They've got a brand new one. They've got a lightly used one as well, and a lot of A lot of big brains in there as well, with a lot of Ferrari experience too. Now, Diana Binks is waiting patiently down in the pits. Di, who have you caught up with?
I am waiting very patiently, and so is Benjamin Sorg from Sorg Rennsport team. They're running 2 cars here this weekend. Now, there's a lot of cheering going on in your garage behind us, Benjamin. I don't know if you can hear that.
No, I don't react on that.
Okay, first of all, let me have a word with you. What does competing in Creventic mean to you and the team?
It's always very positive. We like racing here. It's the home of gentleman racing, and yeah, it's always nice to come back. And we're doing several races a year, every year. So since I think the first race was in 2012, so it's always nice.
How challenging is it running the 2 cars?
We are used to that. We are running 8 cars in NLS or 10 cars in 24-hour race Nürburgring. So our team is very big and very productive and everything. So that's not the problem.
This event here this weekend at Spa, a very challenging circuit. How have you and the team prepared for it?
We did track days and test days before here. So the drivers, nearly every driver raced here before or drove here before. So as you said, it's very challenging, and you need a good preparation for that.
What's your sort of expectations of the weekend? Now, we know this race is run in two halves, basically, 5 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. Have you had a sort of strategy plan for today going into tomorrow, or are you taking it minute by minute?
Of course, but that's the secret. Yeah, we want to stay out of trouble. We want to not have any extra pit stops, and always keep the car on track. And that's what we said to the drivers, and we guide them through the race. That we easily come into the race and look where we are after the first 5 hours, and then we will attack tomorrow.
What's the feedback so far from the drivers that have been behind the wheel?
Sometimes the driving standard is a bit poor, so we have a lot of irritations and nearly contact on track, but overall it's nice. Weather is perfect.
At the moment, it's absolutely perfect, but I guess during the practice sessions and the test, you were here for that. It was a wet condition, so difficult to get as much information, I guess, as you would have wanted.
We do that here now for the fourth time, and we never had the sun coming out for 4 years in a row. So this is the first day in 12 hours Spa with sun out, so that's very nice.
Now, Benjamin, your team is still behind us watching this interview. How good are this team?
Perfect. It's like a big family, and everyone helps each other, and it's always a pleasure to work with them.
Benjamin, it's a pleasure to chat to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorg Rennsport, always a team that you'll see racing, and if there's racing going on at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, they'll be there. They're one of the very few teams that actually get an entire garage to themselves at the Nürburgring 24-hour, and that is simply because they enter so many cars. Normally you'll see 6 or 7 cars squeezed into a garage there, and they enter at least that amount into the big race at the end of June this year. And brilliant to have them here in the Michelin 24-hour series paddock with 2 Porsche GT4 RS Club Sports. The right-hand corner of the front right panel of that car, most of it's painted as white, but the front right panel of that car is kind of almost like a brown colour, different to the carbon fibre. That's because it's carbon fibre reinforced plastic.
Yeah.
It's a more sustainable fibre.
And not painted.
And not painted.
And being released, but being a relief piece. They've got an amazing lineup actually in their 452 car. A Mexican, Benito Tegel, who's in that car right now. Guy Stewart from New Zealand. Max Hill from Germany. And then Harley Horton that we've already seen in that car from the UK. A real mix in the 452, which is sitting in 3rd position. In 4th position in class in the GT4 class is their second car, or their first car, 427, with Thierry Chondoki, who's French-Indian, Michel Salbach from Canada, and Marc Giraud, who we've seen before in the Frenchman, getting very close and personal with the French Vortex machine, who is actually in that car right now. It is Marc Giraud, yeah. Okay, so it was Frenchman on Frenchman there through turn 1.
So 2 hours 46 minutes to go in this first portion of this Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. Vortex V8 locked in a battle with IRC GT, which at the moment very much in the favour of the Australians in the IRC GT. The gap right now, the last timing point was a minute and 33 seconds. So Vortex looking to, well, they've really been the dominant force in the GTX class for quite a while now. They've last year they had a dream year. They won here at Spa, they won in Portimao, they won at Misano, at Barcelona, and they had a perfect start to the season as well. But IRC come over from Australia, the car owner Darren Curry, who's entered that machine. Amazing car. I mean, this is what GTX can do. You can bring along so many different types of car that fit into that class.
Or that don't fit in other classes.
Yeah, but maybe more accurate.
Because you do see all kinds of weird and wonderful things in there.
You do. Yeah, we had, well, in Dubai we had quite a few different things. We had the Rossa LM GT, the new supercar, I think I guess you could call it, which is close to a kind of GT2 spec car with a V10 engine in it, which we couldn't quite tell exactly where the basis of the engine was. Some said it was a Judd V10, some said it was an Audi V10, and some said it was completely bespoke, and the truth is probably somewhere in the middle of all three of those things. I don't know.
Notice there was a GT2 car in the back of the garage at Haas RT. They've got a GT2 Audi down there, which is a pretty special piece of kit. Diana, you're ready for us down the pits? No?
Doesn't sound like it.
No.
Doesn't sound like it, unfortunately. We'll get back down to Diana. Oh, no, there she is. Hello, Diana.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I just had a little bit of interference there, so I couldn't quite hear you. So, Loic Hartog, you're with Ziggo Sport, which is something partner, really, to the Creventic series. First of all, how are you?
Very good. Race is going well for us so far. So currently second. John is in the car. He's doing a great job. Chris started the race, and everything going to plan so far.
Are you happy with the balance and the sort of information that you had heading into this race of the car?
Yeah, definitely. So, of course, it's a very familiar product for me. The guys of Ziggo Tempesta, it's the first time they are trying the car, trying the product, and actually they quite like it. The package is very good for us. Definitely have capabilities to win the race, but everything needs to go well and smooth for 12 hours. So this is our focus, not making any mistakes.
What is the package you've got there?
It's strong. It's a 992R, of course, and so far so good. Yeah.
How much are you enjoying being part of this 24-hour series? It's a great event with the endurance racing, a lot of track time, a lot of time behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes back for me actually a long time ago. First time I drove the Creventic series was 24 Hours of Dubai in 2018. I drove it in a TCR car, so it was also great for me to progress through the ranks, let's say, kind of like start as an entry-level kind of series, and then now progress towards the GT3 stuff. It's for me also nice that I can still do it at this stage in my career, and great to do it with these guys.
And how would you describe the circuit here at Spa from a driver's perspective? What challenges does it bring you?
Well, high commitment, that's for sure. So it's nice, especially with the Michelin tire as well. Offers a great amount of grip. So actually for us, there's no issue now going flat through Arouge, flat through Blanchimont, flat through Karting 2. So a lot of the high commitment corners we can actually do well. Especially this Michelin tire is very nice. So enjoyable.
What do you think it takes to have success in endurance racing?
Definitely a lot of trust in your team and your teammates. So definitely don't take any tasks that you're not here for. So for example, for myself, as I'm here as a driver, I shouldn't be too worried or occupied with strategy, too worried or occupied with my teammates, for example. Everything and everyone just needs to trust. You have to stay very consistent. Don't take any track limits. And so far, this is going to plan.
You enjoying it?
I am. Yeah. Great series to be a part of, so hopefully I'm back in the future soon again.
Great to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Loic Hartog, a very impressive young man, and what he's achieved, and we're going out to America, taking a little pivot in his career, going to America, racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, winning that, and he's going to line up on the grid for the 2025 24 Hours of Le Mans as part of the Manthey team. I mean, what a journey.
It's a really interesting strategy for a professional driver, isn't it, to go into a Porsche Carrera Cup Championship that is not your native country. And we see it in Asia especially. European drivers relaunching their career by going over to Asia, winning that championship. At the moment, Dylan Pereira is leading the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia Championship, having previously won the Super Cup, the World Championship, let's say, of Porsche. And then attracting the attention of a completely new market, effectively, and saying, hey, look, I can be your pro drivers. And then suddenly you're launching yourself into in America, IMSA, in Asia, you've got the SRO GT series, you've got plenty of other endurance racing series, and there's, for a pro driver like Loic, the most important thing is there is money to be earned in those teams, either from the manufacturer and become a Porsche Motorsport, let's say Asia Pacific Works driver if you're in Asia, or indeed just individual teams that need their pro drivers and will pay, and the AM drivers will pay for those pro drivers. That's a very awkward place to park for Ayrton Redon. He's not going to be getting out of there without a little bit of reverse because the cone is in the way. But it's good to see that those guys with a completely different coloured bumper and left arch are going to be back out on circuit again.
Amazing job by Red Ant Racing to get that car back. It was so unlucky. I wonder if Ayrton Red Ant cut the tyre on that debris that was sitting at La Source, and because it let go halfway up the Kemmel Straight. So maybe, but brilliant job from that crew. I wouldn't think it's Ayrton in the car now. He probably has to have his minimum rest time now. So I suspect it'll be when he trips the timing beam, it'll be a different driver who comes through when they change the driver ID, because Ayrton would then go over the kind of stint time. So let's see. But good to see them getting back out on track. Of course, they're here for the season and need to gain points for the overall GT3 championship. They're in the pro class.
Yeah, and the pro class is led by Ziggo Sport Tempesta up in second position. Second position in that class is 16th after Pelin Racing were delayed in their first pit stop. So Lisa Clark down only in 16th position. Third position actually is Pelin Racing in the 23 car with Paolo Roberti, and they're fourth, but we're likely to see them back up to third position and will score decent points. And any other further issues with the other two cars, and they could be up into second or third. So definitely worth continuing to push on, even if they are multiple laps down, sadly. What was the story with Pro to Uber competition? Because we saw them spin, right, and bring out a code 60. Was there much damage? Because they've been in the pits for a good 11 minutes.
I would think by that metric there is a problem that needs to be fixed for the Proton Uber competition. That's maybe one for Diana to try and find out what it is that they're working on. I mean, like you said, if there are no small incidents at Raidillon, and did go into the barrier, did drive away from it, of course, which you don't see many drive away from that. Although the RC Bratislava car did, with a significant amount more damage. But let's see. One other car we've got to keep a close watch on is the 921, which is the Müllner Motorsport Porsche Cup car right now, which is sitting in 31st overall, 9th in 992, but laps wise it's about 4 laps off the overall leader in class. So they just got to keep their head down and try and get as many of those laps back as they can. It's the Red Ant Racing machine back onto circuit after that damaged tyre, and it's Kenny Hire who's taken the car out. A lot of new bodywork pieces put onto the front of that car.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Taking over from Di in the pit lane, I was going to show you an empty garage where the Red Ant car had been. No point in doing that, as you've already spotted it down in the fueling area. There was a massive round of applause as that car was put back onto the pit lane and then out. I want to do a quick update on the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, which is not being worked on at the moment. The front end of the car, look, if you've got this in Auto Trader, it looks great. Still looking good. All right, there's a bit of bodywork missing behind the doors. The reason this car's not being worked on
is when it went backwards into the tyres. You can see both of the racing exhausts have been bent to the left-hand side, but the big crash bar at the back has done its job. It's moved across to the left-hand side and it's deformed at the mounting points, exactly where it is meant to deform. So what has that done? Okay, that's now no good. That big thick bar, that is effectively the bumper bar. It hasn't even worried the back of the gearbox structure. That again, that carbon fibre is there for a reason, but what it's actually protected is the back of the chassis and the subframe. So that is dead straight. The rear bar isn't, but the guys aren't working on it. It would take too long to replace all the bits and pieces. But just like in your street car, these are crash structures. They are meant to deform and to dissipate the energy so that you don't break the chassis or the subframe. So no more ARC Bratislava for this part of the race, and the guys are fairly sanguine. Now, they have got... Oh, look. I wonder, will we see this one? They could ask for dispensation. I think they've been out of the race just a little bit too long. I heard you talking about Proton. I'll have a wander down there because that car didn't look too badly damaged. I was on my way down there when I stopped in to see that Lamborghini.
Yeah, that Lamborghini, particularly a shame for Daiton Liang, who I was commentating on last weekend in Malaysia in the Asia series over there, has made his way over here to Spa on a Wednesday, Thursday of testing and now race weekend, and hasn't had a chance to get out onto circuit. That's a Pole, 2 Slovakians and a Chinese driver across the group there, and Daiton Liang very, very fast, known as Liang Jiatong when you're commentating in China, but unfortunately he will not take any further part. And I'm curious to see that they haven't started pulling things off that second Lamborghini to replace the broken bits on the first. That kind of is the point of having a second car, but clearly they feel it'd be too much work.
Unless they're going to go back out tomorrow and just start again tomorrow and run the spare car. I don't know.
Yeah, could you do that mid-race though? Change chassis mid-race? I'd be surprised. I think you have to.
I think if you requested, I think there'll certainly be a heavy penalty for it, I would imagine. But I would think if you went to organise and said, look, that car's beyond repair, but can we go back out tomorrow? I wonder what the discussion point would be.
I mean, it's also lunchtime, so.
Quite, yeah, that's quite important. Yeah, it's a lovely afternoon to sit outside and have some lunches. Chantal Prince sitting in 7th overall right now in the Hofer Mercedes AMG. Right now, 3rd in AM. There's some really competitive AM cars led at the moment by Haas RT, 3rd overall with their 21. Then in 2nd in AM is the E2P car, which is now an AM car. It used to be a Pro-Am car, interesting. So it's in 2nd. But Hofer, they've got really strong pace in that machine. That's for certain. And each of their drivers, they have now in terms of driver time, they have to get. I'm pretty sure it's a minimum 1 hour. In fact, no, they actually have no minimum or maximum drive time each. So they are completely flexible how they want to go through their driver lineup.
How lovely. How lovely.
One less thing to worry about.
Yeah, just to do what you need to do to keep the drivers happy. Just noticed that Lisa Clark has brought the Pellin Racing Ferrari 296, that one, not the 488, which is also part of their offering. She's done 24 laps, so she's done her full stint. They didn't pit under the last code 60 like some of them, and she'll be handing that car over, I imagine, to Felicia Jelmini, because Carl Marcelli was having lunch with me, and I think indigestion would kick in if he jumped straight in the car after his pasta bowl. And we haven't seen Jelmini either. So
not yet, no.
I do know that back in the days when I was karting, if you had lunch and then got into the car, then you have an awful indigestion.
No, nobody wants that.
No, not especially not when you're with your helmet and warm and all the rest of it. So Lisa doing her 1 hour chunk that she is obligated to do. I think that's the case in the GT3 category.
Yeah, it depends which class that you're in.
So they're in full.
They're in a pro car, so Lisa has a minimum of 2 hours to do.
Okay, so
and that's pure driving time. The pits does not count for that, so she's just done around an hour. So 1 more hour to go. Lisa Clark does enjoy the wet, though. Kyle Marcelli told us that in Mugello, so she may well save an hour for tomorrow, where there is a threat of rain, and get to go out and have a play in the Ferrari and slide it about a bit in the rain. 2 hours 30 minutes left then until we park up for the night and then come back tomorrow. But Proton Huber competition, they still are in the pits, and John Hindhaugh has more of an update for us.
Yes, I haven't actually managed to speak to anybody from Proton just yet, but I've wandered down to pit out because we've got about 1 or 2 laps for the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is the development car, effectively.
Because then you get the double.
Yeah, they're taking it very easily indeed down here. The guys just enjoying a little bit of sunshine. The temperature is as warm as it has been, and we're in full sunshine in the pit lane at the moment, gents. So my decision this morning to go short sleeves and short trousers has actually worked out rather well. There's a pleasant enough breeze blowing down the front straight, so it's behind you into La Source. That means it's on the nose of the car going into Les Combes at the end of Kessel, so that'll be helping the braking there. Very pleasant indeed this afternoon.
It is pleasant. Is definitely the word here at Spa. You always get a mixed bag of weather here. With the teams have had a lot of track time, as is always the case with the Creventic series, and they've had a lot of wet running. In fact, Diana and I had a lovely chat with Ajit Kumar earlier on, who's he's all the circuits on the calendar this year. He has driven at none of them before, so this is a whole year of discovery for him. And he said we were having a laugh in the team, saying he's got wet track time here at Spa, but today in the race will be his first dry track time.
Well, Carl Tilley said exactly the same thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
So much wet practice on Wednesday and Thursday that actually by the time they got to the official sessions there wasn't much time, and so yeah, this is today the best conditions they've had all weekend.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, with Kyle Tilley at the moment up in 4th, but John has found more. He's busy. He's getting up and down the pit lane. He's with Alex Prince.
Indeed, who had a sparkling start to this race. Starting from pole position, slightly unexpected, as I said to Chantal on the starting grid. When was the last time that you started from pole position?
So me personally, from the whole pack, I think it's the first time I did this. So I think I was really nervous because I didn't expect it for sure. I did some class pole positions at the Nürburgring, but then you have all the other guys, the crazy guys before in front of you. So it was the first time. I enjoyed it a lot. I was surprised how it went. But yeah, I just pushed like hell to get away from all the pack. Yeah.
And you did that very, very well indeed. We're just going to have to get out of the way because we've got the Herbert car coming in as well in a moment. Did the code 60 actually help you settle your nerves at the start of the race? Because it was like dash, 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 half a lap, and then a code 60. It gave you a chance maybe to settle in?
At the first, yes, for sure. You get a little bit like stress out of yourself because then you can just think about the whole situation. But then you think directly again, okay, the tire temperature. So how can I handle it when it's going back to green? And my strategy was just, okay, I push like hell. Hopefully the guys behind maybe have a little bit trouble with all these guys that I can build up a little gap. So it worked quite well, so I was happy, and then I just could concentrate myself to push like fast laps in.
Your stint average was superb, and you had some very, very good drivers behind you. I sensed that by the time you were an hour and a half in, because it was extended stuff, you were really enjoying yourself by then.
Yes, for sure. It was just pure fun, especially here in Spa, then leading the whole pack with this kind of car build up from the crew, from Mercedes. It was just pure fun. I enjoyed it so much, and I can't wait to get inside again.
Good luck, race well for later on today and tomorrow. Are you back in today?
We will see.
That means probably yes. In the meantime, guys, as we were talking to Alex there, the Herbert car in and out, 4 new Michelin tyres, really, really quick stop, and it's on its way down that kilometre run down to the fuel stop right now.
So his stint average, Alex Prince, was just over 2 minute 20. So it was actually 2 minute 20.008. That compares to Lauren Heinrich's stint average, and yet you can't fully compare because there are code 60s thrown in there as well, of an 18.9. So only just over 1 second average difference between an AM driver and probably one of the best pro drivers that exists in our field this weekend.
Right now, yes, for sure. I mean, Lauren Heinrich is the reigning IMSA GTD Pro champion in his first year in the championship. Winner at the Sebring 12 Hours in GTD Pro against a whole cast of superstars. So yeah, that is we can't say enough of Alex Prince's performance this weekend, and yeah, he did. That is quite funny. He said, "Oh, I think I'll be in." Yes, I'm pretty sure he'll be doing a lot of driving, as well, I would imagine, Torsten Kratz as well over the next certainly the next 2 hours 25, but also tomorrow as well. We've got to watch out for that, as Lauren Heinrich at the moment, our former leader, is in fuel at the moment, fueling up, so that will shuffle the order around a little bit.
Yeah, and it's now in that classic Creventic confusion, because we've got the 56 Scuderia Praha, the 11 Hoffer Racing and the 8 Kessel Racing, all pitting under that previous code 60, which was about half a stint ago. But we are owed pit stops from Herbert, who just pitted now. Tempesta owe us a pit stop. Haas RT, the 21, with Xavier Knauf at the board. He's done 25 laps, so they should be coming in, as will ERA. And so we're going to have this sort of one group of cars on one strategy, one group of cars on another strategy, and we're probably going to seesaw all the way through to the end of this race with those strategies, unless, of course, we get another code 60 which resets it. But if we don't, that's going to really cause headaches for which one do we want to be on when we get to that 4 hours and 50 minutes. Do we want to owe a pit stop early in tomorrow or late in tomorrow's first hour?
So 2 hours 23 minutes to go then, and Jonathan Hui has brought in the Ziggosport Tempesta Porsche, which is being run by Herbert Porsche, and John Hindhaugh was just down there shortly. So John, have you kept in position?
Have indeed. That is going on to my right. The 111 Racing IRC car is down and away to fuel. The Proton question, and if we get Seb to just turn around to have a look in the garage, the Proton, which just clipped the wall at the top of Radeon a little while ago. This is the number 73 Proton Huber Porsche, the all-carbon car. There's a wee bit of scuffage, as Nick Damon would say, on the front right wing. All the work is going on at the back, and it looks to me as though they've had the floor off and they're starting to get ready to replace it. There's two guys under the back. It's on proper jacks and everything like that, so it's not in any danger of falling down on the guys. The team have said we will get this car back out. It is a question of when, not if. Now, I've just seen a driver appear for the first time in a little while. Seb's just going to go and have a look down the back so that you can have a wee look as well. This was the car that was doing so well earlier on and looked an absolute picture. It's not imminent, but the work is going on. The work is going on with purpose, shall I say? So they know what they're doing, and we might have a bit of business in the pit lane here because it's all gone quiet, and that normally means, gentlemen, that something's happened on the circuit.
Well, your spidey senses are tingling. Maybe that's what happens when you wear shorts in the pit lane, perhaps. But unfortunately, it is an Audi. It's the Haas Audi. This will be the number 21, the race leader, actually, or net race leader. Xavier Knauf has gone off big style.
Has he gone off, though?
Oh, he's gone off, yeah. There's smoke coming off out of the engine bay of the car. So has the engine just gone pop?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether there's been a contact or that is... no, not that car. It's not the number 2. It's the number 21. There is the number 2 in shot that's further down the field. The 21 is our leader, and I'm wondering... Oh, that's the 69, actually. I'm wondering whether that is simply an expiry rather than contact, because I'm only saying that because the rear wing looked in the right place, and where the car was kind of looked like he'd parked up rather than gone off. I'm not sure whether we've got a clear view from any of our cameras of that particular area, because it's where Jelmini sort of paused yesterday in qualifying. But that's such a shame, because Gregoire and his fire extinguishers are now out in a kind of a weird place, actually. They look like they're extinguishing the side of the car.
It's definitely coming from the engine compartment,
yeah,
that's for sure, yeah. It's the Haas RT number 21 Audi driver has managed to get out, so Xavier Nauf is... what a shame. They were running so strongly. We didn't see Haas RT at Mugello. It's always wonderful to have them back. They're a great presence in the paddock. Team owner Sandrine Haas is brings sunshine to the paddock, I think is the best way I could put it. The pit lane, I would imagine, will be getting very busy. Yes, it is. John Hindhaugh, down to you.
Yeah, I came straight to the two Haas pits when you mentioned that. It wasn't too much of a stretch. We'll leave Seb shooting the cars coming, so you can identify the cars coming into the pits. I can tell you that there is no major action going on in the 21 pits. They're staring at the screens at the back of the garage as...
Not much they can do, John.
Really, is it that bad? Oh, dear. Meantime, we've got an Audi in. This is the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport machine, and the front cover was somewhat recalcitrant. They had to give it a big old thump on the right-hand side. They're having a look underneath there. That looks suspension related. There's the... Oh, it's a brake. Apparently something down by the brake duct. 2 zip ties being called for. Oh, Nick would love this. So 2 zip ties have been delivered. Something's come adrift there and it's been rattling around at the left front. So we've got 2 mechanics, one in right in the middle and one under the right front wheel. The wheel and tyre is off, and that'll be a very hot brake disc there that the lead mechanic is risking burning himself on. In and out for the Era Motorsport blue Ferrari, the number 81, taking advantage of this code 60. I suppose if you're going to do any remedial work, gents, which is what this Simpson Motorsport machine is doing, the Continental car, the number 69, red, white and blue car, do it under code 60. They are losing less time than they would be if this was green flag racing.
It's worked incredibly well for the 193 and the 81, because they were due to give us pit stops, and they are being able to do those pit stops under code 60. Of course, they can't get as much fuel in the car as possible as they would have under green, but they are saving time fueling and doing a stop under this situation. I reckon Era are going to be our net leaders here, because the Haas RT car was well up, and it was Gregoire Sauvaz who was so fast in that first stint, handing over to Xavier Nauf, who is aboard the car for where he's now parked on the outside of Pouhon. There is skid marks, but are those skid marks related to the Audi? I think they might be, but there's certainly no damage. He hasn't hit anything.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's had a spin and then the car's erupted in flames.
Very strange.
Or at least smoke.
Very, very strange. What a shame for Haas RT. They come here with 2 cars. It's their sort of their home race. They're a team from Antigua and Barbuda, but there's a lot of Belgian influence in there as well. What a pity. But yeah, I totally agree with you there that particularly Era Motorsport of one to watch there. That's sometimes the way Code 60s fall, particularly on a long track like this, because if a Code 60 comes out just as you're about to pit, it's perfect. However, if you can, we saw that a few times at Mugello, where Kessel Racing would always seem to be that they would be at the first corner when the code 60 came out, and then they had to go all the way around, and they didn't get the opportunity to take the pit under code 60. So however, what you have to remember though is that, for example, Era Motorsport, that like many of the other cars in the field, they can only take 25% of their allocated fuel amount under the code 60.
But they can do an out and back, can't they? So they can do one pit stop.
No,
you're not allowed to do a pit stop the next lap.
Not anymore. Not for an hour. Yeah. Okay. So if we go code 60 for more than an hour, then yes, but not anymore.
So you can't do 2 stops under the same code 60?
No.
Okay.
No. So they have their their fuel limit that they can have is, in terms of what they can fuel up with, is 100 litres on the green flag. So that would mean they can only put 25 litres in during a code 60. It's almost too busy now at fueling. You could delay yourself now by being in at fuel.
I wonder whether that Scuderia Praha Ferrari, I think it was what we were watching, is going to not actually find a bay to be able to fuel up in, and that costs you a horrible amount, because then, especially here, you've got to go all the way around to come back into the pits, and actually the Haas 21 is on the back of a low loader already, Verviers Dépannage, and therefore we won't be long before we can go back to green flag conditions with not much more to sort out, and it's a bit of a mess down in the fuel bay. We have different designs of fueling areas in Creventic. This one is actually in the endurance pit, and it doesn't allow very much space for cars that don't.
It's very, very messy down there at the moment. Yeah, so it's just, there's not a great deal of space to move as the Herbeth Porsche gets going, and as does the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and the Herbeth Porsche wins the race on pit road, or on fueling, if you like, as they all come out. Dodging and looking and see if it looks like our race leader is the 81 of Kyle Tilley. Let's get down to John Hindhaugh in the pits.
Thank you, Peter. I've stayed at Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the 69 Audi. You saw you could see you saw the work going on at the top of the front of the right-hand side of the car. Now, how's about this one? I thought I'd seen and heard about pretty much anything that can go wrong with a racing car. They were getting a little bit of a problem with the right front brake temperature. These cars have got sensors all over the place. So they decided under code 60 to bring it in and have a look at it, which they did. And that's where they were working on the right front. They had a little bit of contact early on that they think might have probably worked something loose. What happened was the transponder had worked its way loose from its mounting and fallen into the brake duct. Can you believe it? So they had to get that off and refasten it with 2 zip ties to make sure that it wasn't taking up any of the space that air should have been getting to the front right brake. It could have been worse. They could have ingested it, of course, and it could have disappeared or fallen off on the track or whatever. They've lost a wee bit of time under that code 60. It could have been so much work, good preventative work and good problem solving. Hashtag spirit of endurance, isn't it?
Yeah, the spirit of endurance is what this championship is all about. Fueling still very, very busy indeed. The home guard Porsche's in there. The Himofa GT4 is getting filled up. The Van Berlo motorsport car that's run by Bas Kutten has got back going again too from fueling.
So we lost everything down here.
What it's going to look like then, it seems that it will be the 81 Ferrari of Kyle Tilley for Era Motorsport, who will lead the race. And now, I may be wrong here, but I think this may well be the first time they've, led a Creventic 24-hour race, properly on full strategy, because that's them refueled and ready to keep back going again.
There was certainly a few cars that didn't manage to get fuel in under that last code 60, and they were forced to drive through the fuel bay without actually taking any fuel. Looking at the timing screens, I'm not sure it affected too much anyone too high up, but of course the story is not fully told by timing screens sometimes, and yes, they might have been a minute stationary at the fuel bay, but they weren't taking any fuel because they were waiting for a bay to come available. So I think there could be a few teams here, one, that haven't been able to take advantage of the code 60, two, that pitted before the code 60 and therefore have been disadvantaged but have extra fuel in, or three, were able to do both but haven't got as much fuel in as those that have pitted under green. So 91 Herbert Motorsport, they pitted before code 60, so they've got a full tank of fuel but have lost time because others pitted under code 60 and took less time pitting in code 60.
No, that was
before. It was when John was doing his interview with Alexander, and it was under green flag conditions.
Well, they must have come in again
91.
then, because they came in again during the Code 60.
Okay.
For a top off. So, and the thing is,
that's even better then. They've got really long.
They're looking pretty good right now. I think Alfred Renauer has switched in for Lauren Heinrich jumping out. So Alfred Renauer, one of the Renauer brothers who own and run Herbeth Motorsport. They run a really, really tight ship, properly professional team. You won't necessarily see that, you know, big hospitality unit, big truck, whatever. But everything that makes the car go faster and wins races, all that is absolutely as good as it can be. They're a really, really impressive outfit. They race at the Nürburgring as well as in various other series, but are absolutely renowned in this championship for their strategic prowess, for their driver lineups, and indeed for the results, which is what it comes down to, of course. So all of a sudden, it's a Ferrari 1-2. The Ferraris have been struggling a little bit for pace since the balanced performance adjustment after Mugello. The turbo boost turned back a little bit. So, but at the moment, it's 2 Ferraris from the Porsche of Luke Hartog, and then it's the first of the Mercedes AMG, which is the Hoffer racing car, up to 4th then. So they've done quite well out of that Code 60. Alfred Renauer for the second of the Porsches, excuse me, is in 5th. Then it's the next of the Ferraris in 6th. Dustin Blattner for Kessel Racing. So that is how it looks in GT3 at the moment.
My usually incredibly reliable timing 71 is not having a good day today, and
it's not. It's letting you down there a little bit.
What I'm trying to see is whether Ziggo pitted before Code 60 or after Code 60, because Loic has been in that car for 11.5 minutes, which would suggest, with the Code 60 only being 9 minutes long, that they were able to pit before. They were in the pits before. This is the best situation you can be in the pits before. Code 60 flies, but because you entered the pits before, you can get a full tank of fuel. No, has that changed again? Because see, I haven't done it for 2 years, so the regulation's all different now.
No,
but you used to be able to come into the pits, and if you were in before the Code 60 flew, you could then benefit fully, and you get a good advantage. Okay, so even if you pit under green and then the Code 60 flies whilst you're in the pits, then it switches to 25%.
Yep.
Oh, it was so fun when they didn't have that rule, but it was very unfair.
Yes,
yes,
sure. I think that's probably why. Yes, that's why. It's interesting. Scuderia Praha come back. They've come into the pits. They might have been one of the cars that were unlucky and didn't actually. Yes, they were. The 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari was one of those cars that got the wrong lane in the queue. Basically, couldn't get to fuel. They've come into the pits now. But they will be able to take their absolutely full fuel fill. Yeah. That's the thing is that if they were putting in under Code 60, they'd only be able to get 25% of it, whereas under green they can get 100% of it. So it swings and roundabouts. I can see the cogs turning big.
No. Such as today's confusion. I was getting confused between car numbers and turn numbers.
The Scuderia Praha crew taking a very, very close look at one of those Ferrari 296 rims, and indeed the tyre running the Michelin H2 compound. They're studying it. It didn't seem to me that the tyre had deflated much, but the fact that they've taken it off the car and replaced it with another means that there was obviously some degree of concern there. So a few cars having issues with either tyre damage or tyre problems, which Spa's a circuit which puts the tyre through an immense amount of load and pressure, and we have had incidents on track which have left debris on the circuit. So it's definitely at risk at the moment, as Ajit Kumar sitting in 8th at the moment in class in 992. Today is his first laps in Spa in the dry. He's had quite a bit of wet Spa running this week and on his debut at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, but this is his first outing in the dry. He had started off the week with a different car, actually. Had to get a replacement car from Red Ant Racing after an incident in testing earlier in the week, but very much on a discovery around Europe and racing around Europe. But he's absolutely loving it. With Di and I had a lovely chat with him earlier on, just always smiling and loving his time here in the Michelin 24-hour series.
Just going to let the timing screen sort itself out and then hopefully be able to give you roughly an idea of where we're at and what we can expect from the remaining 2 hours that we have of this first part of 5 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. And obviously then teams will be back timing pretty quickly from that 5:50 not checkered flag, but I think they do share the checkered flag, but it's sort of part way through the end of the race. They'll be working their way back from there, and it's a bit too early, I would say, to do that now, but do they want to have a car with good tyres, good fuel tomorrow morning, or do they want a car that is low on tyres, low on fuel, but they have good track position, for instance? And I'm thinking if we are potentially expecting rain tomorrow, if the track is declared wet tomorrow morning, they get a free change of tyre to a wet tyre, right? So if you compromise yourself by pitting today and then everyone gets a free change of tyre tomorrow, that's going to be a waste of a pit stop. So I reckon you want to go long and leave the car sort of relatively empty on fuel and tyres tonight, hoping that tomorrow you get yourself a free change of tyre.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I'm pretty sure Trussers would disagree with me, but
yeah,
that's
he says it's not going to rain tomorrow, but I think there's too much of a threat. But yeah, definitely, I think you could roll the dice there to see. I mean, there is no perfect solution. Luke Hartog has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 2:17.247, and by a country mile, that is a new lap record for Michelin 24-hour series. It was last set in 2018.
Wow.
Matteo Malicelli in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, 2:20.412. We've seen faster than that in testing, though. We saw Felice, in fact, in free practice, we saw the Pelin car, Felice Gelmini, doing a 2:16. Sorry, it was Cal Marcelli, excuse me, 2:16. So there is even more lap time in the circuit, and we may well see that as we head through the rest of today's running.
And a couple of reasons as to why that is. I've mentioned a few times already that the circuit was resurfaced around this time last year. They ironed out quite a few bumps that were quite nasty, especially going up Eau Rouge. There was also a big patch down here into Bruxelles, which needed to be resurfaced because it was very, very bumpy. And in total, when we came to the Spa 24 hours, we saw a new lap record there by 3.5 seconds. I don't know what happened at the Grand Prix. I have to check that one out, but basically the circuit was considered to be about 3 seconds faster after the resurfacing. And then, of course, Creventic have moved from Hankook to Michelin for this year, so we are running a different rubber after many, many years on the Hankooks. So that will have an effect on the Creventic lap record. I don't know what the... be interesting to see what the GT3 lap record is in total, though.
Yes, definitely. It will be in race conditions. So, yeah, there's so many different factors, isn't there? But track conditions, I would imagine, are fairly good. The only thing, it might not have a great deal of rubber down. That's the only thing, is of course, we had a lot of rain, which would have washed away any kind of rubber. So we may well see the lap times continue to get quicker and quicker, but a great lap time nonetheless. As Luke Hartog's just backed it up with another 2:17, 2:17.7. There is no one on the circuit remotely close. The closest is actually, well, it was in the last lap, was Dustin Blattner with a 2:18.6. He's just done a 2:22 though the lap after, but Alfred Renauer 2:19.9. So definitely impressive pace from Luke Hartog. When you consider he's a semi-pro graded driver, he's definitely a driver on the up. You can see why he's been chosen for that silver graded seat for the Manthey team at Le Mans in, goodness, just less than 2 months' time. Not long till the big race in France, the Le Mans 24 hours, which a few of the drivers in the field will be going to compete in. So in the Hofer racing car, the pole sitting car, they're sitting in 5th now. So they're cycling through their drivers. Chantal Prince took over from her husband Alex, and now it's Chantal's father Michael who's at the wheel of the car. Thorsten Kratz yet to get behind the wheel. again, we remind you, they don't have any minimum or maximum drive time to worry about, so they can be totally flexible. It's all spin for, oh dear, Jörg Dreisau, the front bumper has come off at La Source. So this is the Proton Huber car that had to be repaired. He's driven off. The remaining bumper left there.
No evidence of another car involved there. You could hear the screeching on the audio. Has that bumper just literally fallen off? I mean, it won't affect you having a spin, will it?
It could well be something to do with the tape. Maybe the tape has not done its job. So that was of course, it had been damaged before, as we know, and it had been repaired, but the repair perhaps hasn't stuck.
Wrong colour tape.
You said it, yeah. Although it's got the kind of two-tone to it. It's got the black and the white. It's kind of like when you go in catering, there's a chocolate and the vanilla ice cream, and the two kind of combine together.
Race control saying there was another car involved. The 27 was involved, which is who? There isn't a 27.
Yeah, you stumped me there.
It's not me. It's not me.
No,
Race control is saying incident involving car 27 and car 73.
No, there is no 27.
But there is no 27. So this happens. This happens. But we'll find out. Race control will sort themselves out in a bit and work out who the... Well, maybe he had contact with a phantom 27 car.
Or that's just his excuse. Maybe just say, oh, the 27, oh, that guy's a maniac, he's taking me out. No, we'll find out more about it.
Going back to my investigation on lap records, GT3 lap record, so set at the 24 Hours of Spa, a 2:16.1.
Is that a race record?
Yes.
Okay.
The lap record has to be a race record, and that is on Pirelli tyres, of course. So we're not far away with the hard Michelin tyre. Formula One did the same thing. They set a lap record in their last Grand Prix in 2024. So the circuit got a lot faster.
Definitely, and of course we've not. The track will still be relatively green after all that wet running, and you're running to a slightly different program. So, but good strong pace from Luke Hartog. In fact, he's gone quicker again last time by a 2:17.296. So yeah, running a really strong and really consistent pace from Luke Hartog in second place. That Ziggo Sport Tempesta racing car is a really hot property for this victory. In terms of drive time, and because they're two semi-pro drivers and an AM driver, they've got no minimum or maximum drive time, so they can have Luke Hartog and indeed Christopher Froggatt in the car as much as they desire. It's always nice to have that luxury.
Let's go through where we're at right now in terms of, with just 2 hours remaining of today. Kyle Tilley leads for Era Motorsport by 46 seconds over the 1:93 of Ziggo Sport Tempesta. They're basically on the same strategy because they both pitted under the last code 60. Third position still seems to be Scuderia Praha in the 56, even though they pitted twice. So they pitted under the code 60 and then after the code 60, but they managed to retain that third position, such as being the gaps created by that last code 60. Then we've got the 91 of Alfred Renauer, and as you say, they pitted before code 60 and then also pitted under code 60. So they have a good full tank of fuel because they pitted before code 60, and they have a top-up as well. So fuel-wise, they are in a really good position, even if they are maybe 2 laps down right now, but it's about 2 laps to do a pit stop, so not in a bad position totally. Then Kessel Racing number 8 and Hoffer Racing number 11 in 5th and 6th position, also pitted under code 60 last time through. Most teams did. And so most teams have been kind of reset on that strategy. The difference being that Herbert Motorsport had pitted just before, and so lost that lead, but comfortably in a good position car-wise with a full tank of fuel and a bit more, and tyres as well.
The one thing I'd throw in, maybe a spanner I could throw in the works though, for Era Motorsport, and they're doing an amazing job right now. They played the strategy perfectly, it worked in their favour. at the moment, Kyle Tilley has done 1 hour and 29 minutes of driving time. That means within 31 minutes, he needs to be into the pits, because then he'll go through the maximum. So that will then take us to 1 hour and 25 minutes to go. And then they have an option. They have options. Jake Hill said he's not driving today. That was the plan anyway. Then Aero Motorsport have a choice. They've already had Ryan DL in the car.
But they wanted to get Merriman in.
Well, that was what the point was coming to.
Yeah.
Is that and given that there's a threat of rain tomorrow, Dwight's more comfortable in the dry. He's comparative to the other AM drivers in the dry. So you then will if by putting him in, then that can change the order of things as well. But if they can get Dwight Merriman's driver time out of the way by the end of tonight, then, and if we have really bad weather tomorrow, that could put Aero Motorsport in a good place. John Heinhoff has more for us down in the pits.
Yeah, very quickly, guys, just confirming what you were saying about that Aero Motorsport car. Jake Hill still in civvies. I've just had a chat with him, and he is not driving today. That is not the plan. He will do his 3 hours that he's allowed tomorrow, obviously respecting the 2 hour maximum timing and his rest breaks between. So that is a definite. We've got the Haas RT number 2 crew lining up with a fresh set of Michelin tyres. And by the way, I meant to tell you, and totally forgot because there was so much going on. When that Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport car came in at the last code 60 for that problem with the displaced transponder, they put the same Michelin tyres on that it came in on, so they didn't change tyres. So in comes, now that's interesting. So was that a penalty being served by the Aero Motorsport car? Because it's just driven through the working pit lane, unless they're topping it up now and back counting to the end. Meantime, I'll leave that to you to answer. Meantime, we've got the pit stop going on for the number 2 Haas RT car as it comes into the pit lane, and that looks...
And John, you've got the Haas RT 21 at the back of the garage.
Yes.
No, so the 2's at the front of the garage, the 21's at the back of the garage. The 21 is the car that caused the last code 60. Interesting to know what happened there.
Right, let me wander down there. They're just finishing that off. That is a brand new set of Michelin Pilot Sports going on to it. Waiting for the Audi to fire up. Oh, yes. That V10. Right, so the other car, oh yes, that had that problem, didn't it? That had the fire. Let me see if I can find out from someone what we think happened. You might lose me, I'm going in the back of the garage, so bear with me for a second. Let's very quickly see if I can speak to one of the guys. Excuse me, guys, what happened to the other car? It had a little fire?
A little problem with the engine.
And you getting it back or not?
No way.
Okay. Thank you. I'll let you get on. Sorry to hear that. Right, I don't know if you heard that, guys, but they will get the car back in the pits. Unlikely to have that car back out. Problem with the engine. Quite unusual. Not sure whether you got all that from the back of the pit lane. Hopefully you did. I'm now standing back out in the sunshine, where it's lovely.
Yes, we did. Loud and clear. Thank you, John. That's really sad for Haas RT. And we're quite intrigued by the 81 Aero Motorsport team, who have now pitted on the green. Kyle Tilley wasn't near his maximum stint length of 2 hours. He was about 1 hour and 32 thereabouts, as things were. So now, John, if you did Aero do a driver change? If you've got us, John. No, okay. So they.
Sorry, Peter. Say again.
Did Aero do a driver change?
I didn't see them stop. I didn't think they'd stopped at that pit. The 911 Porsche in from 13th overall. Now that was a new set of tyres going on there as well. I just go round these guys and ask the question. It seemed to me as though they'd gone straight through Aero, but they're only a couple of garages up, so bear with me for a second. They had no, they were there before the tyres, so let me stick my head in here and see what I can find out. Was that a driver change that you've just done there?
No, it's coming
Still pending. Just went straight for fuel.
Still
All right, so straight for fuel and basically back timing till the end of today.
Yeah.
Timing back to the end of the race today, yeah?
I'm going to finish today.
Yeah, you're going to finish today. All right. Well, it's going to be nice and dry for you. Enjoy it. There you go. There's your answer. So it did. I wasn't losing me marbles, fellas. It did drive straight through. And I didn't see any tyres laid out. They've got a couple of little tyre holders, like you used to see in IndyCar. Roger Penske, on whose head many innovations can be laid, started the little tyre holders on the pit lane, and we've got them down here in front of Aero Motorsport as well. They're in the bright sunshine, and basically left front, right front sit there, and they've got another couple that they can drop in so that nothing rolls away, because it's not quite a flat pit lane here. And there was nothing on there when the car was coming down the pit lane, so I thought, oh, they're not stopping. And then I turned away, and it was already out of the F1 pits and heading down the hill to the fueling stop, and then you made me doubt myself. So, but anyway, we've sorted it out.
There we go. We got to the bottom of it. Thank you, John. So that means then, just with our interview, luckily, was Dwight Merriman. John managed to was one of the drivers, and that's so with an hour and 50 minutes, Era doing basically a top up. Kyle Tinney's stint time is now refreshed, so it's now 1 hour 31:43. So he's got to pit within the next 28 minutes. So Dwight Merriman will be rocking and ready to go. That will then put him in with circa 1 hour 20, which with a couple of code 60s could mean that he might actually not have to go back into the pits at all, should he not want to. So Aero Motorsport, they're certainly in a strong position. Whether they're in a really, really strong position, it still remains to be seen. But the team owner, Kyle Tilley, doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. He did so at Mugello as well, and they're keeping their becoming less secret weapon, Jake Hill, in reserve for tomorrow.
I mean, the other thing that Kyle said to me in Mugello was, we're relatively new to Creventic racing, and there's a lot to think about. There's a lot going on with different regulations, with their drive time, with the fueling in under code 60, fueling under green, and we're not really sure how it all works yet. So they've definitely tried something here. Maybe they were desperately in need of fuel, although they pitted only 7 or 8 laps ago, so I'd be surprised if they were desperate for fuel, because they got a 25% in under code 60, we know that. Unless they were one of those cars that didn't fuel at all, and that we don't know. We know that they went to the fuel area because transponder will say that they're in that zone. Whether they were stationary for a long period of time, my data doesn't tell me. But either way, we do know now, decent amount of fuel, tyres that have done about 10 laps pre the fuel stop. Kyle Tilley that's done an hour and a half, so they have to come in a half an hour's time, in which case they'll give a new set of boots probably to Dwight Merriman, and if it's under green they can get more fuel in that car so it can actually be healthier tomorrow morning, because there isn't full or empty. There is a sliding scale that you can be, and you can be overfull as well, because you can be more than you are allocated. Full and full.
The fuel allocation is what you're allowed to refuel with, not what the capacity is. It's, a spin for the E2P Aston Martin. That looks like it's at Bruxelles.
Yep.
Yeah, so now who's at the wheel? That's Pablo Borguera. Managed to get back going again, and thankfully.
Hopefully got the clutch this time. Sorry.
That would have caught me out. I could definitely say so. That's really bad luck. But
really interesting.
Again.
Talking to Javier, who runs the team, about the Aston Martin versus their experience with Porsche before. Saying lots of nice little details in the Porsche to make the gentleman driver comfortable as possible. This Aston Martin is a race car. This is designed to be as performant as possible, and there are no nice little extra tweaks. So for instance, you can't move the steering column in the Aston Martin like you can in a Porsche. In a Porsche you can move it kind of anywhere you really want, but in the Aston Martin it doesn't move. The pedal box moves, but you fix the steering column for the pro driver, for the gentleman driver, and then the pros have to sort themselves out outside of it. So that's just one example of some of the things that ProDrive, who build these Aston Martins, do for performance. Oh, and Kessel are in. Johnny, you down there?
Gentlemen, and a bit of a drama here for the Kessel Ferrari from 4th place. This dark red and white car, the front cover came off straight away. The car spluttered, and so there's a smell of fuel as well, as if it's overfueling. It's already on the dollies and heading back in. This is the number 8 car, Kessel Ferrari. There was a little bit of a concern when it first came in, and then they waved the mechanics away. I'll walk around the back of Seb so that he can continue to see what's going on. They're working in the front, what would be the luggage compartment. Driver's staying in the car. Oh, this is not good. They're taking trays out. They're going to bleed something, or they feel like they're losing fluid, maybe. All of the fluid reservoirs are in the front on the Ferrari 488. Maybe the front coming back on. They seem to be, again, working with purpose. There was a shout from the front end as if they knew what was going on. And oh, by the way, I meant to tell you before again, but things got a bit hectic. The Seat, which is one of just 2 cars in TCE, that car was getting a new windscreen the last time that I went by. And the bonnet was up as well. Oh no, don't like the look of this. This is an electrical, this is one of the main electrical conduits in the car. And it's the contacts that are being cleaned up in a fairly basic manner by sticking a screwdriver into it and trying to pry what needs to be taken out. And they are, I think they've had a total electrical failure on this car, and that's why it wouldn't restart. There's quite a nasty scrape down the side, bit more than that. Down the driver's door, there's a big shark bite out of the side, and the protective foam is visible underneath the dark red of the bodywork, and it does literally look like somebody's taken a bite out of the side of the car. I don't know if we can get, I don't want to do too much around here with Seb and the camera, because obviously they're working around the front end. On goes the front end. The lights have come back on the steering wheel, so that's good news. It will be getting pushed back out again. Now, it didn't even get a new set of tyres there when it came in, and now they're going to take it off the dolly jacks, which you'll hear in a second, and now it's on the ground, and now the Ferrari 3-litre V6 motor heads out. And, well, that was all a bit dramatic for the car that was in 4th position. I'm surprised they didn't take the opportunity to throw a new set of Michelins on it. You'd be able to tell how long it is since that car was last in. They probably will top it up with fuel now they've been down the pit lane. They might as well.
Well, that's a real shame for Kessel Racing to have that delay, but although relatively short delay, all things considered, a lot of damage to the driver's side door. Now, there's penalties a go-go. Quite a lot have been because of track limits infringements. The 65 Viper Niza AMG has definitely been a pretty regular offender, has picked up a 10-second penalty. The 909 Red Camel Jordan's car, likewise, 10-second penalty. The 29 Ben, this is the Pellin Ferrari, driven at the moment by Felice Gelmini, is given a 20-second penalty, which is a pretty heavy penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, and that was the collision that was initially reported as a 27 car, which doesn't exist, with Proton Uber Competition 73. We saw, or we heard and saw the end of it, the screeching and the front bumper being removed down at La Source. And it was originally reported as the 27. Actually, it was the 29 of Felice Yelmini. So they've got a 20-second penalty for that. There's also track limit penalties for them too. There's quite a few track limit penalties, as you mentioned. And so it's kind of coming undone for the 29 machine. And, you know, that is one of the reasons why the Red Ant guys in the 93 got that car back out, their Mercedes, after having the puncture, because they can still fight. And if there are more and more issues for the 29, remember the 29 didn't finish in Mugello. They had a problem half an hour before the end of the race. They retired that car, I seem to remember. So anything can happen, and it's a long race still. But yes, pit stops that are a bit longer than usual are explained by track limit infringements. 12th offence for the 65, for instance, Viper-Nisa Racing. And they've got other penalties for other things you mentioned as well.
Yeah, they've certainly been collecting them, unfortunately, over the course of the day. Michael Kroll for Hoffer Racing, setting a really nice consistent pace at the moment, running in 4th, leading in the AM class at the moment. Our overall race leader has just been into, or is just still in the pits actually. Luke Hartog brought in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing Porsche, the white and orange machine, is in fuel at the moment, and of course will be able to take full advantage. Given that it's under green flag, you can fill up your full allocation. So they've got 90 litres that they can extract from the pump at 90% of the fuel flow that the pump can realistically give. So they've got to keep always keep an eye on those numbers and what they can do. Now, is Luke Hartog going to stay in the car? Of course, there's no minimum or maximum time he needs to worry about. Stint time, though, he does. I didn't quite see what his stint time was when he went into the pits. At the moment, he's been in the pits for 3 minutes, but we'll see once he clicks over the time and beam when he comes out of fuel.
And therefore, artificially, I think we have a battle for the lead of the race, because Denis Fasak in the Scuderia Praha 56 is going to inherit the lead of the race, and he is only just ahead, or now he's not ahead, of Alfred Renauer. So one timing screen is saying Renauer's got a 2-minute lead, and the other timing screen is saying that he's 0.4 of a second separating the two of them. So I don't know where to look to get my information today.
Yeah, well, it's. I think you're right. It is close between the. Certainly at the last.
It was close at one point. Yeah.
At the last lap, it was close between the 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari and the 91 Porsche. In fact, yes, the 91 Porsche is actually just nipped ahead of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari as they're heading towards Blanchimont at the moment. So yes, your eyes didn't deceive you, Ben. Although you were led off.
I am fully confused today.
Yeah.
I told you that wasn't. It was uncharacteristic me losing my keys. Lost my keys to the car yesterday. Locked them in the boot of the car. Did you know that it's very hard to get into a Mazda without keys?
Well, but we did. We had a few giggles trying to find. Well, we had two things we had to find. We had to find the parking pass and the keys. Well, we found the parking pass, then realised the keys were locked in the boot. But we now know how to get into the boot if you've not got the key. Which
thank you, Owen Middlehill.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, from Mazda, which that was very, very, very helpful. Yes, now we can confirm. Now they've come over the timing mark. Alfred Renauer back into the lead of the motor race by 2.1 seconds for Herberth Motorsport number 91. Denis Wojcik is second for Scuderia Praha. Luke Hartog has stayed aboard that Ziggo Sport Tempesta racing car. He's done 38 minutes of stint time, so that means then that he's got an hour and 22 minutes left of a possible hour and 37. So that could work out perfectly for Ziggo Sport Tempesta, because they could basically run him and the car and the fuel tank as long as they can, and then put another driver in just before the pits close. So Ziggo Sport Tempesta, I had a little feeling about them, or more than a little feeling about them, as the test week went through and as we went through free practice, etc. They're looking really, really strong right now, but they're up against Herberth, the strategical might of Herberth. Their car, of course. Whoops.
That was very close. That's one of the Sorg Rennsport Caymans that has gone off onto the gravel, and in returning back to the circuit, has crossed the track. And that was very close to being collected. I think that's down at what I like to call Stabilo. Others will call Curve Pour Frere.
Benito Tagle at the wheel of there. Yeah, Curve Paul Frere, I think, is more like the bit onto the straight, isn't it? The right-hander.
But there's no longer a curve officially called Stabilo, and that's just not fair.
It's Curve Paul, and that's now Curve Paul Frere.
Because originally, well, when they first redesigned the circuit, 14 and 15 was a singular arcing hairpin, long arcing hairpin, and then they made it 2 corners. Actually, maybe he was helped around, was he? Because on the outside.
Oh, it's hit by the 73.
He was squeezed, yeah.
Yeah, hit by the 73 Huber, Proton Huber Porsche, which right now has been driven by Jörg Dreisaw, he had an accident at Mugello. He's had one today, which in an incident which is deemed to be not his fault, and then yeah, they're getting into it with a GT4 car. So, dear me, not so good.
So just to finish, Stabilo 14 and 15, one singular curve, became 2 90-degree curves. They called one karting and they called the other Curve Paul Frere, and then there was no Stabilo left. And considering Stabilo, the town, was part of the original circuit, I think that's naughty not to have a corner called Stabilo. Yeah, there was contact between the GT3 and the GT4, and in trying to recover, I tell you what, actually, wow, the GT4 car did very well. Benito did very well not to go into the barrier there. He's now brought that GT4 Cayman into the pits to get it checked over, but actually he's done quite a lot of the driving. Like, every time we look up, he seems to be in the car.
Yeah, he did well there. There was nothing he could have done there. I mean, if you're going to name a corner, what Paul Frere did for automotive, his career is amazing. I highly recommend his book. It's a great read, actually, of his career and the racing he did back in the 60s. Drove works Ferraris, works Porsches, tested every car you could possibly imagine. Really special man who passed away 17 years ago. We've got Diana Binks back down in the pit lane, and she's got a little update for us.
I have him with Kessel Racing and Matt Bell. Well, I know you've on the list it's Matthew Bell, but I know here's Matt Bell, which is something obviously we know very, very similar. So I wasn't sure if it was you till I saw you at the back of the garage.
Well, yes, I'm here in a sunny Spa, and it was going rather well. We were, I think we'd just taken P2 in Pro-Am, and after the sort of fracas on the first lap, which put us to the back of the field, we're working our way back through. Cars had great pace. But yeah, it seems like we've got some sort of power steering related issue that's put a bit of a temporary hold on things. So that's obviously going to drop us back a little bit. Just nose is going back on here, which looks good. So
yeah, it came in a sort of, I don't know, couple of minutes ago maximum. So the guys have worked quite swiftly on it, and as you say, they're about to put the bonnet back on it.
Hopefully we haven't lost too many laps and we can claw something back. We've had really good pace, as I say, so not many safety cars, no way of getting laps back with these rules. You just got to get it back on pace, so it'll just be head down for the next, well, we got 9.5 hours to go, something like that, and a long way to go yet, see what we can claw back.
You've been around Spa a number of times. What does it take to have success in endurance racing?
Not be in the pit box like this. Yeah, just being consistent. You know, it's a high commitment track. You've got to have a car that you're comfortable in and drivable. You know, you don't want something that's too edgy around here. It's pretty unpleasant to be trying to do long stints in with all the high speed stuff. And yeah, staying out of trouble. And unfortunately, we've found a little bit of trouble so far this afternoon.
Now, I've got something else to ask you, because I keep getting screamed at from the commentary booth, who are very, very excited. Take you back to Daytona. What was the emotion and the feeling from that success there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one of the 4 biggest endurance races in the world. It's one of the biggest races in our sport. It was a pretty good day in the office to cross the line in first place on that one. So, yeah, one of the best moments of my career. Really proud to have won it with the AWA team that I raced for over there in the Corvette GT3. And, yeah, just want to go and win it more now. Winning was really good fun.
But how many watches can you have?
There's no such thing as too many Daytonas for the race-winning Daytonas, anyway.
I mean, that's a really special gift to have, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's, as I say, it's one of the most iconic things you can do in this sport. So yeah, it was a pretty magic day. We had a great car from the minute we dropped it on the track, and it was just one of those races where everything went our way and great pace. And yeah, had a little bit of work to do in that final double stint, but managed to make it work. Managed to claw my way back up to P1 and cross the line. It was crazy to win a 24-hour race by 1.2 seconds, but yeah, that's the way we did it. And I think some of my teammates were a little stressed back in the pit box. But no, yeah, it was an amazing race to win.
Well, you've got a big smile on your face. I'm sure it was. Now, I think the car is looking like it's about to be dropped down, so we'll just move our cameraman this way to so he doesn't get run over. Matt, this is a 12-hour race, 5 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. Do you like that format?
I do, yeah. I mean, I'm quite a big fan of the Creventic series, the 24-hour series. You know, I've done Dubai 24 a couple of times, more than a couple of times now. We did it this season, myself and Blake and Dustin all did it with co-driver Patrick Liddy. Finished third in class there after a little bit of early trouble as well. So, you know, we've clawed back positions in the past. We can hopefully do it again. But yeah, I think the 24-hour series runs a great format. And yeah, I hopefully look forward to doing some more of them.
Well, it's good to chat to you, Matt. Thanks ever so much. And sorry that we were waiting here for the car to go back out, but hopefully it'll be very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Such a shame for Kessel Racing, and but brilliant to hear from Matt Bell there. I mean, I'll never forget seeing the emotion just pouring out of him when he got into the winner's circle at Daytona with the AWA team, who had a horror show the year before, and there was a late full course yellow, and they were really close on fuel, and as the pits were closed, they had to basically somehow get round a lap for the pits to then open to avoid getting a penalty, and they managed to do that. And Matt Bell had to carry that car on his shoulders for the last 45 minutes and won the race for that team. Amazing job, and interesting to see him wearing his winner's watch.
Every opportunity for him to show it off.
If you've won that race, the Rolex 24 Daytona, you truly deserve it. And of course, well, you'll need to come back to Michelin 24-hour series and come and join us again, because you want to win one of the class winners watches, the Omologato class winners watches we have here in the Michelin 24-hour series. All of the class winners get exclusive too. It's again a little bit like out of Daytona. It's not a watch you can go into the shop and buy. It is a Michelin 24-hour series Omologato winners watch, and that's what they're all chasing here at every round of the championship. Omologato, a new partner this year for the Michelin 24-hour series.
Not a very long stint for Kyle Tilley, just 16 laps on the tyre, and he's back in to the pits now. So with an hour and a half to go, I would have thought he could have gone a little bit longer, but with an hour and a half to go, Era Motorsport 81 back into the pit lane, and presuming there's no such issues and this is planned, that car will be handed over to Dwight Merriman, and it will be Dwight who will do. He only needs to do 1 hour, right? Doesn't need to do 2.
So it's a little bit complex how it's a combination. He has to do a combination of 6 hours with Kyle. So he has to do a minimum of 1 hour himself, but also has to do a combination of 6 hours with Kyle Tilley. So that means then whatever he doesn't do out of those 6 hours, Kyle Tilley does have to. So that's why we saw quite a lot of Kyle Tilley's driving time at Mugello. I imagine it'll be the same again here at Spa. The only thing that concerns me slightly for the Era Motorsport squad is that an hour and 28 minutes, even with a full tank of fuel, unless they get some code 60, I think they might well have to pit again. But maybe that's the idea, is that they're going to pit again just before the pits close to make sure the car's filled up with fuel. But got to be careful and making sure they stay on the lead lap. But I'm sure it is all in hand. But I agree with you, it does seem like they've been in the pits more than they would like to be, certainly under green flag conditions anyway.
What does my radar say about rain tomorrow? Because
it was saying yes earlier on.
It was definitely saying yes, but I think more importantly, when.
Is your mind telling you no?
When, the answer to when is now 9 in the morning.
Oh, that's earlier than it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, no, it's meant to be than it was saying earlier. So that's got earlier. So yeah, so that would mean then that you don't
free pit stop.
I don't think you waste any time putting tyres on that last pit stop. I think you roll the dice that you're going to get to put new wets on in the morning. Dana Binks has more for us down in the pits.
Yes, you can. I know you're talking about the Era Motorsport car that's just come into the garage, the number 81. Carl, you just jumped out, and we were wondering whether this was maybe a scheduled stop, but they've taken the car into the garage, and obviously it looks like there's a bit of work going on.
Yeah, I wish it was a scheduled stop. Unfortunately, coming out of the chicane on that last lap, it's stuck in third gear. So steering wheel's working, clutch is working. So the only thing I can think of is the gearbox control unit. So we have a spare, but obviously not a fast repair. But still a long way to go, and we'll get it back out and keep pushing. But no, the car was great, and I really enjoyed my run. I'm just gutted for the boys. So no, I don't really know what to say. It's just one of those things.
I understand. It's just a bit frustrating at that time. But then, you know, with these endurance races, we've seen a lot go on during today anyway. So I guess you've got to get as much out of the way as possible.
Yeah, for sure. You know, the Ferrari's still fairly new to us, and I think they call things like this character building, don't they? So
that's what they say.
Yes, so they say. That's a lie, but.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for giving us that update.
Character building, yes, that's a Joe Bradley phrase, isn't it? That's nice of Kyle Tilley to take the time to speak to us, because they were in such a strong position, and then see the car get wheeled into the garage. And they have a lot of big brains and a lot of very good people that they've hired for this program, and a lot of them, not only they got very good motorsport credentials, they've got Ferrari specific credentials. There's some ex-AF Corsa guys working with them. They've got people from Ferrari looking at the car. They've got people back at Maranello actually monitoring the car, as they do with most 296 GT3s that are running out on track. So that's a pity, but and as Kyle says, that doesn't sound like a fast repair.
I love the fact that he's already half diagnosed what the issue might be. He's felt the issue and worked out what it could be by the time he's spoken to Diana. So that is the sign of a man who knows his car and his team very, very well. But that's such a shame, because it was a bit head scratchy why they come into the pits, and now we know. That then hands over the advantage to the 91 of Herbert Motorsport, which we know. Okay, they're not necessarily here to race because they are developing that prototype machine, but at the same time they are going to keep one eye on everything else around them, and they pitted and they are competing in the race and running under the competition rules. So they pitted when they needed to pit, and they missed out on the code 60. Well, they pitted before the code 60, so they got themselves a full tank of fuel. Then they did another little stop in the code 60 to top off, and that meant they could go really long. And so whilst everyone else has been doing pit stops, they have been happily trundling away, and this stint length is nearly an hour for Alfred Renauer. Not dissimilar to Loic Hartog, but Hartog did have to pit under code 60. Such was when that last code 60 fell. So Hartog with 52 minutes to his name. They did a second stop, didn't they? And then Hoffer Racing haven't done a second stop. Michael Kroll aboard that car for the last 51 minutes in third position.
So the Hoffer Racing crew, they've done an amazing job cycling through. That's 3 drivers now. They've cycled through. Alex Prince kicking off the race, handing over to his wife Chantal, who then handed over to her dad, Michael Crow. I love that. The kids are here as well. It's a full family effort at Hoffer Racing, and they're a part of the...
How you end up in this situation? How do you end up... What point at Christmas dinner do you go, fancy doing some car racing with such a family situation, you know?
I think it's something that's developed over time, because they all have done a lot of racing together. They're an ever-present... ever-present entry at the Nürburgring. 24 hours, they've won their class so many times there, running an older spec BMW. Actually, Bruce Jones and I had this discussion in Mugello. We were walking around watching one of the practice sessions, and we just had this, I remember saying to Bruce, saying, what a special thing to do as a family, if you're a parent, or, to compete in a race with, your husband, your wife, your your kids, and even if you've got everyone all together in the same car, what an experience to take on an endurance race as a family. We see it with the Red Camels team, with Dad Ivo and his two sons, Rick and Luke. The Gosner family were out at Mugello with all four of them in there. I think it's hugely special, and it's one of the rare sports where you can do that and you can compete all together.
I would not want to with my father. Or actually my brother. Both are very, very slow. My brother did do some karting competition. He was lazy and chill. And my dad has raced twice and has been very slow both times. So no, thank you. I'd rather have some fast teammates, some mates, or a girlfriend that might, you know, participate, something like that.
I'd choose my mum.
Oh, is your mum?
Yeah, she's
rapid.
Yes.
Okay, cool, nice.
Yes.
I think my grandmother used to do Brooklyn, so she was probably more rapid than my dad.
Oh, she sounds cool.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's where the bug was initially. That's where the bug initially played. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very cool. That's very, very cool. An hour and 21 minutes to go, not in the race total, but in this first part of the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. 7 hours, of course, on the clock tomorrow. That's really the big chunk of the race, isn't it? That they've got to think about, and staying on that lead lap in your class, so important. Let's have a think about the classes as well, because in fourth overall right now, albeit due a stop, is Fabian Dance for
absolutely.
Red Camel Jordans. I mean, the fact, I think after being involved in that incident and having a bent exhaust, etc., on lap one, I think if you said to them then, we can get you, would you take getting home on the lead lap right now? They would go, yes, please. They might well be able to put laps on the people chasing them, potentially, depending how it shuffles out. But Red Camel Jordans, they've done a mega job to fight back from that incident.
They only owe us a single pit stop in this portion of the race now, don't they? 909 and 902, Holmgar Motorsport first and second in 992. They both owe us one stop. Nicholas Jonsson has just stopped because his tyre age is at 0, so I think he must have just recently stopped in the 907 RPM racing in third spot. And from now on, it's tight. I mean, he would. If he didn't stop again, then he would have a pretty empty car tomorrow morning. But he could come away with the 992 lead if everything stays the same. I guess people will also be counting on a code 60 in the next hour and 21 minutes to rear its ugly head and throw the cat amongst the strategic pigeons. But we don't know when at the moment.
So it's Alfred Renauer who leads the motor race then by just looking like a lap at the moment. But let's get down to Dana for more.
Yes, I'm with Amjit Kumar, who's racing this weekend. And Amjit, you have a lot of fans here watching and seeing what's going on. But first of all, just tell me, you've had a bit of an interesting weekend so far. You've had to change teams to compete in this 12 Hours of Spa. Tell us what happened.
We've been practicing in the wet ever since we came, from day one. And I lost it at Blue Rouge, wrecked the car. And we were lucky that Red Ant managed to find us another car. Been an exciting weekend, and everybody knows Spa is not an easy circuit to get used to. And today happened to be my first day out on the dry, on slicks. The team seems to be pleased with the performance. And yes, there is a lot for me to catch up, but I will get there.
Yeah, we chatted to you earlier, didn't we, before the race got underway, and you said, oh, actually, I've not been out here in the dry yet, so you were a little bit apprehensive. What did you learn when you did go out and come back in?
It's kind of funny because when we get to a circuit, the weather is normally, good, you're on slick tires, and then when the weather changes, then we panic to go out on the wet. Here, just the opposite. We were practicing on the wets, getting our wet lines, on wet tires. And then yesterday during qualifying, I didn't get to go out because of the red flags and sessions being cancelled. So there was no way I could get at least maybe 2 or 3 laps on the dry. So it was quite a nervous start in the morning to go out on slicks. But yeah, I found my way, and I know I can be at least a couple of seconds quicker. But after the shunt, I think it was sensible to just bring the car back safe and hand it over to Matthew and Fabio.
Yeah, just being a little bit cautious. But how much are you enjoying being part of the 24-hour series?
Honestly, I'm really pleased, and to be here at Spa is very special, and to be driving here for the first time under such weather conditions, I'm pleased. And the most important thing, I think the team, they seem to be very pleased with the session, so I'm happy. I'm really happy that things are going well for us.
That's great to hear, Amjad. Thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll catch up with you surely over the weekend.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to see you all again. Hello, love you all.
It's just a delight to have Ajit Kumar here. He is a real megastar. He's a Collywood actor in India, and at the Dubai 24 Hours this year, we just weren't prepared for the level of love and just adoration there was for him from the crowd. And he's such a gentleman to chat to, and taking on a big challenge this year, going to circuits he's never seen before, a car that's relatively new, and it's just taking it all in his stride. It's just wonderful to have him here. Well, I would think at Weissach right now, the team working on the new Evolution kit of the Porsche 992 GT3R will be quite pleased. I'm sure they're watching this race with real interest to see how these new improvements are going, because right now they're leading the race quite comfortably. And, you know, we must stress that that car is compared to the existing spec car, is running in 50 kilograms heavier. It's got less fuel that they can put in at the pit stop, and slower fuel filling as well, just to try and balance it away, because of course, hopefully for them, the new updates will bring more performance. So therefore the Creventic organisers have decided to balance the car back a little bit. But despite that, well, running very, very strongly right now in dazzle camouflage, in black and gold dazzle camouflage.
Fabian Dance in the pits then, the 909 leading 992 category car, had to do a 10-second penalty as well, so that's been now officially served at the start of pit lane. We just had a quick shot of the penalty zone. That's the first thing to do before then heading towards your pit box. So expecting them to head to the garage, get themselves a new, well, they definitely need a new driver because his driver time will nearly be up. So one of the sons or fathers will be jumping into that car, and then a new set of tyres, definitely, and then a new tank of fuel, definitely, and then that should be good for them for the end of the race. Doing the same at the same time, Holmgar Motorsport second in 992. So I think that's going to put the Nicholas Jonsson RPM Racing Porsche into the lead, but they do owe us a pit stop. So then we have to go down to Marcel Van Berlo, fourth in class. They have only pitted 12 minutes ago, so I reckon they're in a pretty strong position at the moment, although they do have a penalty hanging over their heads.
They do, yes. But I would say with all that in mind, the 909 Red Camel Jordan's team are in a great spot. They've fought back really, really well. And that we were speaking to Paul Crosswell, their team, earlier, and he was saying, you know, Fabian Dance, who's one of their AM drivers, Luc and Rick Breukers are both semi-pro graded, but Ivo Breukers is AM and Fabian Dance is AM. But Paul Crosswell was saying how strong an AM Fabian Dance is, and how kind of plug and play he is, how strong he is. So he's done his job once again for that crew, and it is Luc Breukers who's taken over the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car, who's on his day is very, very strong as well. In fact, Luke was really, really impressive when they teamed up with Juta Racing to run an Audi R8 GT3 at Barcelona, and actually Luke, I would say he was close. He was really, really strong in that. Comparatively speaking, was, I would say, stronger in the GT3 car than he was in the Porsche Cup car.
Because the Porsche Cup car, any Porsche is requiring a very separate, different way to drive to most other GT3 vehicles. But then when you go 992 versus GT3, there is a big difference in driving style to get the best out of it, and that's why you see sort of special Porsche drivers. Oh no, not again! This is the sort of sight that we saw too much of in Mugello. E2P Racing, Aston Martin into the pits with people staring into the engine bay at the front of this car, of course. They do have that second car, carbon fibre naked Aston Martin in the back of shot, which is just the loveliest thing you've ever seen. And they've already taken off the rear end of that to fit onto this race chassis, which is the same race chassis as they used in Mugello. But maybe they need to do some more stripping of the car behind. Oh, it's already got a new engine. And it also has gone around again, hasn't it? It was spun earlier by Paolo.
Yeah, and it's different driver. It's Oliver Campos who'd just taken that car out. Antonio Cinero, who's in his civvies, in casual clothes, he's actually wafting the door to try and keep Oliver Campos cool in the cockpit. Now, that is a teammate right there. Being there just to waft the door, that's a properly close-knit team. Alfred Renauer, one of the Renauer brothers from Herberth Motorsport, at the wheel right now. He's still got a good bit of his stint length left if he wants to use it up. And of course, it's an experience for him that, of course, it's not just the driving experience, but also as a customer team looking at this Porsche and how strong it is. But let's get down to Diana, who's got more for us in the pits.
ETP Racing number 90 that you were just talking about, it's gone back into the garage. They say they've got an electrical problem, but they don't quite know what it is. The engine just stopped and they were not able to fire it back up, which is why they've had to take it in to have a look around. So I can see they've plugged the laptops in to see what information they've got. And in the meantime, they're just cleaning the windscreen, getting it ready, but the bonnet cover is off and they're still having a conversation. So I think that could be staying in there for a little bit longer, although in saying that, one of the drivers is still behind the wheel.
Oh, sometimes the easiest ones are the obvious ones, where you've got a wheel hanging off or you've got a radiator leaking water, because you know what's happened. When it's like, the car's stopped and it won't start again, and I've got absolutely no idea. It looks pretty, but it won't start. That are the worst problems to try and diagnose. It's exactly what they had in Mugello. No clue as to why it would run and then not run, or not run cleanly. And in the end, it was a damaged engine and an electrical problem down there at E2P that was so strong at the very start of the race in the hands of Cinero. In that little chat that we had about 992, Nicholas Johnson actually brought IRPM into the pits, so we thought they didn't need to pit again, but they do, and they have, and they're in the pits. And so
I think the RFID chip was broken on the tyre because it's still saying 0 tyre age.
Oh,
so I think
right.
so I think that was maybe one of the problems there, unfortunately. Torsten Kratz.
Everything is against us trying to work out what's going on here.
It is, yeah, it's working against us. Torsten Kratz, car number 11, Hoffa Racing, the pole-sitting car, of course, now. So they're Hoffa Racing doing a kind of quick sprint strategy. So this is the fourth of 4 drivers now that they've put into the car. Now, in terms of... Now, they've got a consideration to think about in terms of what they do, because Torsten Kratz been at the wheel for 5 minutes. They maybe could get to the end without going into the pits, but maybe they want to have the car topped up ready for tomorrow, but then would that lose them laps? That's the big question. Continental Racing into the pits, and Diana is right on top of it.
Certainly is. The number 69 Audi R8 comes into the pit, sticks on the pit apron, and a click. Driver jumps out, so another change driver and tyres here. Team are just sort of looking at the back end where it had that incident earlier on. I think we were not sure it was all taped up at the back. The tape seems to be off the back, but they've strapped it up with the plastic strapping. So that's as much as I think Ben was saying earlier, some of the cars are not looking so pretty now. It's not as pretty as it went out, but great stop by the guys, and off they go back out onto the track.
It's certainly been in the wars, that Continental car is. Oh, problem for the BMW M4. This is second in class. 419 Mark Verhoeven is dead stick on the exit of La Source, unfortunately. This is the Hanmofa Motorsport car. I think it's a tyre damage, yep. It's the rear left by the looks of things, Ben.
And that car was also stationary only a few minutes ago at Blanchimont. So it is... I can't tell whether that's tyre damage. It doesn't necessarily look like a puncture.
Oh no, there's damage on the right hand side of the car as well.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh no. So Hamofa, Mark Verhoeven, and it could not be in a worse place to limp the car back. He's on the exit of La Source, so he's not far from, he's just gone past the pit entry at some point.
It's got a front right puncture.
Yes. So has he got a double puncture? I don't know. But certainly you're right. Definitely the front right for sure. Oh dear. I don't think these are the last punctures that we're going to see, because you get debris on the track. There's a lot of tyre load here at Spa. So
yeah, but it's more than that. I mean, unless that front right has let go and then that's destroyed the bodywork. But as I said, we just had a yellow flag a few moments ago here at Blanchimont. If he had an issue and a puncture, then he would have pulled into the pits. But
yeah,
I wonder whether that's been more like contact. And there's not only was there damage to the front right, there is definitely also something going on with the rear left.
Yeah.
Now what he needs to do is get down to the bottom of the endurance pits, pull off, get himself into the paddock area, and then get a tow up to the back of the garage, rather than desperately trying to get all the way around the circuit. And they are going to go code 60. This is going to change strategy massively with just over an hour remaining. I think you really want to take advantage of this one.
If you can, yeah, it could get very busy. So the drivers get a notification, code 60, within 20 seconds. That was about 10 seconds ago. So we'll be straight into code 60 very, very soon, as side by side. Luke Hartog was with the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche Cup car and very wisely backed out of it. Didn't want to overtake on the way into a code 60. So everybody goes down to 60 kph. So before, well, already, Herbert, they know how to just play these. Okay, maybe a little bit lucky, maybe, but they've been into the pits for 4.5 minutes. So I think they've dived in, they've seen something going on, or maybe just pure luck, I don't know. But anyway, they are already in fuel, and they'll be certainly getting a good amount of fuel into that leading number 91 Herbert Porsche.
The 925 Marcel Van Berlo Motorsport Porsche was in the pits for 49 seconds. So that was in the pits before we went to code 60, as was Sebastian Lejeune, actually, in the 888 Porsche 992 car. So that isn't that's not a response to this code 60. But as you say, they've changed that rule where you can, if you preempt a code 60, then you can get a full tank of fuel. They can't do that now. So there's still, I suppose it's still a slight advantage being in the pits under green, knowing it's going to go code 60, because you do make a slight advantage, but it's not the same advantage as it was before.
Yeah, so and most of the time we do see teams taking the opportunity to come in under code 60 and putting fuel in, because 25% is still a decent amount of fuel. And when the average speed, if we look at the old lap record, which has now been obliterated, but that is, say, call it 112 miles an hour, 180 kph. So it's a third of the speed that you're going than you are under green flag conditions. I mean, time-wise, it's taking three times. It's taking 3 times as much to do a lap under code 60 as it is under green. Pit's about to get very busy, Diana.
They are, but I'm managing to keep up with some of the drivers. Kenneth Hire has just jumped out of the Red Ant Racing, number 93. Only managed to have a quick drink before I asked him to come back out. Kenneth, you've had a few challenges so far during this race, but you're getting on top of it again. How is it going now?
Yeah, the car's really, really good. We are fast, one of the fastest cars on the track, so it's more than a pity that we have the problem at the beginning with the tire puncture. In all my 15 years, I've never had a puncture like that, so destroyed car afterwards. But it is like it is. We take it, and it's endurance racing. So for sure we are far off, but we bring it to the end. The young guys still have to get mileage in the car. So for us, it's more or less training now, but on a high level. So we are comparing and doing our best.
You said about that puncture, even when I watched it on the screens on the TV, it looked so dramatic that it looked as if the whole tyre had just sort of come off, but it hadn't, had it?
Yeah, it was a big tyre blow. I think he put some spare parts from some accidents on the track, from the circumstances. So it's not about the tyre itself. It was some parts into the carcass, or maybe it's a big blow. And then therefore on high speed you have this kind of damage on the car. On the other hand, when it happens 400 meters before in Rouge, for sure, then we have to rebuild the chassis. So for that point, we have to say that we are still lucky with the tyre puncture.
How much do you enjoy competing here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit?
Yeah, it's the closest track to my hometown, so for me it's the home race, even when I'm German and Nürburgring and everything. But yeah, Spa is quite special. As you know, my dad drove the first AMG. I did it 40 years later in 2011, and since then I'm just driving AMG cars here, so I'm just enjoying the brand and life.
What is it about the car that you actually love the characteristics of and compete well in?
Yeah, the Evo 2 is a very, very competitive car still in today's time. A good car in small tracks, small corners, short corners, mid corners. So it's a good combination from everything, and really reliable normally. So when you don't have a tire puncture, normally you finish every endurance race. So very reliable car. Yeah, very, very proud to represent this brand, and long journey until now.
Very healthy competition in the 24-hour series. That must also add to the mix for you.
Yeah, the mix is not so easy on Spa compared, for example, for last time to the Mugello, because the speed differences are quite high in Rouge, Blanchimont, Stavelo, and so on. So you have to be a bit smart on that. Yeah, because every class is fighting. When most time you arrive 4 or 5 Cup Porsche fighting each other. So it's a bit of a gamble not to overheat there and overtake them step by step, because they have their own class fights and they are quite fast on the straight. So that makes it also a bit tricky. Yeah, in general we have plenty good GT3 cars, and we're enjoying the series.
Great stuff. Thanks for chatting to us.
Ciao, ciao.
Great to hear from Kenneth Heyer there, still smiling after such an unlucky thing with the damaged tyre. Great to have him here. It's been a hard time for him, very hard time for him recently, and he's got real spirit coming out and competing with us here. Great to have him. Kenny Heyer, hugely experienced driver, and knows that Mercedes AMG inside and out. A little bit of an extended code 60 here, because you've got a little bit of debris clear up to get completed before we can go back green flag.
Talking about unlucky GT3 cars, I reckon over half the field of GT3 cars have had some kind of malady. Looking at our timing screens, there is only 7 GT3 cars where you would expect them to be on our timing screens, and even in the group there, the number 2 has had contact, Haas RT Audi, sitting in 13th position, but that definitely had a big chunk of contact, and actually never know if we got a penalty for that. The 29 Ferrari had a sticky wheel nut on the first pit stop. The Continental Racing Audi was hit.
Yep.
That's in 9th position. Viper Nisa Racing has collected about 1,000,001 penalties for track limits in the 65. We're now in 8th position. Then there's a load of 992 cars. Actually, perhaps the top 3 GT3 cars have not had any issues whatsoever. The rest of the field, you look at the tail end of the timing screens, it is full of GT3 cars. Now, of course, we have more GT3 cars than any other class, but it is quite remarkable to see. So, yes, they've had some very unfortunate situations at Red Ant Racing today, but by continuing, they will continue to move up through the field whilst others continue to fix their issues. E2P Racing Aston Martin in the fuel zone right now. That means that they've worked out what the problem was there at Aston. Era Motorsport Ferrari still in their pit garage trying to fix it. As we go back to green with just shy of 1 hour racing to go. 193 Loic Hartog, our leader, still in fuel bay as we go back to green flag racing, and that's unlucky, because doesn't that mean, as he trundles through it now, that because he entered, he is only allowed 25%, or because we're now green, he can now fill to fill?
No, I think now that it's under green, he can full fill.
We'll find out, see how long this one is.
Pump goes in. So Luke Hartog looking down at the wheel. I think actually Luke's stint length will be more of the defining factor. Actually, he will.
Right, it might not be him.
He had an orange helmet on, but Luke has a few different helmet designs I've seen, but because he was in the Visit Dubai car in Dubai, and he had a blue helmet on, so yeah, it could well have been a driver change, you're right. So we'll see how long he sits in fuel for.
But this is going to hurt, isn't it? Because the cars are now circulating at full speed out on circuit, and he is sitting not going anywhere.
It'll hurt now, but if they're able to get that full fill in, it might come back to them a little.
Yeah, that's true.
And they're in a relatively strong place. And again, it's all about being on that lead lap for tomorrow. That's what they've really got to concern themselves with, and if they've not got to go into the pits again, that might put them in a good spot. But yeah, these are the things, and with a long circuit like this, if you just miss the pit entry when a code 60 comes out, you can get really unlucky. When we go to slightly shorter circuits, like when we go to Misano, for example, it's a fairly short circuit, so there's not going to be as big a consequence if you just miss a code 60 pitting opportunity. I can't wait for some ice cream by the seaside. It's going to be great. It's been the last time I went to Misano was when Valentino Rossi returned to winning ways in 2014. When there was a full-on track invasion, where they were the track invasion, pretending we knew the words to the Italian national anthem. It was
that
amazing.
Two-wheeled motorsport?
That's two-wheeled motorsport.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Oh. You need four wheels to go racing.
Nobody's perfect, Ben. Nobody's perfect, Ben. Let's get back down to, speaking of people who are perfect, let's get down to Diana Binks.
Oh, that was so something. Anyway, get back to business at hand. 1-1-1 racing. Darren Curry's just jumped out of the car. I just said to him, have you just jumped out? And he said, well, of course I have. Look, I'm sweating.
Yeah, I'm a bit buggered. It's pretty warm out there. It's quite good, actually. A lot of rain yesterday and beautiful day today, so enjoying every moment of it.
What do you think of Spa? How would you describe it if I was to ask you right now?
Oh, right now, the best track in the world. It is seriously unbelievable.
And what's the feedback from the rest of the guys in the team? How are you sort of working your strategy for this one?
Yeah, look, we're just driving to a number. We're trying to manage a gap behind. We're trying to pick up a few more places up in front. We've managed to do that so far, and we're doing really well. Everybody's happy with the car. Everybody's happy with the track. So far, smooth sailing.
How challenging is it managing the traffic?
The traffic is quite difficult because not only you've got slower cars in front, but you've got the faster cars behind, so you're trying to look out the front and rear at the same time. It is difficult, but manageable.
Thanks, Aaron.
Can I just say hello to Axel at home? He couldn't make it here this weekend, so we're doing it for you, buddy. We're having a go, and we'll see you soon.
Brilliant. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you. Cheers.
I like that. We're having a go. Yeah, brilliant job, guys. Great to have you here, all the way from Australia. IRC GT 111 Racing, and they lead in GTX for the first time. They've had a strong lead since their time in Creventic 24 Hours Series Racing. It's a really cool car. Kind of looks like an old spec V8 supercar. It's a tube frame car with a big honking V8. Also, I should say, there's some mildly colourful language in that one, so apologies for that if you're offended. I'm sure you're not, but apologies for that.
Not in Australia, it's not.
Not in Australia. But perhaps in more sensitive areas.
But part of the daily. 193, we're speculating that Loic Hartog was in the car. It actually is Chris Froggatt. Oh, IRC gets a squeeze. Very unfriendly.
That was Torsten Kratz in the Hofer Mercedes getting up close and personal with that IRC GT. That's no way to welcome our guests from Australia. But Torsten Kratz on a bit of a mission. Clearly 221 last time by. That's getting, it's not quite on the same pace as Alexander Prince was earlier, but picking the pace up well, and they're hoping to try and move up a lap and move up onto the same lap as the 56 Scuderia Praha car, get up there in a good position for tomorrow with 54 minutes left on the clock. Everybody's looking about how they're going to go into the intervention break. Remember, with 10 minutes to go, the pit's closed. So after that, you cannot come in and get more tires or fuel. Up until then you can. But when we close off tonight in 53 minutes and 56 seconds time, the car is parked up in Parc Fermé, cover thrown over it, and then it's brought out in exactly the same condition tomorrow. The only caveat
on the track.
Parc Fermé is where it's in a Parc Fermé condition, whatever that might be, whether it be in the track or in the car park or whatever.
I think we've got racing tomorrow morning, so it won't be.
It won't be on the track. It was on the track at Mugello, but it's just whatever that might be. It's a Parc Fermé condition. The only caveat to that is if we come into wet conditions tomorrow, the teams do, for safety reasons, the teams can fit wet tyres. And of course that played a huge factor in the strategy at Mugello, because it was unclear whether it was going to be dry or wet, or whether you changed the dry tyres. And ERA Motorsport were really clever, because they tried dry tyres and it worked, and it meant that they weren't compromised the next day either, because they could put brand new wet tyres on. So they were in a really good spot.
We didn't get a pit stop in that last Code 60 from Scuderia Praha. And that is how they've ended up just 21 seconds off the lead of the race, where we do have, at present, 3 cars on the same lead lap, which is Chris Froggatt in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing Porsche, run by Herbert. Ralph Bon in a Herbert Porsche, so Herbert 1-2, 11 seconds separating the two of them. And then the Scuderia Praha Ferrari is only 21 seconds back from Ralph Bon. So those 3 are on the lead lap. However, the first 2 pitted under code 60 and Scuderia Praha did not. And therefore, I think... I'm sorry, growling at my computer. They've been about an hour since they were pitted, which means they're going to have to pit under the green if we stay green for the last hour. They do need to pit again. If it's under green flag conditions, they're going to lose 2 laps, and it'll leave just 2 cars on that lead lap. I don't know if the other 2 needs to pit again, though. Depends how much code 60 we've got, I suppose.
Yes, it does, yeah. Fastest lap of the race in the 992 category, Luke Broikers, 221.850. Fantastic job there by Luke, and you can guarantee when he parks the car up tonight to go to dinner, he said to his brother Rick, going, unlucky, I was picking you today.
Absolutely.
I'm the quicker one. No, I'm sure it won't be. But 221.850, that's comparative to a lot of the GT3 cars around him. And, you know, a Porsche Cup car, you know, in a straight line, yes, it's fairly similar, but in the corners, there's a big, big difference. You know, when you go through Blanchimont, for example, the 17th corner, Blanchimont, you're flat at 155 miles an hour in a GT3. You're just breathing out the throttle at 145 miles an hour in a Porsche Cup car. Why is that? Well, it's all down to the aerodynamics. GT3 has more aerodynamic performance in it. They both have ABS in this trim. Of course, the 992s in this category, they run the Endurance kit, which does have an ABS system on it, which can be retrofitted to the car.
I think there's a good battle for second position in 992s, which we're watching the Jutta Racing Audi trying to get past the Ajit Kumar 992. It should be easy pickings, but Fabien Dufaux not making it easy for who is in the Jutta Racing. It's Glikinis now dives down the inside at the hairbed, the chicane, and gets it done. But it's been half a lap, and he's lost a bit of time there. But there is a battle developing for second in 992. First in 992 AM between Stefan Perrin and Marcel van Berlo. There was just 10 seconds between them. The last time they were across a timing point.
49 minutes on the clock with Chris Froggatt leading the way from Ralph Bowen by 11.5 seconds as things stand there at 12.8 seconds at the last timing point.
Yeah, it should extend, shouldn't it?
Well, the thing is that Ralph Bowen is such a strong driver. He is graded as an AM. He's a very successful businessman. Races for enjoyment, but definitely races to win. And the pace that he's able to extract, I would say he's the strongest AM driver in Creventic. In fact, in terms of bronze graded drivers worldwide, I would put him up there with the best. He is really, really strong. But yeah, Chris Froggatt, you would think would just pull a little bit of time out, but not enormous amounts. And when you compare Ralph Bowen's pace to the other AM graded drivers in GT3, he's significantly faster. But yeah, you're right. So we should see Ziggo Sport Tempesta just stretch the gap out a little bit more. And we reckon they did get a full fuel fill in because they came into fuel when it went green. So actually, have they ended up being lucky then, because they've been able to do a pit stop under code 60. They're going down the pit lane, then it goes green, and they go into fuel, and then they've got green flag fueling conditions. So have they got lucky then, or have they got unlucky by it going green while they were still in the pit?
We'll have to ask Trusses, because he's the only man that really understands how the good and the bad and the ugly of the strategy here. Interestingly, Ralph Bowen's pit stop was also timed at 5 minutes. So he had a very long fuel.
They've got a very slow pump though, remember?
Have they?
70% full fuel flow.
Okay. So
that's part of the balance of performance.
Possibly explains that then.
Yeah.
Whereas you look at Torsten Kratz in Hoffa Racing, it was only 2 minutes total pit stop, one of which was in his own pit box. So that wasn't a very long pit stop, although he's only been in the stint's only 5 laps long. He had another pit stop 4 laps before, so possibly certainly 2 fuel stops in 10 laps.
Quick top-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they can put in, of course, Hoffer, they can put in 50% under a code 60.
Can they?
Mm-hmm. For an all-AM car.
Just to make life.
Exactly. The Hamofa car, almost forgot about this poor car, has finally made its way back after the damage to the front right tyre. We still don't know if that was just it or whether there was other stories to tell. Hopefully Diana will be able to find out what's going on there with that Belgian squad. Their home race, and they were running well. They were up there and fighting in second in category, and that sort of opens GT4 up a little bit. Venture Engineering are looking good. They were holding a strong lead, and it looks like they're actually going to... It looks like they are in a good position, depending how the pit stops fall out. They could actually go into tomorrow with a lap advantage over the field. So, and that would be a really good scenario for that Venture Engineering squad.
I hear Diana's microphone turning on, which means she may well be down looking at that BMW.
Just in case they...
Di?
Hi guys, sorry about that. Yes, Chris Verhoeven from the 419 Hamofa Racing, the BMW that we was just brought back on the truck there. Chris, what happened out on the track?
I was not driving. It was Mark that was driving, but I think he had a slip in the Blanchiment in the back. He hit the brakes, of course, and I think the tire was broken there, and he drove through, and then the tire exploded in front of the hairpin. Unfortunately, a lot of damage, so we will see if we can fix it for tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess you've got to get it off the truck now so that the team can have a look at it. But what's your first thoughts on seeing it? Is there a fair amount of damage?
Yeah, it's a fair amount of damage, but I think we will manage. We have a good team, so we will try to fix it.
I mean, we've still got a long way to go in this race, haven't we? We've got another less than an hour now and 7 hours tomorrow.
That's right. We will try our best to fix it.
Now, before that incident happened, how satisfied were how things were going? Were you going with the team?
Well, pretty satisfied actually. I was happy with the laps that I did in the previous session. Was happy with the car as well. The track was good. Everything went well. So yeah, I was happy.
How would you describe this racing track?
It's the best in the world. The best I ever driven, so I love it.
Is it a case of every time you get in the car and get behind the wheel, you want to keep improving?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think every racing driver, every lap he wants to improve, so yeah, for sure.
Okay, well, look, I'll let you get back to chatting with the team to see how you go, but I hope you get back out soon.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Endurance racing, when things aren't going your way and your car's just arrived on a flatbed and it's not looking good, there's still big smiles. I think as if it were in an individual form of motorsport, you don't get that experience, I don't think. I think that only comes from camaraderie of a team, and okay, in individual motorsport you do have a team around you, but you're the only driver. But the fact that you share the success and the failure with your fellow drivers, it's a unique aspect, I think.
I think what they were saying also is we saw 2 yellow flags from that car. First was at Blanchiment, second was at La Source. It sounds as though they had a spin, and it's such high velocity there, and perhaps he was on the end of a stint, so end of a tyre. Mm-hmm. He's been fully locked up and slid 4 wheels solidly locked up across the tarmac, which is flat spotted, and we did see a flat spot on that tyre that we had a close-up of, such to the point where it's worn through the carcass and punctured. And then when he's carried on, that has then peeled away and caused the carcass to then start flapping. And that is why they then decided to stop the car, because they didn't want that flapping to destroy everything like we saw with the Mercedes earlier on. It's an unusual thing to happen, but if you do have a massive high-speed accident and go full on the brakes, then you end up putting holes in your tyres, which means that as long as there's not too much internal damage from the little bit of flapping that was done, that BMW should be happily active and running well tomorrow morning. 43 minutes left of today, so maybe you can still get it out before the end of today.
Let's see. It's such a shame that they missed the pit box and weren't quite aware of that issue. That's unlucky. So fastest lap of the race is held by Le Cartog, 2:17.247 right now, which is by far and away a new race lap record for a 24-hour series competition. I think might we see that that improve even more, I wonder. The Herberth Motorsport Porsche 2:17.8. So although they've had a really strong race pace, the actual outright lap speed is still in the favour of the Ziggo Sport car, which of course is being run by Herberth as well. So, and Ralph Bowen at the moment, I mean, you think comparing to Christopher Froggatt, who's got a lot of titles in GT World Challenge across several different categories, Ferrari Challenge, etc. And it's just he's in his early 30s. Ralph Bowen is holding within a second a lap of Christopher Froggatt, which is allowing the gap to not rise up too much. So Ralph Bowen doing exactly his job. And of course, Lauren Heinrich has only done one stint in that car. So I'm not sure what the driver time regulations will be with it being a prototype car, but if they've got a limited amount of Lauren Heinrich time, they haven't used much of it up today.
On screen, Carl Marcelli being flashed by the 73, which is a few laps down Klaus Bachler, 27th position after various maladies. Bachler trying to get a wriggle on and trying to persuade Carl Marcelli to get a wriggle on as well. Marcelli's up to 11th spot in the which is 6th position in GT3 now. Still a way to go to chase down the Continental Racing Audi and the Viper Nisa Mercedes. Shout out to them, by the way. We were watching them for a while, but we didn't mention them. They are second in AM, the pretty much completely Malaysian team, not just drivers but also the squad. They've borrowed Tockwith Motorsports truck, but it doesn't look as though there's any Tockwith personnel inside the garage. They are all Malaysian. Dominic Ang was racing last weekend in Malaysia at the Sepang circuit. He's with us this weekend alongside Melvin Moe and Dominic Koo. It is Ang who is aboard that car right now. And yeah, second in AM, 8th overall. They've had 1,000,001 penalties for track limits. At one point they had a 6th, a 9th and a 12th infringement all come up at the same time, like somebody had forgotten. And leading in the AM class is the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, obviously.
Well, at the moment it's two Porsches at the front of the field from a Ferrari, and then it's the Mercedes of Torsten Kratz. So who are we going to see come through on the lead lap, I wonder? At the moment there's 4 cars, I think, that could finish on the lead lap heading into the intervention break. So that would be the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, the Herberth 91 Porsche, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, brilliant run from them, and they've got a lot of Joseph Kral driver time in their pocket too, and the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, I mean, who are an AM class car. So for them to, if they could park up tonight on the lead lap, what a delight that would be for them. 29 Pellin Racing, they lost a couple of minutes unfortunately after that really good stint from Kyle Marcelli. He was up there fighting in the podium positions, and then a stuck wheel, a couple of minutes getting a stuck wheel off in the pits really put them on the back foot. That's not the ideal birthday gift for teammate Lisa Clark, who's, I mean, I can't think of a better way to spend your birthday than a sunny day at Spa.
Oh, yeah,
we all
absolutely.
have these great days in life, and birthdays are meant to be always that great day. Sometimes it delivers on the promise, sometimes it doesn't. But to be driving a Ferrari 296 GT3 at Spa in the sunshine, I don't think you could celebrate your birthday much better than that.
My 40th is coming up soon, Peter. Cough, cough.
I'll commentate on it if you can. I think you're looking at the wrong person to put you in a car.
And at the end of October, I'm pretty sure here at Spa, they do a 24-hour race, if I remember correctly. It's the Citroen C2 24-hour race, because they have the Fun Cup one, which is in the middle of July. Obviously, you have the GT3 one. There's a motorbike and also a cycling one, brutally. If you fancy 2 wheels but your own leg power. I do it on an electric bike. But the last 24-hour race of the season, I believe, is a 2CV race, and it's always held kind of late October, which is my only experience of racing around this circuit. Not in a 2CV, but as a support race to the 2CV, would you believe, was a smart 2.4 race, of which we used to, we used to have a smart in Creventic, but not the 2.4, the 4.4, the bigger one. And that used to race in the 24 Hours of Silverstone, and then did a few other Creventic races. We're talking quite a long time ago, when there used to be a Silverstone round of Creventic, which was a 24-hour race. Yeah, a weekend of smart 2.4 racing here at Spa. Did Silverstone and Brands Hatch. Unbelievable.
I think that sounds like a good 40th present to me.
It took me...
Mrs. Constanduros is listening.
Yeah, exactly. No, she should be. I told her to stick the kids in front of the action. The lap time was over 4 minutes. Bearing in mind, Henri Pescarolo managed to do double the length 1 minute faster.
He had a better car than you.
He definitely had a better car than me, yeah.
V12 Matra, yeah. That's one of my favourite Spa stories, the old circuit here, which basically, just as the cars are coming up to the top of the Kemmel Straight, keep going and all the way through there. And the old Spa circuit, Henri Pescarolo qualified for the Spa 1,000 kilometres in a V12 Matra sports car at an average speed, get this, an average speed of 162 miles per hour. It's impossible to fathom in modern context.
But having now done the circuit in our trusty Mazda, yeah, you can now see there's not many corners to it.
It was like sitting next to Pescarolo. It was great. I thoroughly enjoyed it. You're picturing yourself, imagine being Brian Redman or Joe Siffert in a 917 going round the, what's the really long right-hander?
Burnville. Yeah.
Oh, my word. Just constantly sliding round. Amazing. Torsten Kratz is doing his job here. He's in 4th right now, but he's lapping significantly faster than the Scuderia Praha Ferrari ahead of him, to the tune of 4 seconds. In fact, he was a couple of seconds quicker than Ralph Bowen in 2nd on the previous lap. So Kratz doing a mega job. And Hoffer Racing, they've gone through their full driver lineup although they've only had 5 hours, they've each done a single stint, starting off Alex Prince, then Chantal Prince, then Michael Kroll, and now Torsten Kratz, driver with a lot of experience. They had Maximilian Partel in the car at Mugello, and we're going to see that grey and pink Mercedes all the way through the season. Won their class earlier on in the year at Abu Dhabi. Could have won their class actually at Mugello, but they were involved in an incident just before the intervention break on the Saturday, and that kind of put them on the back foot. They had to take the car in for repair and have a 5-lap penalty, so that kind of put them down a little bit. But Torsten Kratz, the 4-time Nürburgring 24-hour class winner, really on the charge right now as he goes absolutely on the limit through Eau Rouge, through Raidillon, and then just popping out like a rocket onto Kemmel Straight up the hill, where the Mercedes has, I think it's fair to say, particularly in an AM-class car like this with the wider restrictors, with more power, it is imperious going up that straight.
And amazing talking to some of the drivers about the Mercedes versus some of the other GT3 cars. It really is designed to be incredibly forgiving. You, as an AM driver, it makes you feel comfortable. It makes you drive at the limit very quickly. It's not in any shape or form intimidating. You get in, it feels like a comfortable shoe, and you can get it up to the, not to 100%, because I think professional drivers struggle to find the very limit of it, but amateur drivers love to get very much, 90% of the car's capacity very quickly, because it's so comfortable to drive. And we say, oh, these are cars, these are GT3 cars. Every single one of the 12 different brands of GT3, they all have their own characteristics. They only have their own ways of driving. And yes, the BOP also has a big effect on it, depending on which championship you do. There's a BOP here for Creventic, and that's different to the BOP in Le Mans or the BOP in SRO, even if it's a GT3 car. But ultimately, if you are jumping into a car and you're a pretty amateur competitor, you will feel more comfortable in the Mercedes than you will in anything else. And I think that makes a big difference on a track like this or the Nürburgring, where you need something that is forgiving if you do make little errors.
It's and I think also as well, emotion is a big part of it. And yes, you want the best tool to win, but when you hear a 6.2 litre V8 AMG Mercedes GT3 fire up, it's one thing. If you've never experienced, get yourself to. Most sports car racing paddocks are pretty open, and you can get very close to the cars and close to the garages. Daytona is a great example. Any IMSA event, actually, you can get really close to the garages, and when you hear an AMG GT3 getting warmed up and they put it through the cycle and it's thumping away and the ground is shaking. I mean, bear in mind, this is an engine that was first put into Mercedes road cars in the late 2000s, 2007, 2008. You could buy a road car, you could buy a C-Class Mercedes with that engine in it. Okay, it's in a slightly different configuration in terms of slightly different parts to it, but it is a 6.2 V8. It's the same base engine, and yet it's still powering race wins. You know, it won at Sebring in the GTD category in the hands of Windward Racing. It's won the championship at IMSA last year, so it's still a winning package. Quite a success story.
I wonder if the director can just stay on board with Nicholas Jonsson, who is 25 plus years with Krone Racing, such a the pro driver in Tracy Krone's team, and it'd be great just to ride on board, going down towards Eau Rouge now. Quite a significant lift there on probably half-used tyres, keeps it nice and straight, so ends up riding over the curb on the left-hand side at the top of Radiant, and now flat out. You're climbing uphill. It doesn't really look like it on board, but I think maybe the onboard camera doesn't work all the way around the back of the circuit, potentially. Such a big circuit, I know that's always been a technical issue, but just to finish that point, Kemmel Straight is uphill. You climb quite a significant amount. Back on board then, we've gone through Les Combes, and now we're starting our downhill descent into Bruxelles, which is banked, and you can turn in weirdly early there, and then you're holding the inside, holding the right-hand side, and now let the car not drift too far to the left-hand side, because you need to get back over to the right for this left-hand speaker's corner, or now called Jackie X. Now we're going down towards Pouin, double gauche. What gear are we in here? Holds fourth gear through part one, then the second part is more of an acceleration zone out towards the Fagnes, and this is where these curbs, you really want to get the car over the curb as much as possible, both on the left and over on the right. Nicholas actually been quite kind to the car there. Then you used to be able to run really far to the right, but they put a gravel trap there. Now karting is always really tricky because it's again downhill, the rear end wants to get away from you, and then just balance the throttle through Curve Paul Frere. It carries on, it keeps going right. The old Stavelot, now you're back onto the old circuit, and it's still going right, and now you need to start thinking about Blanchiment. This isn't Blanchiment, this is the first kink, and then it straightens up again, and then you go through the second part, and this is Blanchiment, which I think was pretty much comfortably flat out there. Big stop onto the hairpin, the chicane, but it is basically two hairpins. Second gear, interestingly, to limit the rear wheel spin, and then off onto the main straight. Again, you can put it into first gear, and you'll see the Super Cup cars do that, but then you're really using the rear of the car to rotate the car through that particular section. Not something you want to be doing in endurance racing, because you are then asking too much of the car once more. Nicholas heading back down to Eau Rouge for a second time. Use as much curb as you can on the left.
135 miles an hour entry to Eau Rouge in a Porsche Cup car, and exiting around the same speed. Quite remarkable stuff. And Nick Jonsson's so experienced and so smooth, just butter smooth on the inputs there in that RPM racing machine. Driver with so much experience, double Swedish Formula 3 champion many years ago, Swedish Group N touring car champion, and then has had a lot of success in America as well.
and so precise. So like using all the road exactly how much needed. The weirdest corner for me in this circuit is Bruxelles here, also known as Rivage before as well. Has about 3 apexes to it. And the more you stay over to the right, the more you open up this left-hand turn. Big sausage curb on the left-hand side there. So they're allowed to do that at that corner because that's the only corner that's not used by bikes. Because they've now got that cut through on the inside where the bikes use it. The cars use the outer one, which is the original layout since the early 80s.
Interestingly, the Hoffer Racing, you're looking at in terms of the laps, who's going to be where. The Scuderia Praha car has to pit, regardless if it has enough fuel or not, because Denis Vlasic has 18 minutes left of his maximum driving time, his maximum stint time, sorry, and there's 27 minutes left on the clock. In fact, he's got to get in earlier than that because the pits close with 10 minutes to go. So that means that Scuderia Praha will drop back. The question is whether Zygosport Tempesta, the leader, whether they pit or whether Herbuth pit in second. I mean, always in the past, Herbuth were always of the view of pit at the last possible moment before the pits close, put as much fuel as you can in. I don't think they'll put new tyres on because of the chance of rain tomorrow, but in general they would do that. But they would always try and buy ahead of tomorrow. The big question mark is where Hoffer Racing finish. They'll move up into third when Scuderia Praha pit, but whether they actually come in for a stop themselves or whether they actually get themselves back up onto the lead lap or not, there's lots of question marks to be answered, not just in the next 26 minutes, but in the next 15 minutes before the pits actually close.
Yeah, and Praha, I think they will need a new set of tyres regardless. They're going to have to go and change the driver, so they might as well take tyres at the same time, whereas for Froggaert and Byrne, they can stay in the car until the end of this part of the race. Therefore, they won't stop at the pit bay. They will drive through straight to fuel and just get themselves topped up, if that's the thinking, so that they don't have to do an early pit stop tomorrow. But you know what? If it is raining, I would bet an early Code 60. We had 2 Code 60s in about 4 laps at the start of this race. So I would bet that you could then do the rest of the servicing, top up fuel a bit at that point. These 3 cars with their last offering at the pit stop. So I have to say, great work from Amir Naran. Yes, he had that accident earlier on, but they sitting 13th in the number 2 Haas RT. It's only Amir and Tom Jackson who's got huge amounts of experience in all kinds of cars, but Amir Naran's really not got a lot of experience at all, the 39-year-old entrepreneur. He's got his own car, the Naran, which was launched last year. It's a sort of GT3 style machine. Google it. It's really, really quite good looking. Wait to see one. There's only 300 being built. They're €2 million a piece. So save your pennies. But Amir making his first throws in racing and has done a pretty solid job to sit there 13th.
Into the pits from third place comes Scuderia Praha, Denis Vlasic. Good stint from him.
Tyres, you can hear them.
Yep, tyres, yeah, but the rattle guns going on just outside our commentary position. So that would then put Hoffer Racing, or should put Hoffer Racing up on to the provisional podium. But let's find out some more down in the pits. There's always stories in the pits, and Diana Binks has one for us.
Well, I'm halfway down, but you were just talking about the Scuderia Praha car. That has gone in, driver change and tyres. We're just doing a little look around at the car. A slight delay on that pit apron, so there's no real rush at the moment. There's a member of the crew holding one of the doors open, but the driver change has happened, but there's obviously something inside there. I suspect it's the belts, maybe belting up. The driver's taking a little delay, but they don't look as if they're in too much of a rush. It's still on that pit apron at the moment.
Well, they perhaps should be in a rush, I would say. They're in a fight for.
It's called a race.
Yeah, oh yeah. I would think they should be in a rush right now, as the Himmelfa Motorsport BMW M4 has got repaired and back out going again. Mark Verhoeven certainly brought the car in.
One-eyed. It's a pirate. It's only got one eye in it. The other one's patchworked, if you are just listening to us. The front light right-hand side was knocked out by the flailing tyre, and they haven't replaced it. They've put a lot of black tape over it, so it looks like a pirate.
The car, don't know if that, it's having a little, the driver's having a little wiggle around of the steering wheel just to see. It's Rob Verhoeven who's taking the car out. It's leaving the pits pretty gingerly. I do wonder if that car's absolutely repaired.
Well, he does too.
Now he's starting to open up.
Yeah,
that
I mean, that's exactly it. The car's just been crashed. He's jumping into the car. It might be his first experience. Oh, it's massively left-hand down, actually. So no, it hasn't been fully repaired. Look at the steering wheel pointing to the left whilst the car goes, oh no, sorry.
Oh, I think it's pretty straight, but
ignore me. Fanatec steering wheel with a kink on the top of it.
Yes.
That steering wheel, by the way, you can take off the BMW M4 and put on your Fanatec sim rig. And with a little bit of an adapter, it will work on both sim rig and in BMW. Very, very cool thing that Thomas Jackemeyer did before he ended up leaving the company. The last of the cool things he did many, many cool things, but he is going very gingerly. But I respect that as a driver. You have no idea what's underneath you.
Getting up to speed now. I think just left the pits gingerly. That's good. So hopefully the Amofa can fight on. But it does mean that Venture Engineering, they're in a really good spot in GT4. They've been chased by the SRS team Sorg Rennsport Porsches, the leading of which is the 452 car. But it looks like Venture may well, unless they pit and the chasing car doesn't, they might well finish today with a lap advantage, which they'll carry into tomorrow. But we may have an answer to that question, whether Venture are going to come in or not, and Diana has it for us.
Inside the garage on the pit apron, waiting on the car to come in to the pit lane. That's the 421 Venture GT4, and I can see that who is it? Christopher Jones, it is. He's getting ready to jump into that car. He's got his seat insert ready with him. So once that car comes in, they've got tyres ready. We'll do a quick check, and Chris will jump into that one.
Thank you, Diana. I saw already more other cars coming down the pits as well. Sepulchre Racing, they've just come into the pits from second in 992 and leading in the AM category right now. So, as we come over the timing beam then,
I'll tell you what, Klaus Bachler is being a right pest. He didn't get a chance to race in Mugello. It's the team he was with. I can't remember who it was with now, but they retired early. And obviously
Proton Huber as well.
Was it Proton Huber? And the 73 car, obviously with many Malady, so they are miles back. But he has been bugging Carl Marcelli, and now he's on the tail of Torsten Kratz and flashing and crawling all over the back of them. If I was Torsten, just go away, off you go. Like, we're not racing each other.
No.
But Klaus is on the brakes later. He's diving under the rear wing, and it really kind of. I'd be really putting off if I was Torsten. I'd just go,
let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, he's already put his indicator on there as Torsten Kratz just puts his left-hand indicator on, says thank you, or after you, sir, and lets him go through. Very, very wise there from Torsten Kratz. Doesn't need to worry about it. He's in a far higher up position as Kratz. Klaus Bachler very much on the fight back after the big delay earlier on for damage to be repaired.
Yeah, second in Pro-Am, actually, they are, remarkably, with the Scuderia Praha car, first in Pro-Am, now out of the pits after a 5-minute and 8-second stop, so they have absolutely fully serviced that car. It's Miroslav Weibo who's taken over. That's got new tyres, it's got an absolutely brimmed fuel tank, and they have now 19 minutes to go of this stint, and then at least we know, we can make a note of that for tomorrow, that they are well...
They are brimmed.
Yeah, they're good to go tomorrow. We're still waiting to see what Herbert will do with their two Porsches that are 1-2. And then the 11 Hofer Racing Mercedes is coming up to an hour on this stint, and they are in third position. Don't have to pit for any reason, but it's going to be tight. They're going to be pretty empty if they don't pit before the end of today's action. And they are 2 laps back on the 2 Herbert Porsches.
Well, that's the thing, is time it, and if you don't need to lose, if you're not going to lose any laps, you have to come. You should come in and fill up, because it doesn't matter where on that lap you finish. It's as long it's just which lap you're on. So I'm sure they'll be doing all those calculations at the moment to see if it's worth it to come back in or not.
I mean, if the 2 Herbert cars pit, then they'll be not only on the lead lap, they'll be leading. So they will go back to the head of the field, but they'll be empty. So then do you risk it? You're starting the race. Hopefully you get a new set of wet tyres because it's raining tomorrow morning. You hope for a code 60, and then they can reset.
Put 50% in on code 60s as well.
Ah, yes, of course.
So there's so many permutations. This is what Creventic Michelin 24-hour series is all about. It's a cerebral championship. It's a thinking championship. It's all about those different strategical outcomes and cracking that strategical conundrum.
Whew, easy for you to say.
Yeah, that's a mouth filler, isn't it? But it's Christopher Froggatt right now who leads on speed at the front of the field, 2:18.622 last time by a little bit, about a second quicker than Ralph Bowen, who, as an AM-graded driver, again, absolutely punching well above his weight. A couple of seconds quicker than Torsten Kratz last time by. But the fastest lap of the race is no longer the Ziggo Sport car at the front. It's actually Mr. Nuisance himself, as you said, Ben Constanduros. Klaus Bachler, 2:17 flat, so we're getting very close to that 2:16 marker now. So that's now and yet another new lap record for 24-hour series competition.
I mean, you just touch a Michelin tyre in the pit lane versus a Pirelli tyre in the SRO pits, and you can feel the difference in compound. Like these are endurance hard tyres the Michelin have provided. They are so good. The Pirelli tyre is designed to do a single hour, and it falls apart after anything more than that. So the fact that we're within a second difference is absolutely remarkable. Diana's in the pits.
I'm with Venture Racing, the GT4 number 421. Matthew Higgins has just jumped out of the car, so we thought we'd take this opportunity, Matthew, to have a chat with you. First of all, how was Spa for you so far?
Yeah, the track is actually unreal. Obviously, it's one of them bucket list tracks for everybody, I think. So, first time here. I mean, that was probably my best experience in a dry then I've had in this car, and yeah, the track's unreal.
How would you describe it? Because we talked to a lot of drivers that come into this 24-hour series, and when they've not been to a circuit before, we understand, getting used to the car and the tracks, but how would you describe this one?
Yeah, I mean, the track definitely gives you quite a bit of confidence. There's a lot of grip in the track compared to Mugello. I mean, my little experience I've had in cars, every race I've done, I've turned up, and then that's my first time on the track. So learning the track's something I've kind of got used to. I've got good people around me. Luckily, I've got Matt George around me, coaching me along the way. So yeah, he definitely helps a massive amount, and yeah, the team around me give me a good car every time. So yeah, it makes my life as easy as possible.
So away from the track, do you do any sim racing to sort of prepare yourself for the new track?
Yeah, I definitely try to do a lot of hours on the sim before coming to the tracks. Obviously they have their differences, but at least muscle memory, knowing where I am. But again, speaking with Matt about just the gears for each corner so that I know then what to practice for muscle memory. But yeah, nothing quite compares to real life.
What's the biggest thing you've learned so far? I know you say it's early days, but what's the biggest thing that you've learned?
There's quite a few things, to be fair, but I'd say the biggest thing is tyre management. My first time on brand new slicks was in a race on Mugello, and I took the life out of them pretty quickly, which definitely made the rest of my stint pretty difficult. Whereas then I did 2 hours on the same set of tyres, and yeah, towards the end I felt like the tyre was really good and I could keep going for another hour, so that was a massive step.
How do you build the confidence as the weekend goes on?
Just build it progressively. Don't need to push it too hard too early, and obviously it's a long race, so that extra 3 tenths isn't really what wins you the race. It's just the consistency of building, doing everything I do on track consistently, so I can do it each lap over and over, and then you can progress slowly as the weekend goes on.
Matthew, thank you so much for chatting to us.
Thank you very much.
Matthew Higgins from the Venture Engineering team, who have really raised, I think it's fair to say they've raised the bar in GT4. We've had it in the last couple of years where it's been a race of attrition. It's who makes the least mistakes, who has the, who spends the least amount of time in the pits. That's changed. Venture Engineering are just running like a steam train. They did so at Barcelona when they won that last year. Likewise, in Mugello about a month ago. They are the gold standard now, I would say, in Creventic in the GT4 class. One fan favourite car, the JMIC Engineering BMW M3, which was driven by Jimmy Broadbent at Barcelona last year. It's at the moment Kevin Clark aboard. They lead in TCE at the moment. This is a car that used to race in Scotland, Scottish Motorsports Championship. It's driven by a guy called Ian Bonthorne, who also raced it in the Scottish Super Lap Championship, which is a time attack championship. I love the fact that the same car has gone from being a one-lap dash car to a 24-hour racing car. Fantastic.
Creventic 5-6 years ago had a plethora of these kind of cars that, you know, modified. They would all be in GTX or TCX, modified kind of strange. Oh, Vortex goes around on the brakes, get it going again. It's we haven't seen very many Melodies actually for Vortex. This 2.0 is a much stronger car than the 1.0 ever was. But no, it used to be a thing. Lots of modified touring cars, and it's just sort of, I don't know, as I guess Creventic has become more and more professional, that level of car has become sort of phased out, which is a bit of a shame because you always had some rather weird and wonderful machines, and we still do, thanks to Vortex and thanks to the GTX, you know, the IRC car, for instance, but not in any way the same level as we did sort of 5-6 years ago. I don't know where all those cars end up.
Oh, all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, 11 minutes and 40 seconds left. It would appear, unless these top three cars of Chris Froggatt, Ralph Bohn and Torsten Kratz come in, they're going to go to the flag, and they're going to finish with not so much left in the tank. The leading 992 car, Red Camel Jordans, they're just turning the screw even harder on the competition because they've got a lap advantage over their nearest rival, and they're just going to fill that car right up and head into tomorrow in a brilliant place after a superb stint, I think it has to be said, from Luke Breukers, putting in the fastest lap of that car from that car this race. So 11 minutes, 5 seconds left. Remember, the pits close with 10 minutes to go. So last chance as Torsten Kratz does come in just at the very last moment then. So Torsten Kratz has brought in the Hoffer Mercedes from third. So they're very much looking at their class. They're not thinking about trying to get on the overall lead lap. They are thinking, let's get the car filled up with fuel and go for our class. And you never know what happens. How many you hit it to nail on the head, Ben, when you said how many GT3 cars have had problems. There's no reason why the cars on the head of them might have problems as well. So if you go into tomorrow with plenty of fuel, you're there to strike.
Froggatt's coming through the chicane right now. 30 seconds remaining before the pits shut.
No.
And he drives past our window. So the Herbert cars are going to go into tomorrow with 3, maybe 4 laps advantage over the rest of the field. We'll see how it all shakes out once Kratz and Breukers have brought their cars back out on the circuit. In 992, it is going to be pretty close because Van Berlo Motorsport are going to find themselves on the same lap, if not ahead of 909, but they're going to be very thin on fuel and tyres. So they're kind of doing what I was expecting Hoffer Racing to do, but it does seem as though it's the thing to do. Just get yourself fully prepped for tomorrow and then go again, rather than give yourself any hangovers from the day before. I remember a couple of years ago in Mugello, CP Racing, I think it was, not pitting, getting themselves onto the lead lap and then barely being able to start the car on the Sunday morning because it had so little fuel in it, and it literally had to do 1 lap and then come in the pits. It's because it was so little on fuel. And so what's the point in that? Unless you have a code 60 straight away, which you're bargaining on, it was a bit of it was a sleepless night, hoping they had enough fuel to get round and get to the pits.
CP Racing, of course, overall winners here last year. The American squad used to come over. Big effort. All the drivers used to come over. All the wives would come over as well, and there's always a fantastic atmosphere in their garage. They're sorely missed in the Creventic Michelin 24-hour series in their white, blue, and red Mercedes. So that's really interesting. That's a very un-Herber thing to do, is not bring the cars in just before the intervention break. They're playing a different card here, our Herbert, with of course they're running their own car, the number 91, but they're also running the Ziggo Sport car as well, don't forget. So effectively that's a Herbert car of sorts, and the gap between them is just 32 seconds. So they are both going to finish this portion of the race on the same lap, so they will start on the same lap tomorrow. Now, are they going to be one ahead or are they going to be two ahead of Hofer? That is too early to call, actually.
I think they're going to be three ahead.
Oh, really? Okay.
Of Scuderia Praha, that's going to be third, ahead of the 11. So three laps ahead is, in dry conditions, 6 minutes, plus 6 minutes.
Yeah.
So even a pit stop.
But the Hofer car is full to the brim.
Yeah, but even a pit stop
fuel.
is only 5. So they still have an advantage. They're still leading the race, even if they do come and pit.
And I guess in terms of laps, in the wet, a lap takes a lot longer.
Yeah.
You know, so that's one part of it. But you know, that Hofer Racing AMG, that car will be. They wouldn't have been able to fit any more in the tank because they can fill 120 litres. The capacity of the tank is 120 litres, so they would not have been able to get any more fuel in that car. It's still in the filling area at the moment. It's still going. Torsten Kratz is probably just sitting reading a novel at the moment, thinking, yeah, anytime today. We always have those when you stop at a petrol station, then you go, I'll put some fuel in, and you get a pump that just seems to be so slow. You almost feel like you could pour it in faster.
Oh, you pay for that in France.
Oh, do you?
Get to a slow pump and it's cheaper. It's literally 2 fuel stations, one fast, one slow near me. The slow one is cheaper, the fast one is...
slow one then.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you've only got 40 litre tank in your car. Or a 30 litre tank in my little Fiat 500, a Fiat 4x4 Panda Classic.
That's very cool.
Yes.
Winter tyres.
Obviously.
Spikes?
No.
Just winter tyres.
No need. It's as cold as Scotland.
Probably colder where you are.
Waiting for the timing screens to completely catch up before we can give you just how much of an advantage those 2 Herbert cars have got. But it is definitely going to be 3 laps in my mind. I just don't know if it's going to be over Praha or over Hofer.
It's going to be Hofer because at the moment they're... sorry.
No, it's Praha.
Sorry.
Only just,
right.
though.
Yes, very close. Sorry, I do apologise. You're right. Yeah, very close. So Praha will go back up into third. It's Michael Kroll now driving the Hofer Mercedes. So yeah, you're right. It will be 3 laps. So 108 laps complete for Christopher Froggatt. And the 91 Herbert Porsche will cross the line just shortly to also complete 108 laps. So that confirms them on the same lap with 5 minutes and 12 seconds left in this 4th portion. Tomorrow we have 7 hours of racing. So we've had 5 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. Very, very important to keep that in mind. So yes, 108 laps complete for both Christopher Froggatt and Ralph Bowen.
Yep.
And then it'll be 105 for Scuderia Praha and indeed Hofer Racing. So they're 3 laps back. But in terms of their nearest, I mean, for Hofer Racing, their nearest competitor in Viper Niza Racing, they're a lot further back down the order than that. So, and they've got a full tank of fuel. But you think about it, you know, if you take a full fuel fill, you're in the pits for over 5 minutes. That's 2 laps.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, so
it's 2.5, 3 laps.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually, the gap isn't as big as you think.
In 992, Van Berlo Motorsport are going to go into tomorrow as the leaders, but they are going to be pretty empty on fuel. Holmgaard are going to be on the same lap, as are Red Camels. Red Camels, though, are going to be good and full of fuel. So 3 992s on the same lap.
That's cool.
I'm not sure if Seb Lejeune Racing, where is the Seb Lejeune Racing in comparison? I think they're not quite there. 888, looking on the tracker. 888 is going through. No, I think they're ahead as well, aren't they?
No, they're showing us they're 5 minutes 41 behind the Red Camels car. So no, I think you're right. Yeah, three 992s that will start tomorrow on the same lap if everything stays the same for 3.5 minutes. But the big difference being that the Red Camel Jordan's team have a totally full car, and the others don't have, which effectively gives that. You could have said, well, why didn't they just not pit and put the other cars a lap or two down? Well, the thing is, they'll just have to give that back again, the next day. So
just
do your homework the night before. Don't cram it on the school bus the next day.
You just don't know what tomorrow brings, and that's the interesting one. Is if we do have a code 60 early doors, you then take advantage of that, and potentially that puts you offset, and you don't know how that's then going to affect 7 hours down the line. So it looks good right now, but I would risk it. If I'm Van Berlo, if I'm Holmgaard, I've got a pretty empty car. I haven't got much fuel in it, but I'm risking the fact that I'm going to be able to fill that car up to a degree under code 60 tomorrow morning when somebody slides off the road on either cold tyres or on a wet track.
Well, in Mugello, it was like if you were listening to us on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, you would think that the feed was skipping, because it was like, oh, code 60, code 60, code 60, again and again and again, because we saw that coming out of those code 60s, the wet tyres were cold, they wouldn't work, and then off the road you went. So it's all to play for tomorrow. Looking at the weather forecast, depends who you speak to, but there is a big threat of rain tomorrow. If the worst can be believed, it's going to be monsoon all day. The best is that it stays dry, and then there's no problem. But that is how big a variance in the predictions for weather.
So in GT4, Venture have a 2-lap advantage over Sorg Rennsport at the head of the GT4 category. 1-lap advantage in GTX between Vortex, who lead that, the 701, and the 111 in the IRC. There's a 1-lap advantage there, and I think there's a 2 or even maybe 3-lap advantage for Kevin Clark and his BMW JMEC Engineering, but over their stable mate, their garage mates, the Cupra. So definitely the most competitive of our field is the 992, with 3 cars on the same lap, 2 cars on the same lap at the head of the GT3 field. And there might still be a change before we get to the flag. With 1 minute remaining, there's 0.2 of a second separating Vibo from Kroll for 3rd position overall. Where are they on track?
At the moment, they're just coming down towards Pouon. Michael Kroll has got by. He has got by, so Michael Kroll has moved up into 3rd place for Hoffer Racing. So that will change their grid spot as we're on to the last lap of this first part of the 7th Michelin 12 Hours of Spa. A lot of attrition, particularly in the GT3 category, but we head into the real thick of the race tomorrow. 7 hours ahead of us tomorrow, potentially in wet conditions.
Kessel got their Ferrari back out on the circuit. The last time we checked in on Matt Bell's Rolex watch, they were still trying to repair that car. That's now back out on track, and I just heard something fire up underneath us. And there's no showing of anybody in the pits that shouldn't be. So one of our 4 cars we thought are retired has just got themselves back out. Don't know what or who that was, but it will show. It's the 81. So it's Era. Yeah. Brilliant work from those boys. Well done. So they will be able to take the starts tomorrow.
That's good. That's good, and they can then adjust their strategy in terms of drive time. They can get Dwight Merriman more experience in the car, because again, GT3 is still relatively new to him, the circuit's still relatively new to him, and they've got a full Creventic series program ahead of them, and indeed they're in the Pro-Am class, so they're right now there's other Pro-Am cars that have had problems, so they just got to get out there tomorrow and do the absolute best that they can.
There's 1 lap between Era and Kessel,
and they're both
3rd and 4th in Pro-Am. So the battle has been in the pits between those 2 guys to get the final podium in Pro-Am. There is only 4 in that category, but everyone's a winner in Creventic. There's a lot of trophies to be handed out, and at the moment, a tiny advantage between the two of them, with Era 31st overall, but 3rd in class.
So through Blanchimont then for the final time today is Chris Froggatt for Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing. They have mastered it so far. They will start on pole position effectively tomorrow. They come out of the bus stop for the final time. Excellent job so far from Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing. And they will lead a Porsche 1-2 into tomorrow's action. The two cars on that lead lap are Ziggo Sport Tempesta Racing and the 91 Herbert Porsche, which is making its way right now all the way around Blanchimont and will be that other car on the lead lap. Checkered flag also for the 925 Van Berle Motorsport car is classified as the leading 992 car, so it will start at the front of the 992s tomorrow. It's also the leading AM car, so that's cool to see an AM car, the top graded 992, albeit with less fuel in the tank than the Red Camel car.
Yeah, 20 minutes I think they'll need to come into the pits. It won't be as bad as Holmgaard, who really will need to pit pretty early. They'll be, looks like, line up second on the 992 grid alongside Van Berlo. And then the fully prepared, ready to do a full 1.5 hour stint will be Red Camels in 3rd position in the 992, the 909 machine. 3rd in that class, in the full fat 992 Pro, is Mulder Motorsport 921. They're down in 19th position. They are 5 laps back, which isn't too bad when you consider their maladies after that lap 1 accident.
So Era Motorsport did get out. They sent Ryan DL out in the car, probably just to do a bit of a systems check and check everything's fixed and repaired and good to go. Ryan knows that 296 GT3 as well as almost anybody outside of the factory. He's raced it a lot in America as well. As Philippe Bonnell goes over the line for Vortex.
As the lead GTX.
Now that's a late change then. Because IRC, the 111 racing team, they were ahead. Now, in terms of pits...
No, it was a half an hour ago they were last pitted, unless they did a last lap splash.
Yeah, 26 minutes 59 is the stint time for Daniel Studert. An hour and 5 for Philippe Bonnell. So the Vortex may not have the same amount of fuel on board. In terms of, did they finish on the lead lap? We'll need to wait and see, actually, whether the IRC has lost a lap then to the Vortex. But even if they have, the Vortex will have to pit earlier. TCE, your leader going into the overnight break, is the JMEC engineering car. So brilliant job from that crew. That car has run like a Singer sewing machine so far. It's been really, really solid. They've not made mistakes. They've not ended up in the gravel. They've just plodded along and they've done a top job.
Also pretty empty on fuels. 25 laps there last stint. So both similar story with Vortex and with this JMEC BMW. They are quite light on fuel and going to be doing that tomorrow morning, potentially under the rain. Latest forecast. We'll check with the old weather app to see when that forecast is rolling in.
Thinking of that 909 Red Camel Jordan's car, which will start on the lead lap tomorrow in 992, with that full fuel tank, if we have rain tomorrow, which is looking like it, if we have rain tomorrow, you put Rick Breukers in, who we know is sublime in the wet. He was sublime at Mugello. That stint could almost last 2 hours on a full fuel tank in the wet because you use so much less fuel. But this is how they stand then going into the overnight break. The 193 Ziggo Sport Tempesta car leads with the 91 Herbert car, the other car on the lead lap. A couple of laps further back, the restart laps will be confirmed tomorrow. 3rd place is the number 11 Hoffer Racing crew, who circled through all 4 of their drivers today. Solid performance on pole and have done an amazing job. They sit in 3rd. Scuderia Praha right behind them on the same lap in 4th place. But remember, the 11 Hoffer car has got a very full tank of fuel for tomorrow. Then 992 is very finely poised indeed with the number 925 Van Berlo Motorsport leading, or will start on pole effectively for that class tomorrow, but will be joined on the lead lap by the 902 Holmgaard Motorsport car and the 909 Red Camel Jordans. The caveat there to remember is the 909 Red Camel Jordans car has filled up right to the brim with fuel. Seb Lejeune Racing also in there as well, 8th overall. 992 is showing very well today. Viper Niza Racing, 9th overall, 2nd in their class as well. And I tell you what, Continental Racing, number 69, they have had everything thrown at them. They had to do an engine change on Thursday night. They had to repair till 2 o'clock in the morning last night. They were hit at La Source today, and yet they're in the overall top 10. Remarkable. Number 29, the Pelin Racing Ferrari had 2 minutes in the pits with a seized wheel, unfortunately. They're there in 11th. Crone Racing, number 907, they are 12th. 13th is Haas RT Audi. They've had a fairly eventful day as well too. Faron Motorsport, they've had a good day. 14th in overall and in 992, the Spanish squad. Ajit Kumar Racing, 15th overall. And then GTX, it looks like the IRC GT will have come home on the same lap. We'll have to just confirm that, but it looks like the 2 GTX cars will start on the same lap together, but we'll confirm that in the morning. 18th is Neunun Elf, then it's 19th. That is the recovering Milner Motorsport team. How far up the order can they go tomorrow with an attrition-rated race in the wet tomorrow? Don't write them off. They've got some great drivers. Leading in GT4, it's the Venture Engineering squad, again, going so strong, really consistent. They lead in GT4 by at least a lap. In 21st, it's the Jutta Racing Audi, number 71, and then the 702, the sister Vortex, the red Vortex. Then it's 452, the second place GT4 car for Sorg Rennsport. The leading TCE car is JMEC Engineering, James Collins and Kevin Clark with their BMW E46. Then it's the sister number 427, Sorg Rennsport Porsche. Unfortunately, E2P Racing spent a bit of time in the garage, unfortunately. They got back out there, but they sit down in 26th. Likewise, Proton Huber Competition, despite holding the best lap of the race so far, they're in 27th. Second in TCE is Asbeth Racing, and then it's the 29th place BMW, which had a tyre issue late in the piece today. And then in 30th, Red Ant Racing, who also had a tyre issue which cost them a lot of time. Classified in 31st, then it's Era Motorsport, who managed to get back out on the circuit after some sort of gearbox or shifting issue. Likewise, Kessel Racing managed to get back going again after a lot of problems. And sadly, a few teams which we won't see tomorrow. The number 21 Haas RT Audi, the number 23 Pelin Ferrari, the 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, and the 918 Milner Motorsport Porsche, unfortunately. So, it's been a day of high drama. Let's consider the highlights and potentially the lowlights of the day. So, a packed grid joined us early on with Hoffer Racing celebrating their first ever pole position in Creventic competition. And it was Alex Prince who led the field away in that grey and pink Mercedes AMG and just marched away from the field. He's having a superb weekend. I wonder where it ranks in terms of weekends of his career. Not such a good day though for 4 cars involved in a big pile-up at Les Combes, with the Milner Motorsport crew losing both of their cars from contention there. ARC Bratislava, a massive crash at Radion, and managed to drive away from it, but the damage too much to continue. Kessel Racing ran towards the front, but issues for them. 2 Audis, Haas and Continental Racing, getting together as well. Continental Racing by Simpson, they have been put through the ringer this weekend, and yet they keep on fighting. They're up there in the top 10, quite remarkable. Pelin Racing, they were up in the podium positions before falling back with a seized wheel. And Red Ant Racing, last year's 992 champions, a puncture costing them a huge amount of time. But those who could keep the cars in good condition marched on. Unfortunately not so for Proton Huber, or indeed for Haas RT, an engine problem for them. Pretty sudden engine problem. During one Code 60 also, a big race on pit road as well to get down to the fueling area. E2P Racing back as well, but unfortunately more technical issues thwarting them. A Mofa BMW in GT4 having a tyre issue which took them out of contention in GT4. But really, the story is about the two Porsches at the front of the field. Ziggosport Tempesta and Herberth Motorsport, they are your leaders, both on the lead lap, going to tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll have all the action for you on Creventic Motorsports TV and indeed on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We'll be live at 10:35 local time here at Spa. Be sure to join us. But for now, it's goodbye.